I've got judgments, I've got contempt of courts, that on matters that Mr. Nhlanhla and the ER division could have negotiated years ago and settled. The fights you fight, once you get to Labour, LAC, at least, you should know that you're winning or not. On the matter of 500,000, it was 1,000 employees that were impacted that were going to benefit on that. Some of them, they are union leaders, I won't mention the unions, come to me and said, HOD, I've already made a calculation. If you settle this for us and pay us this 500 million, I retire. I asked them, what does it mean for the citizens of Ekurhuleni? What does it mean for employees? Because it means we might probably have to retrench something that was never done in local government. It might mean we don't fill positions once more. What does it mean for your own children, for the generations that to come? These are matters I had to settle to an extent that we reduced from that 500 million and to a lesser amount. I think we signed with the current city manager only last year, but it was ongoing challenges that one had to take up the seat and own ER space. If I did not, Ekurhuleni might have closed by now. I think I'll move on that. Issues of performance management, I won't focus on that. I think training and development, evidence leader, we'll discuss that tomorrow. Another most important thing that I need to discuss with commissioners in terms of my achievement is the advocacy programs. I think Dr. Mkhwanazi didn't do justice here. While she came with her own programs, I developed programs when I came to Ekurhuleni. I resuscitated the men's forum because there was conversations that men must have Ekurhuleni. Probably won't even be here, or I wouldn't be implicated in other matters if those conversations took long before I arrived there. I've resuscitated that forum. I've developed the disability management forum. I've also developed a women empowerment forum because I felt that we need an inclusive and a diverse workforce. And those are some of the issues that I felt must be shared. I don't want to be controversial, but there is one structure that was not yet done, and maybe I shouldn't talk to it just because I don't want to be misquoted. For now, I'll stop the evidence leader. Thank you, Chairperson.
In paragraph 15, you point out that this statement is really furnished in response to a Rule 3 notice that was dated 26 November and sent to you by the Commission. That Rule 3 notice is at page 40 of the annexure bundle. And I think it may make sense as we go through the statement, as you lead into each topic, to highlight the question that was being asked of you by the Commission. So if we can, I think it's also important to emphasize that why this supplementary consolidated statement is furnished is that when you got the Rule 3 notice, it was before the testimony of Dr. Mkhwanazi. You were subsequently given a supplemented bundle that had Dr. Mkhwanazi's testimony, and you then wanted to amplify your original answers having regard to what was said about the relevant topics by Dr. Mkhwanazi. Can we start at paragraph 3.1 of the notice? And that's at page 41 of the annexure bundle.
Which bundle, Mr. Justice?
It's file 2.
2 of 2.
No, 2 of 6. And it may be convenient if we just keep open or accessible pages 41 to 43 of that file, because we'll be coming back to them as we go through Mrs. Maseka's statement. But in paragraph 3.1, the notice says that the testimony of these three witnesses, and at that stage it was Mr. Nhlanhla, Ms. Tepa, and no, it was five witnesses. It was Mr. Mapiyei, Mr. Spies, Mr. Nhlanhla, Ms. Tepa, and witness D, implicated you in alleging that you unlawfully supported and participated in the usurpation of the powers of the Chief of Police as contained in Section 64C of the SAPS Act. And then it's particularized under 3.1.1 onwards. But you respond to 3.1 generally from paragraph 18. And can you just briefly deal with your general response to paragraph 3.1.1, 3.1, from paragraphs 18 and 19 of your statement, the allegation of usurping powers of the Chief of Police?
Thank you, Chair. Firstly, I would like to, as stated in my statement, I refute the allegations that I have supported and participated in the usurpation of the powers of the Chief Executive Officer, and I think the Executive Head as well, in terms of the Section 64C of SAPS Act. And the reason is that, Chair, maybe I must explain that. Firstly, a premise in my submission is of the fact that the city manager, municipal manager, the CEO, is the ultimate authority on all matters relating to municipality, and specifically, in this instance, the municipal police service, as per Section 64B. I think for us to focus on Section 64C, it won't be proper. It must be read in its entirety, but with also Section 64B, because the ultimate powers, they start there. I've extracted the Section 64B, where it says the Chief Executive Office of the municipality shall be responsible to the municipal council for the functioning of the municipal police services. And in terms of the allegations, I don't know, evidence leader, through you, Chair, I must get to the allegation itself now. I can proceed.
I think I would rather you said more about the specific allegations under 3.1 and so on. Really, we have your statement in relation to the general allegation on 18 and 19. Unless there's something you want to emphasize or amplify, I'm happy to proceed to the allegation in 3.1.1, which relates to the appointment.
All right.
So if we go back to file 2 of 6 and paragraph 3.1.1 on page 41, the allegation is that you supported the promotion of Ms. Stella Jokazi by Brigadier Mkhwanazi despite the protestations of Chief Mapiyei, in whom these powers vested.
Okay, thank you.
And if you can respond to that, and maybe with reference to what you say in paragraph 20 onwards.
All right.
Or even 19.2 is, I suppose, where you start there.
Okay.
Can I just ask that we correct the typo in 18? I think it's the usurpation of the power by the CEO. It's not of the CEO. Because the powers you are said to have usurped are those of the Chief of Police.
Indeed, the notice refers to the usurpation of the powers of the Chief of Police. So it would either be by the CEO or of the Chief of Police.
Do you follow that, Mrs. Tasheka?
Let me assist you. If you look at 3.1 on page 41, you see that the allegation is that you unlawfully supported and participated in the usurpation of powers of the Chief of Police. But in your statement at 18, it says powers of the Chief Executive Officer?
I had a reason for that.
Okay.
Chair. I had a reason for that. In fact, my style of writing, I know you're probably going to have to be hard on me on that, is I always refer to the laws, to the policies. Hence, I had to start it from Section 64B. But I went further on paragraph 19 and said...
Sorry, Mrs. Tlasheka, but is there an allegation that you usurped the power of the Chief Executive Officer? Is there such an allegation?
There is...
In 3.1?
Yes. The reason I've added that is that the city of Ekurhuleni is managed by that section 64, but it's also regulated by the Municipal Systems Act, the systems of delegations and so forth. Hence, I'm saying, Chair, if you can indulge, you'll be able to understand why it's critical or the relevance of Section 64B. At some point, you're going to see that.
I don't think I'm taking issue with that. If you look at 3.1, reference is to usurpation of the powers of the Chief of Police. That is what the allegation referred to in 3.1 is, usurpation of the powers of the Chief of Police. And in 18, you refute the allegation that you supported and participated in the usurpation of the power of the Chief Executive Officer. As if somebody has suggested that that is what you allegedly usurped. Do you see what I mean?
Thank you for that correction. Thank you, Commissioners. I understand.
Yes.
Okay. Let me start responding then in terms of paragraph 19, 1.1. As I said, that I unequivocally dispute this allegation in that in provision 64C, it must be read in conjunction with other applicable legislation, laws, and COE policies, which dictate and provide guidance on the framework and processing of the recruitment, appointment, promotion, and transfer of members of the municipal system, police services. I further want to submit that on the 10th day of April 2024, I received from Chief Isaac Mappiei a proposed selection panel that had his name as the chairperson. It had my name as the HOD-HR. It further had the name of, at the time, I think if I can recall, he was already the Deputy Chief of Police, Mr. Julius Mkhwanazi.
Sorry to interrupt, but it might help if we go to page 47 of file 2, because I think that's the document you're referring to, and then the commissioners can see it.
Page?
47.
Thank you. Yes, I can take the commission to that page. This is solicited services of HR, myself specifically, by the Chief of Police. His memo is dated 10 April 2024, directed to Linda Kasheka, HOD Human Resources, from IJ Mappiei, Municipal Police Commissioner, Chief of Police, EMPD. The heading or the subject, EMPD panel members for the director and deputy director post. The above matter refers proposed panel members for director and deputy director, operations and specialized services. And then there's two tables there. The first table with the heading director post. A chairperson, IJ Mappiei, Chief of Police, panel member, El Kasheka, HOD Human Resources, panel member J. Mkhwanazi, Deputy Chief of Police. He invited me into his process. And as I said, there's nothing wrong in terms of our current model at the City of Ekurhuleni.
Can I just ask here, is the system of interview panels for appointments one that is consistently applied through the EMM and the EMPD?
Through you, Chair, can you please repeat the question?
Is a system of interview panels for appointments one that is consistently applied across the municipality and the municipal police department?
Thank you, Chair. Yes, indeed. It's done in two ways. For levels below a divisional head, where departments are proactive, they will then write to me and provide the panel. Some instances, they will copy even the city manager. And then for the divisional heads, that particular level, I think executive managers, senior executive managers, because they are fixed-term contracted employees, that I will, most of the time, 99% of the time, I take initiative and request for instance, from filling of positions, because it's a 5-year contract, so they tend to expire. So I'll initiate that and write to the city manager. The departments, they would normally call me the line HODs and say, this position you sent to us, you notified us it's about to expire, please assist with the process. So below that level, they will write to us and request with the panel. In some instances, I'm not included. In some, I'm included. Preferably, I shouldn't be included, but sometimes they do want me there. Thank you. Apologies for taking long there.
And can I just clarify how the panel system works? Does the panel actually take a decision, or does it make a recommendation to the decision maker?
In terms of our policies and systems of delegations, panels do make a recommendation, but a very peculiar area, and obviously policies are there for continuous improvement approach. And I think ever since I started developing policies for Ekurhuleni, you will see most of the policies, I say every 5 years, revise them. But as and when we get amendments on the acts, we can always do that. So you will find a governance risk of some sort, where in some instances the same panel, like I was saying, I was invited here, must also appoint, approve. You make a recommendation as a panel, like in this peculiar one, but you recommend and also approve. And that is based on the what you call this, the systems of delegations.
So in the case of these appointments that we're looking at, who would have the power of appointment under the system of delegation?
It will be the Chief of Police in conjunction with myself. Our systems of delegations are very clear about my powers as the HOD, HR, or maybe, yeah, and the line departments. It does talk about shared powers, shared resources, even from you commencing with the process without articulating verbatim. It says that in conjunction with HOD, HR, do recruitment, appointments, transfers, and everything else in conjunction. And as I say, then it goes with levels, that there's certain levels that HODs are expected to approve, and then there's levels that the city manager must approve, and there's levels that divisional heads, in the instance of EMPD, it will be Deputy Chief of Police must approve. It is in the systems of delegations. So you do cascade down the powers through sub-delegations. Thank you.
Sorry, I interrupted you. If you...
Or just before Mrs. Tlasheka moves on, I think I got a bit confused right at the beginning of dealing with the recommendation and approval. You said the panel recommends and the panel approves. Did you say that? So if this panel recommends and this panel approves, who does this panel recommend to if it's the same panel that's going to approve? I find that confusing. I just need clarity. I'm not,
Chair, that's why I said that that is one area of governance risk.
One area of governance what?
Risk.
Governance risk.
Yes. In that you do find peculiar in certain levels where, in terms of systems of delegations, for instance, that for a director, a DCOP must approve. Now
okay.
you have that DCOP.
Let me ask the question again. Do you mean the interviewing panel recommends to itself? Is that what you mean? Why does it recommend and not simply appoint then?
The good part on that, as much as it's a risk that is identified, but the good part is the panel, as much as it sits and recommends, it does not do the due diligence. It does not write the report. In this instance, for instance, after the interviews were done, the report was then written by the secretariat, the recruiting secretariat. It will write the report. It will tell you if there's anomalies. You know, maybe let me jump a gun and get you where we should be going here. In this instance, for instance, Chair, when there was a challenge on the qualification of Ms. Stella Chukas. Oh, shame. It's a pity that we have their names here. The main thing that was a challenge in terms of my statement, the chief says, after we shortlisted, I think we shortlisted about a very strange thing. It doesn't normally happen. We shortlisted about 7 to 8 incumbents, candidates. And then the chief then calls me and said, look, we need to have a discussion on this. And I made it very clear that we don't do that outside the panel. Let's go and discuss on the panel. But to cut this story short, his main concern was that he was targeting Ivan du Plessis for the position. After I stopped him having a telephone conversation on the day of the interviews, he arrives in my office early. The chief doesn't make an appointment. Chief gets to your office, even hardly sends emails. He writes all these memos. He does the writing, but will send them to your office. He arrives there. He's highly respected. When he enters, people stand up. And to me, even if you are a general employee, you are a high person, I've got an open door policy. So it usually comes in, HOD, I'm targeting Ivan du Plessis. And I said, Chief, you know, we can't deal with things that way. Why? He meets all the requirements. And I said, all these people who shortlisted, we can't shortlist you if you don't meet the requirements. And it's a collective decision. 3 of us must account if there's a panel member that is, a candidate that is shortlisted, we shouldn't. And number 2, I explain that, Chief, you allow the process to run its course, let alone that we've got employment equity.
Mrs. Tashe, I think you answered my question, which was, does the panel recommend to itself? And you basically said yes. Thank you, Mrs. Tashe.
Thank you.
Yes, Mr. Shaskovsky.
Maybe to jump ahead, if we can go to page 72, which I understand to be the recommendation coming out of the panel. Is that correct?
Oops.
Do you have page 72?
Yes.
Maybe if you can just explain this document to the Commission.
Thank you. It's an interview, summary, and recommendation template.
And this is in response to, this was the template filled out following the interview for this post that we're talking about. And if we go to the bottom, just correct me if I'm wrong, I'm explaining how I see this, this document. You see the scores that the 3 panelists gave to the 6 shortlisted candidates. The first column, the first panelist was the chief, the second panelist was yourself, the third panelist was Chief Mkhwanazi. Then higher up, name and surname is everyone who was present, the 3 panelists, an HR person, I think, I can't read it, is it Kelly Mkhlangu?
Willie Mahlangu.
Willie Mkhlangu, okay. Underneath there were some union representatives as observers. And as I read this document, there is a scoring by the panelists, and the highest scorer is Ms. Jokazi, the second highest scorer is Mr. Duplessis. Is that a fair summary of it?
That's correct.
And presumably this form reflects what actually happened in the interview.
That's correct.
Can we then, I mean, I don't propose to deal further with paragraph 3.1.1, unless there's anything that you want to say. I'd like to move to paragraph 29 of your statement, which responds to paragraph 3.1.2. There, if we go back to page 41 of that file too, the allegation in 3.1.2 is that you supported the exercise of powers by the erstwhile city manager, Dr. Mashazi, notwithstanding that powers were, the relevant powers were being vested in the chief of police. And you respond to that from paragraph 29. Can I ask you to explain your response to the Commission?
Thank you, Chair and Commissioners. Again, my intention here is to submit in front of the Commission that whereas Isaac Mapieye, the Chief of Police, refers to SAPS Act, Section 64C, as the ultimate law that governs EMPD, the city is regulated by other laws. I could have articulated this previously. We have the Municipal Systems Act, specifically I think Section 55, but I'm not going to dwell on that. Municipal Structures Act, Municipal Finance Management Act, Municipal Staff Regulation, as amended in September 2021, Labor Relations Act that we must prescribe to or subscribe to, the Disciplinary Procedure Collective Agreement, amongst other few legal prescript that can be mentioned that governs the city of Ekurhuleni. I further submit that the city manager is the ultimate authority in all matters and functionaries relating to operations of the municipality, specifically in this instance, municipal police services, as per Section 64B of the SAPS Act. That has been amended, which reads as follows, that the municipal manager of a municipality shall be responsible to the municipal council for the functioning of the municipal police services, taking into consideration national policy priorities and efforts. This change aligns municipal policy oversight, Chair, in line with local government administrative structures Section 64B is part of the Chapter 12 of the SAP Act. I'm not going to dwell on that. But basically what is important is that it's operating under broader legislative framework. It cannot be read in its own. I can make an example that we have Department of Energy. It's managed by its own acts. They have stakeholders like NERSA and so forth. You've got waste environment that are managed by NEMA. You've got finance that is managed by DORA and so forth. But what is most important here, where this SAPS Act aligns with EC ruling, Section 64B, it says that even Section 54C 2B, that when you apply that section, it's subject to other legislations. I think that's what I wanted to emphasize here.
Mr. Chaskalson, just a moment. I'm a bit worried, and I'm hoping maybe we can do this during tea. Mrs. Kasheka, in responding to 3.1, 3.1.1, 3.1.2, and 3.1.3, as you correctly said, there were letters that Mr. Mapieye actually addressed to you, where he set out what the issue is with Julius Mkhwanazi promoting people in circumstances where he doesn't have the power to do so. And also in Dr. Mashazi usurping his powers under Section 64C. And so I don't want you to just gloss over those and go through them. And then when we probe you, we say, but you didn't respond specifically to this. So maybe during tea, in Mapiaye's file, page 49, 51, and 52, it's those three letters where the specific allegations are set out. Because I thought when we deal with 3.1.1, I heard you just mention the statute and what it says, but you don't seem to dispute that Julius Mkhwanazi did in fact promote people and whether or not he has that power. So I think to be fair to you, maybe just when you complete the response to those subparagraphs, you have regard to these three letters.
Thank you, Commissioner. That makes a lot of sense, so that we deal with matters sequentially. I will try to do the same in relation to other issues where there are possibly relevant documents which your response doesn't address directly. It's an awkward situation because I don't want to. I will probe you in due course later in relation to the documents, but I think it is fair that you get an opportunity to deal with them up front.
Can I respond on that, Chair? Because I think we might be missing each other. What I've explained earlier on is that, and you made me go and read a document on the recommendation. What I'm trying to explain here is that there is a panel that was set, and the panel has its own duties. That chief himself, he has invited that panel to come and sit on the interviews. And the chairperson asked me about the issues of recommendation versus appointments. And I responded on that three of us, we sat in this particular process. You confirmed evidence leader, the scoring and so forth. So decisions were made by the panel that Chief Mapieye solicited, and the panel has decisions to make, and the panel made the decisions through a recommendation that you have spoken to. But I thought we'll be engaging on this matter where I can then say, where did it end? So I thought, evidence leader, you'd be leading me on that because there is an end, an appointment has been made. Thank you.
I think we're possibly at cross purposes, because I think what the Commission is not specifically asking about the Jokazi appointment. The Commission is asking about the general allegation of usurpation of the powers of Chief of Police, with reference to some specific letters which refer to those powers being usurped by Julius Mkhwanazi, and complaints from Mr. Mapiyea to you about that. And I think, in fairness, we need to show you those letters in the tea break. And then if you want to respond to them in this context before we get to intrusive questioning, you should have that opportunity. On the Jokazi appointment, the appointment has been made, and I understand that the two candidates who Chief Mapiyea was supporting have lodged bargaining council proceedings, and those proceedings are still pending. Is that a correct?
That's correct. Thank you.
At this point, Mr. Shaskarsen, let's take the adjournment and come back at 11:15. Let's adjourn.
Thank you, Chair.
All right, we are ready to resume. Cell phones off, please. Thank you.
We apologize for not coming in at the time I indicated. We were requested after we had adjourned for a little bit more time. Yes, Mr. Shaskalsin?
Thank you, Chair. Mrs. Masheka, you've been shown the letters sent by Mr. Mapiyeye. I think the first one on which your comment would be helpful is at, my pagination says 47. It's a letter addressed to you on the 13th of April 2024 from Mr. Mapiyeye, and it's about EMPD promotional posts and vacancies. I think Commissioner Khumalo was asking for you to address that general comment about colluding with the usurpation of the powers of Mr. Mapiyeye as Chief of Police in the light of this letter and I think a subsequent letter from Dr. Mkhwanazi. Do you want to comment on this letter?
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Evidence Leader. Evidence Leader, you spoke about page 47, but then you subsequently spoke to the letter dated 13 April 2024. Can I just get clarity? Which one? Are we talking about the correspondence of the 8th November 2023 or the 13th April 2024, or must I address all of them?
We'll get to the correspondence of 8 November 2023 when we deal with the extension of Mr. Mzolo's contract.
Okay.
For now, let's look at the letter of 13 April 2024. It may be that my pagination is out. What page number do you have for 13
48.
April?
Oh, please
48
refer
and 49.
to the bundle as well, Mr. Shaskalsin.
This is the Mapiyeye bundle. I'm afraid my electronic pagination seems to be incorrect because what I have as page 47 is what you, I think, in the hard copies have as page 48. Yes. I'll sort out my electronic pagination later, but for now, your page 48, which is the letter from Mr. Mapiyeye to the witness on 13 April 2024.
Yes. Did you say you have that file, Mrs. Tsasheka?
Yes, Chair.
Right.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Indeed, I can confirm, Chair, that the letter was shared by Chief of Police with myself. He shared it with myself and I think Dr. Mkhwanazi. And indeed, that's where the elaboration was made in regards to the sections that we've mentioned of the SAPS Act, basically. And I've already responded on this, how it links with the other legislations, but there's something I want to bring to the fore. The genuinity or the Mapiyeye being genuine about writing this letter. With due respect, Chair, I have to deal with this. This letter is emanating, indeed, from, I think, about 55 positions that he requested that they must be filled. Earlier on, Evidence Leader, you spoke about the selection panel. We also have forms where you initiate the recruitment altogether. It will be signed by Chief of Police, and then it will go to relevant stakeholders or my HR team. Ultimately, I'm the last signature in that form. Maybe we'll make it available tomorrow. That form, again, it talks to the talent acquisition policy. We can make that policy available, section 5.6, where it talks about partnership between line departments and corporate HR. So we've always been in partnership. The issue here, Chair, in one of the areas where I'm implicated, it's in regards to the chief of police being suspended. There's a lady here who was promoted. And when we get to that implication and my narrative, you will understand from that lady's statement what actually transpired between herself.
Is this Ms. Jogazi or another?
No, it's another lady who has declared a sexual harassment dispute against the chief.
Yes.
When you read her statement, you get to realize of discussions that has been transpiring, building up to this appointment. And the chief, I think here, he was more panicking when he said he was not involved in these processes. This got to Dr. Mkhwanazi, and I think ultimately he did write to Dr. Mkhwanazi. I don't know if we can share. I was not directed to the response of Dr. Mkhwanazi. One thing I can confirm is that the former city manager did call myself and Deputy Chief of Police Mkhwanazi. And these issues were raised, the partnership, the reporting lines, and so forth. In their discussion when they were responding to Dr. Mkhwanazi, where she explained, I think she explained here, that chief, in terms of, despite your SEPS Act, our delegations and other policies and legislations, I've spoken to it, that there's different sub-delegations that are taking place. The chief is expected to sit in the divisional heads, positions, and the deputy, up to deputy directors. But if you recall, on the letter we spoke to, his memo earlier on the deputy directors, he didn't include me and himself. And that already is an indication that as you go down, you do sub-delegate. I saw his statement. He said never in the history of EMPD will have a deputy chief of police appointing. And that's not true. From his own letter, he said in the request for panels for the lower level, these. So these are the issues we're discussing with Dr. Mkhwanazi. An undertaking was made that Deputy Chief of Police Mkhwanazi must keep the Chief of Police abreast of the processes. He then said in that meeting, we have weekly meetings. You know, the ESCO of EMPD. I am updating. We left Dr. Mkhwanazi's office, we went to my office, we emphasized that this updating must take place. So this letter, it's talking to that, it was addressed. Remember, I've said my role is to provide a transversal support. And when Chief raises these issues of SEP Acts, I do listen to it. And where I feel I must withdraw, I withdraw and allow them to continue with their work. What is important, I did do my job, I advised. So that's the context I wanted to put in this report, that this correspondence was not written with a bona fide mind.
Can I just ask for clarification? Did you respond to this letter because it's addressed to you and the city manager is copied? As we've understood it, and I'm asking clarification, I'm not engaging with what in fact happened and whether it's right or not. You are the addressee, the city manager is copied, you are telling us the city manager called you, even though she's copied. My question is, did you respond to a letter addressed to you? And if you did, do we have that response in front of us?
Thank you, Chair and Commissioners. I did respond, Chair. We had numerous meetings with the Chief of Police.
You did not respond in writing?
No.
Maybe I should have been clearer. Did you respond in writing? Your answer is no.
No.
Okay.
But there's something I need to quickly say. I won't waste your time, Commissioner. On a weekly basis, one of the issues, the systems or interventions I've put, my team gives a weekly report on recruitment. And emanating from that, then I'll have discussions with the departments telephonically or via a meeting. So indeed, I did address. But subsequently to that, Dr. Mkhwanazi was assisted, and Chief wrote to Dr. Mkhwanazi, if I'm not mistaken. We then had a formal meeting. Thank you.
Can I maybe assist Advocate Chaskalson? The witness has already answered, but maybe if you go to the letter on page 52, that's the one you were referring to, where you say the Dr. Mkhwanazi did respond and address the issue. And then you don't have to read all of it, or maybe you can take time if you want. But as I understand it, it was addressed in terms of the last paragraph on page 53. And that's where it ended, and that's how it was resolved.
Thank you, Chair. Indeed, thank you, Commissioner, for assisting there. I think from you reading what our different statement, you could see there were challenges. And I think ultimately what Dr. Mkhwanazi raised and said the chief must do to assist the institution is to draft a policy that talks to all this integration of all these legislations that we can't ignore. They are all important. They are all absolute. So indeed, and that policy, Chair, to date, I'm here, Chief is also not there. I haven't seen it, but the aim was, let's stop the confusion. And if it was drafted, we would have all contributed and would have clarified so many issues that made us to be here. Thank you.
Can I just, in the light of Commissioner Khumalo's intervention, I'm confused now. The letter that I was asking you about and that we were looking at is dated the 13th April 2024. Commissioner Khumalo has referred you to a letter of the 6th of June, and it starts your letter dated 5 June 2024. So this can't be a response.
Can I maybe assist here? It seems to be a response to the letter on the preceding page of the bundle, which is a separate letter dealing about the appointment of the conferment of rank and insignia. So 6 June at page 52 responds to 5 June on page 51.
Yes, and 5 June is Chief Mapia to Dr. Mkhwanazi.
Indeed.
Yes.
On a slightly different subject, which is, I think, the conferment of rank and insignia.
Yes, thank you.
Commissioner, I don't know if it was taken, my response, when I said I had a meeting with Chief and the weekly meetings.
You answered me. You said your response was a meeting.
Thank you.
It wasn't in writing.
Okay.
I thought that's what you said, and I heard you.
If we then move to paragraph 3.1.2, which is on page 41, where the allegation is that you supported the exercise of these powers by the erstwhile city manager, notwithstanding the powers being vested in the chief of police. I understand that you have already essentially responded to that with your discussion of the legislative framework. From my side, I'd like to proceed to paragraph 3.1.3, which deals with the extension of Mr. Mzolo's contract, which we touched on earlier, unless there's anything that you want to amplify in paragraphs 29 to 40.
I'm comfortable. Thank you.
If we then go to 3.1.3, the complaint is that you attempted to extend Commissioner Mzolo's contract that was due for expiry at the end of November 2023 for 6 months. And you respond to that in paragraph 41. Can you just explain your response to the commissioners?
Okay, maybe I can go straight to the annexure of Chief Mapieye on page 45, Chair. That is the letter from myself to Dr. Mkhwanazi. I've explained earlier on quickly that for divisional heads...
Sorry, Mrs. Mashaka, can you just wait for the commissioners to get to the document? Otherwise, I won't follow what you're saying. And are you talking about your letter to Dr. Mkhwanazi of 19 October 2023?
Perfect.
We are there.
Okay,
Thank you.
I explained earlier on that for divisional head and deputy chief of police, they are on a 5-year contract. That is also wrong, by the way, in terms of the latest legislations, but we're not there to discuss that today. Because it's a 5-year contract, they tend to expire every 5 years. Proactively, I will write to the institution, to the Dr. Mkhwanazi, after engaging the line departments or after they've engaged me, and request for an extension where I feel we are not going to conclude a recruitment process timelessly. And here, my intention was to request. If you read paragraph 1 of that letter on the purpose, it stipulates that the purpose of this submission is to request the approval of the city manager for the extension of the employment contract of Goodman Mzolo. I would like to take you to page 46, Commissioners. It's clear here there's no intention to usurp anybody's power. If there was that intention, I would have excluded Chief Mapieye. I think in my own file, you will see how sometimes these extensions are written. In my draft, Chief Mapieye is the first signatory. First, that already is giving the vested powers. I'm offering those vested powers in him. Agree or don't agree, that was the aim, Chairperson. The second one, it's myself, and the final approval is Dr. Mkhwanazi. There is nobody that is excluded here in terms of the key stakeholders that needed to take accountability on the appointment process. When the Chief of Police responded, I think on page 47, I don't know if I can go there, EL.
Please do.
Thank you. He was very clear that he's not supporting this process. I haven't asked that question. I will not respond. I won't dwell on it. If again, maybe my extension was supported, again, we won't be here. In the recruitment of this process, we ended up with 2 recommended shortlisted candidates.
Shaka, before you, and forgive me if I'm not pronouncing your surname properly.
No, it's fine.
I heard you when you started. I just want to understand page 46 and to understand your evidence about it. You are the one that wrote this letter to the city manager. You are nodding. The record doesn't pick that up.
Apologies, I couldn't hear that.
Yeah, I'm asking. You wrote this letter to the city manager, or is it Chief Mapieye who wrote the letter?
If you see the standard of how we communicate in the city, there will be inquiries. So the acting DHTA and HRBP drafted the letter.
Yes.
And true, I'm supporting it because it's our process in HR that we took proactive measures when there is a position to be filled.
I'm not asking who drafted the letter, and I'm really trying to understand what I'm seeing here. I'm not probing yet. I'm not asking who drafted the letter. I'm asking this letter to Dr. Mkhwanazi. Who is it from? It's not from your...
It's from myself, Mrs.
Yes,
Linda.
which is
Kashe.
what it says in page
Yes.
1, right?
Yes.
But in page 2, the first signatory is going to be Chief Mapiaye, and then you are the one that recommend, even though you're the one that's writing the letter. I'm just trying to understand how it works, what one makes of it.
As I said in my own statement, normally the way we write these letters are written by my office to Dr. Mkhwanazi, where I would recommend to Dr. Mkhwanazi that let's extend because the recruitment process is not yet concluded. And then she'll say, I agree or not. I think when we get to my annexures, you'll see there's one example I've put, 1 or 2, if I'm not mistaken, where in other instances you will tick, this one you can extend, this one you cannot. So this is how we're doing it. But here I'm emphasizing, Commissioner, on the issue of Section 64.
No, please don't
So
go
hence
there.
both
No,
of them are here.
No, please don't go there. That's not my question. My question is, and maybe let me tell you where my confusion comes from, is on page 1, the letter is from you. It says so. And then on page 2, you are recommending, and Chief appears to be the author of the letter, just the order of things. I'm asking you to speak to the order. My experience and what we have seen so far here in other matters is the writer of the letter would be the first person to sign. So I would, because of that experience and that kind of evidence, I would have expected you as the author, you are the first name that appears, not Chief Mapiaye. You wouldn't be the one that's recommending because you're the one that's the author of the letter. That's my experience of it and from the evidence. So I'm just asking you to explain just that part.
Thank you, Chair and Commissioners. Chair, as I say that the intention here, under normal circumstances, hence maybe it would have drafted a bit peculiar, we could have done it better. I normally address these letters straight to Dr. Mkhwanazi and not include the line departments because we would have had a discussion about. But because EMPD tends to, we have these challenges of the SEPS Act, so hence then I would have included Chief. But I take note of that it could have been done differently. But what I want to emphasize on, in terms of usurping of powers, I have 3 signatories here. So there was never an intention to usurp anybody's power.
Ms. Kasheka, that's a conversation further down the line about usurping of powers, so you don't speak to that now. You've answered my question to the best of your ability, I suppose. Thanks, Mr. Chaskason.
Thank you.
And maybe if you can then just emphasize paragraph 43, which is, well, if you can do it rather than me.
43, from my statement?
From your statement, indeed.
Thank you. Okay, it reads that notwithstanding the above, this request was not implemented, and subsequently, the position of Deputy Chief of Police, Specialized Operations, was advertised. In fact, if I'm not mistaken, I would like to correct that, we already advertised by that time. And EMPD, in conjunction with the HR department, embarked on a recruitment, selection, and appointment process for the position of the director. The mere fact that there were 3 signatories, that on its own should be clear as an indication that there was never a malicious intention to overlook the Chief of Police, but one aim was to provide proactive HR services and required guidance to the EMPD at all times. This further indicates that my intention and aim was to ensure that all relevant parties are engaged in this regard. I think we've spoken to this. Thank you.
And maybe, I mean, there is a document that's attached as LLG 13 to your statement. It's at page 84 of file 2. And that looks to me like a motivation for the extension of 2 other divisional heads whose terms were expiring roundabouts the same time.
Can you repeat that, Chair?
If you go to page 84 of file 2, there is a document that has the label LLG 13, which isn't actually the LLG 13 that's referred to in your statement. That LLG 13 is the document in Mr. Mapiere's bundle that we've just looked at. But this LLG 13 seems to me to be a similar letter in which you request an extension of two other divisional heads' contracts which were expiring roundabouts at the same time. Am I understanding this letter correctly?
Thank you, Chair. I think that's what I was trying to explain even to Commissioner Baloyi, that normally I will write straight to Dr. Mashaz, the city manager, where there's extensions to be done. And this one confirms that when Chief decided to decline the extension at EMPD, we further pursued only those two other divisional heads, and we excluded the one of the Deputy Chief of Police. And if you can see there on page 85, there's only 2 signatures. But in this instance, those other HODs would have been, as I say, engaged myself, and they would want us to run with these processes. Thank you so much.
If we can then go to the allegation in paragraph 3.2, the allegation is that you unlawfully interfered with the disciplinary processes which were instituted against Brigadier Julius Mkhwanazi concerning his involvement in the fraudulent registration of 7 vehicles which were owned/related to CAT VIP, to the municipality's official vehicle fleet in your capacity as HOD in that. And 3.2.1, you uplifted the suspension of Brigadier Mkhwanazi under the direction of Dr. Mashazi. 3.2.2, you directed Brigadier Mkhwanazi not to accept receipt of the charge sheet when arrangements were being made to serve it on him by Mr. Sidzambe. 3.2.3, you challenged and overruled the decision by Chief Mapiere to deploy Brigadier Julius Mkhwanazi to the EMPD operations by law enforcement unit pending finalization of the disciplinary process. Your response starts at paragraph 44. And maybe you can take the Commission through paragraphs 44 on.
Thank you, Chair. I think paragraph 44, it repeats what you just articulated, EL. I would like to refer rather to paragraph 45. I submit that to the best of my recollection of those events, the issue of blue lights came to my attention came to the attention of the municipal officials based on the social media video clips that have been circulating at the time. I think it was around February 2023. I hope I'm correct with the dates. I emphasize that at this point, I was the acting HOD HR, and I didn't know Julius Mkhwanazi, since he was middle management in terms of occupational levels. And I would not necessarily know all the employees. I've already spoken to the headcount or staff complement of Ekurhuleni of about 15,000 permanent employees and 8,000 temps and EPWPs. On the 2nd February 2023, the acting chief of police, Rivers Peace, initiated the investigation. I think that's what I'm trying to explain in terms of what transpired, and the allegations that were leveled against the erstwhile Brigadier Julius Mkhwanazi, pertaining to the document issued by Commissioner Julius Mkhwanazi to receive and appoint vehicles and cab services, respectively. A copy of the investigation letter, I think we have dealt with it. Even the other witnesses who came here, they've dealt with it. The issue was brought to my attention.
Can I ask you just to confirm that we're talking about the same document? It's at page 86 of file 2.
Yes.
Thank you.
The issue came to my attention through Mr. Nhlanhla. I think it was around 15th February 2023. That's why we're in this journey. Via WhatsApp, where he shared the video clips regarding the blue lights that were installed in some cars, although it did not show, by the way, who was in the car, nor the registration, but what I saw in the TikTok video clip, it was just written, typed by somebody, the registration. Mkhwanazi then requested a meeting to discuss the suspension of Julius Mkhwanazi. It is imperative that one outlines the city's designation. By the way, Commissioner Mkhwanazi, in terms of how he's appointed, I think I've already alluded to that, is the Deputy Chief of Police. A few days later, the meeting was held in the boardroom of the city manager. Xolani and Chief Mabiyeye engaged me in the boardroom of the city manager. And this will be subsequent to the meeting. It is on their statement, where Chief of Police and Xolani Ngqiza went to meet with Dr. Mashazi, I think in Dada Motor dealership, something like that. There's a meeting that took place there in some offices, strange enough. And in their discussion, from what I read here, in their statements, then Dr. Mashazi said, engage the acting HOD as well, so that she's kept abreast. Again, commissioners and chairperson, I want to bring it to you that we were brought into this matter by the Chief of Police. It takes a junior employee, instead of disciplining the junior employee, he feels he must engage Dr. Mashazi and he must engage, subsequently I must be engaged. It's correct, I'm the acting HOD. Xolani Ngqiza reports to me, by the way. He's the divisional head, and he always continued to report to me. We met in the boardroom, and I was interested on the videos in terms of what is actually happening there, what is that evidence? Before I can even agree on that we embark on a disciplinary hearing. As I said earlier on, I couldn't understand those video clips. All I knew is that Mr. Xolani Ngqiza, in his WhatsApp, he did say we are in a war. Obviously, I needed to understand what war is this. The conversation changed very quickly, Chairperson, and it focused on how dangerous Mr. Mkhwanazi is and how the Chief of Police is scared of him. He told us that he has increased up his VIP protectors. He is about to install cameras and beef up security in his house. I then asked, if we can correct that, what about Xolani Ngqiza and myself? We are divisional heads, I was just acting. We don't have money to beef up our securities in our homes, and so forth. The chief, in his response, he then says, look, I'm arranging VIP protection for Xolani. Already, I think he got himself 2 cars. And I said in that meeting, Chief, I'm a woman. You are arranging protection for yourselves. You don't arrange, you don't care about my safety. I think Mr. Ngqiza attested to that. I then said, if you don't care about my safety, but can you take care of I've got a baby. I just had a small baby that I must raise up. Chief was just cold. He didn't see how important it is to take care of my protection. It was just shocking. I then left the boardroom, Chair. I'll say that. I left the boardroom. I didn't sign any suspension letter. I didn't confirm that I'm going to participate in the process. A day or 2 days later, Chief kept on calling me and says, acting HOD, you have to sign the suspension. I've got a professional duty to sign, despite I'm safe or I'm not safe. And I want it to be recorded here. I think it is on the documents that ultimately I did sign the intention to suspend. Despite their own chief of police, who has gun, firearms we don't have, told us how scared of this person, but because of judicial duty, I did sign that suspension letter as well. I then asked the chief.
Just confirm it's on 88. 88 of
It's in page 88, where I've signed. And Nhlanhla, who was reporting to me until he left the city of Ekurhuleni, he was reporting to me. He also signed. And then J.D. Mkhwanazi acknowledged the receipt. Thank you, Chief. I then said to Chief after a few days, Chief, at least can you conduct a security risk and threat analysis into our lives? I did. I think Mr. Nhlanhla spoke to it that I said I don't necessarily have an interest to have VIP protectors. I think they should be focusing on doing other things in the city. But at least I need to know how I should take care of myself and my family. Chief, he sort of agreed that he will speak to provincial or national commissioner and see if this can be conducted. I followed up with him. And at some point he told me he hasn't spoken to them, but he's going to the policy cluster meeting. And when he goes there, he will speak to the issue. I must emphasize, commissioners, that City of Ekurhuleni does not only deal with disciplinary procedures of EMPD, but it provides labor relations management functions to all the departments. I've spoken to this earlier on. As we're embarking and Chief not conducting this risk threat analysis, one of the things we're discussing with Mr. Nhlanhla is the issue that perhaps, that's what he kept on saying to me, there might be syndicate, even at roads and transport, at waste. Last year, again, we had a matter at roads and transport. The MMC, apologies, the late MMC, he was pressurizing me that, Linda, this matter must be dealt with and be concluded. And when I'm asked that we have compliance matters to deal with, we've got procedures to follow, he then says there's a TLB syndicate at roads. They still TLB, those trucks with those nose, and take them to the Eastern Cape. We allocated one of our legal advisors to deal with the matter. Subsequently, she went to Advocate Kemi Bihar and myself and request protection. I asked her, do you really want to have protection? People who follow you, why don't you leave this thing? Let's get external lawyers to deal with this matter. We have so many cases where employees will start with those matters, investigate, even at EMPD. And then as the time goes on, they will stop investigating those matters at Shell. I also had an incident in another matter where there's a company, maybe I shouldn't mention name, that was paid money from the city's bank accounts to this company that has never done business with the city. Is not in our supplier database, but money went to that. And there was an employee who were conducting a disciplinary process for in regarding to that because he was one of the key signatures. That matter is still ongoing. I was approached by the union who was representing that employee. He then says to me, HOD, I want to protect your life. I would like you to settle this matter and let this employee go. And the reason being that if you don't settle it, what they did to one of the councillor's house, there was a councillor his house was shot at. It was like a movie, those movies we used to watch when we were young. I've never seen something like that. He then referred and said they will do the same to your house. I called, I think Chief was already on suspension that time. I called Deputy Chief of Police Mkhwanazi the following day. I said, come and listen to this. The kind of things we're dealing with. When the employee came there, he explained, but we said, can he reduce it in writing? He did not. I don't want to dwell on that, but I'm just dealing with the challenges that we're having at Ekurhuleni.
Just remind
Building
us
to
where
my
you are.
suspension.
Sorry, just remind us where you are because you have moved
I'm on
around.
page 15 of my statement, paragraph 46.7. On days building to my suspension, I pleaded with the Oversight Committee on the Office of the Executive Mayor and the Legislature, it's called OCMOL, meeting, that the city embarks on its own task team. Chairperson, with due respect, your task team has got limited scope. And Ekurhuleni, we've got, what we're dealing with here is the small part of the tip of the iceberg. We've discussed that issue, and I'm hoping maybe with the new team that is established by President, they'll also look at other issues as well. I can confirm here that HR management function nowadays is embedded with such risk. On the issue of the security risk and threat analysis, I would like to thank the Commission. After 2-3 years, at least it was done here. And I'm very happy about that. Ekurhuleni has not done risk and threat analysis on us. They have been providing us with protectors, but is that enough? I don't know.
Please just explain a little bit more on what you said about the tip of the iceberg.
Maybe let me go to another issue, Chairperson. I'm the secretary for the Financial Misconduct Disciplinary Board in the city of Ekurhuleni. I think we have 4 members that were appointed. It's one of the national treasury requirements that it must happen. The investors, they want to know about these issues. And when we're having discussion, after we drafted the terms of reference, then it came from the CEA, the current chief auditor, Mr. Philip Rahwal, that is currently sitting with 20 to 40 forensic cases that have been concluded. And these are one of the issues we discussed with OCMO. And the MMC, I think Pretorius used to be, is the former MMC for corporate, also knows about this, and others, that bring these cases to the fore. Let's find a way of dealing with them and know what we're dealing with. If possible, we close them. And the forensic firm report to Mkhwanazi that I'll speak to, I think it was one part of those. And the intention, my understanding of his operating model is that once he has concluded investigations, those investigations must then be taken to council for implementation, whatever the recommendations are. So I think that's what I was trying to explain, that your scope, your respect, I respect, and we're learning from South Africa from this commission. We might have missed others, but this one, we're learning. Hence, I propose that the OCMOL speak to all the HODs, let them ventilate, let's deal with the issues. But I would like to keep it at that for now. Based on the allegations, I'm on paragraph 47, page 15. Based on these allegations, a suspension was signed. We already spoken to that. I don't know if I can move on, EL, to the uplifting of the suspension.
Please do.
Thank you. In terms of the collective agreement on disciplinary procedure, a suspension, it's 3 months. However, it can be extended. I think it reads that suspension or utilization of an employee in another capacity shall be for a fixed predetermined period and shall not exceed 3 months from date that the municipal manager or his representative is satisfied that there is a prima facie case and that an act of misconduct has been committed. However, where circumstances prohibit the conclusion of the disciplinary proceedings within the aforementioned timeframe, suspension or utilization in another capacity can be extended for another 3 months. That's the reason then, Chair, on page 40, paragraph 48, on page 16, I had to put that paragraph that talks to the accounting officer and her instructions. That, by the way, I also on section 60 of the MFMA and also section 64B of the SEPS Act. Dr. Mkhwanazi called us. I'm on page 50. Paragraph 50. Around the month of May 2023, the accounting officer called the Chief of Police, Phahlane, and HOD Kemi Bihari and myself into a meeting. She wanted answers as to why the disciplinary hearing process of the erstwhile Brigadier Mkhwanazi has not commenced. Remember, the first 3 months has passed now, what is about to pass. Mr. Nhlanhla provided an explanation including that the process has advanced. If you recall, Commissioners, in his statement, he explained that at some point they were engaging IPID, and he took a discretion without talking to me, because remember that time I'm appointed, I'm no longer an acting HOD. I'm his absolute line manager, his absolute boss. But he took a decision that he'll use his discretion subsequent to the meeting they had with IPID. I've never met anybody from IPID to date because I don't deal with SAPS with crime investigation matters. I deal with HR matters. But in our discussion with IPID, from what he explained even on his statement, is that arrest is imminent. They're going to arrest. And therefore, he took a discretion that perhaps he should not discipline. He must wait for the arrest. 3 months is going. He doesn't discuss that with me or Dr. Mkhwanazi. So he decided at that point in time he's not going to proceed with the disciplinary, waiting for that arrest. And I got to know about this, as I say, in this statement, but Dr. Mkhwanazi wanted answers at that time. And Dr. Mkhwanazi decided then there's no point for us to extend the suspension any further. They've spoken to that. We're all called in a meeting. What I've realized with the city manager, the former city manager, is that every time she engages you, she's well vested with knowledge legally. At that time, I didn't know where she would been briefed, but you could hear that she's briefed. In our debate, that's why at some point we were told, me and Advocate Kemi, we're always together on things. Because I felt the only strategy to deal with things, I must bring legal as well when I go to engage with her. Is this a lawful instruction or not?
Sorry, can I just clarify? You're talking about a meeting in May. Do you have an exact date? Were there minutes from this meeting? Is there any record of the meeting that we could have access to?
Okay, the management style of Dr. Mkhwanazi, I think earlier on I spoke that when this started, if you recall, the meeting took place in some car dealership.
Yeah.
So the way she will engage you, she will call you to a meeting. There is no prior agenda or arrangement of the meeting. You are just called to be there. Or she will call you and give instruction telephonically. That's how things were done. But as I said, that if you go to Chief Mapia's statement and Mr. Nhlanhla, I think they said, if I can recall, we were called telephonically. The instruction was given telephonically. I think that's where we differ. On my side, I'm saying I think we had a meeting on that particular day.
In your original statement, the earlier one, not the supplement, in 27.3 on page 9, that's where you deal with that meeting.
Okay. On the first statement, not the
Yes.
supplementary?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you, Commissioner. Yeah, but I think what I want to emphasize on is that we were all called and instruction was given.
But I understand that there was no formal agenda, kind of formal notice of the meeting. Was there any record of the meeting kept? Was either in the form of a minute, or was there anything confirming what was decided at the meeting? Is there any written record of what seems to me to be quite an important decision that was taken at this meeting and taken at the instance of the accounting officer?
No, there is no record of the meeting. I've said it earlier on that the management style was that you'll be instructed telephonically, even if there's a meeting, it's an informal meetings. The only formal meetings we'll have is the SMT, the Strategic Management Team meetings. There they record, they have minutes, and other formal meetings. But where there's instructions to be given, majority of time, you are just called. I think, if I recall, I went home, I had load shedding, I got missed calls from Nhlanhla that night. And then I responded when I woke up midnight, and at some point I did say in his WhatsApp as well, he confirmed that can he start drafting the letter. They drafted the letter. The following day, the letter was made available. I signed it, and Mr. Mkhwanazi, I said, can you also engage Chief and make sure that he calls Mr. Mkhwanazi to come and fetch his letter? One important thing, Chair, that I need to talk to, I might get to it at some point, but if I'm allowed, I want to raise it now. Or maybe let me wait for paragraph 53. I want to say here, what I want to emphasize on is the DPCA, clause 16.4. 3 months, you can extend, but an instruction was given by the accounting officer, and therefore there was no extension of the 3 months. To be honest, even bargaining council, they have no appetite of us extending suspensions. If they allow you, that 6 months will be the last, but they will be very hard on you. They expect that you should have started with the process. And my understanding in terms of law, you will correct me, suspension is not punitive. It talks to, are you going to interfere with the witnesses? Are you going to jeopardize the process and so forth? So the debates, as I say, you find the city manager well-vested with knowledge legally. The debates become minimal, especially when there's also legal that is there, then I can only do so much as an HR practitioner.
Just so that I understand your evidence on this, you're not saying all of that about the bargaining council's appetite and the city managers being vested. You're not saying those are the reasons that there was no extension. You say there was no extension because the city manager instructed. It's that simple and plain. At least that's what you say in your statement.
For now, and as I said, I will elaborate when I get to paragraph 52.
I was just clarifying. That's
Thank
fine.
you.
Thank you.
Can I'm also trying to get the sequence right. The meeting had to be before the 24th of May, because you say around the 24th of May you reminded Mr. Nhlanhla to draft a letter of upliftment. Can you place approximately, how long before the 24th of May would it have been? A couple of days, a week? What are we talking about?
Thank you, Chair. I think it was around the 23rd, because if I recall, there was a draft of the extension. We intended to extend. In fact, if we extend it again, I will keep on saying all these small errors or big errors we did wouldn't be here. So it was drafted. I had an appetite to extend. But like I said, that there's discussions that are taking place between Chief Kolani and Dr. Mashaz. And if I can get to 53, I will tell you what probably made Dr. Mashazi not to agree on the extension. So it would have been around the 23rd, and I'm reiterating, I wanted to sign the extension.
Do we have a copy of that draft, the draft to extend?
I'm not sure if it will be in my file, but it will be in the file of, I think, Mr. Ngiza or Chief Mapieye. And one of them also attested to that. I think Kolani Ngiza did mention that he did submit to me. We had a discussion. I was ready to sign. Thank you, Chair.
I think it's addressed in the statement of Mr. Ngiza, page 17 of that statement, paragraphs 43 to 45, but there isn't a copy of the document, the draft attached.
Chair, we'll make it available. We'll make it available this afternoon, tomorrow, just for ease of reference. Thank you.
And maybe if you can, I mean, have you said what you want to say in respect of 50.3?
Yes, I think it will overlap to the issue of the charge sheet and certain emails that transpired, and that probably also caused Dr. Mashazi not to want to extend. I'll speak to that.
Then the allegation in relation to the non-acceptance of the charge sheet. That's an allegation that we see at 3.2.2 at at page 42 of the statement of the annexure bundle. The allegation is that you directed Brigadier Mkhwanazi not to accept receipt of the charge sheet when arrangements were being made to serve it on him by Mr. Sidzambe. And you respond to that from paragraph 53. Can you just address your response now?
To address this issue, Chair, I'm disputing this allegation that is leveled against me, that I instructed Mr. Mkhwanazi, along with the accounting officer, not to accept the charge sheet. The first irregularity in terms of my annexure LLG 18, the charge
Sorry, just
sheet,
for the commissioners, that's page 90 of file 2. 90.
the charge sheet, Chair, a normal standard legally, although I don't want to get to the legal space, I'm not a legal practitioner, but a normal practice is that the charge sheet, somebody must make a comment when it's not served. So if you go to page 91, No, an extra 9. Is it a page? Page 91.
Page 94 is the end of the charge sheet where there's a space for acknowledging receipt.
Okay. Oh yeah, page 94. Apologies on that. It's very clear. There's just a signature of Majang Inc. attorneys by Mohale Mahosh. There's no comment from the divisional head, erstwhile divisional head, Xolani Ngqiza. There's no comment by Tami Sidzamba. Chair, I would like to take you to the emails, I think on page 95. That will start.
Sorry, before we get there, can I just get this clear? You deny that you instructed Julius Mkhwanazi not to accept the charge sheet?
I fully agree. I deny that.
I just wanted that on record.
Okay.
Now I think you were going to take us to the email trail, which is from page 95. And maybe it may make sense to take it back to front because chronologically it starts on page 98 and then works backwards in time or forwards in time.
I want us to go to page 98.
Sure.
That's a very important correspondence. In the middle, it says, Dear Mr. Ngqiza, the above matter refers, please find attached the charge sheet to be served on Brigadier Julius Mkhwanazi. His contact details are as follows. The cell phone number is there. Please note that the employee must be served by no later than today, 15th June 2023. For the economy of time, the employee may be served with a charge sheet today via email and then in person. For the economy of time, I'll repeat that, the employee must be served with a charge sheet today, underlined via email. I have not seen that email, Chair. And if you recall on the statement of Brigadier Mkhwanazi, he then said he has never seen the charge sheet, has never been delivered to him. Remember now we have a challenge that brought us here, where we've uplifted a suspension. The employee is easily accessible, is in the city of Ekurhuleni, is fully functioning, he's got an email address. But directed to Mr. Ngqiza doesn't serve the charge sheet.
Can I just take you back up the correspondence because obviously I don't know the true state, I can only infer what I see in the documents, but it seems to me that the charge sheet attached on the 15th of June would not have been served because if you go up, you see there is an email from Henny Erasmus to Majang attorneys saying, Dear Godfrey, after consultation with the Chief of Police, we added a 5th and 6th charge based on the evidence discovered during the investigation. We will elaborate on these during our consultation process. So there are now additional charges. And then if we go up further, so that was at 8:44 in the morning on the 19th. If we go up to the foot of page 96, we see Majang attorneys respond to Mr. Ngqiza again. Dear Mr. Ngqiza, as discussed earlier today, please find the attached charge sheet and assist with service on the above-named employee, Brigadier Julius Mkhwanazi. It must be served today. His contact number is 073, etc. Please provide us proof of service. Then there is a similar letter at 1109. So to Mr. Ngqiza was 1102, to 1109 it was to Mr. Sidzamba, also from Majang attorneys. That we see at the top of page 96. Dear Tami, As discussed, please find attached charge sheet and assist with service on the above-named employee, Brigadier Julius Mkhwanazi. It must be served today. Then on the 20th, Dear Tami, further to our telephone conversation earlier today, please find attached amended charge sheet for service on Brigadier Julius Mkhwanazi. It must be served today. The DC is scheduled for 3 July. Parties shall discuss and agree on further dates of hearing before the chairperson on 3 July. Please forward us proof of service as soon as you've served the charge sheet. Then Mr. Sidzamba, after receipt of the 20 June email, forwards to Mr. Nhlanhla that email and says, "Good day, Nkokeli. Attached, please find the Julius Mkhwanazi charge sheet as provided by my young attorneys. Kind regards, Tami Sidzamba." So this charge sheet clearly went through several iterations between 15 and 20 June, and it seems as though it wasn't served, it certainly hadn't been served before 20 June.
Thank you, Chair. One of the charges, the city, through the city manager, Mr. Kagiso Lerotla, have served me with the charges regarding my disciplinary hearing as I'm suspended. In one of those charge sheets, it says I misled counsel when I instituted the forensic report into what transpired here. We're going to get to that. But if somebody analyzes this, there's games that are being played here. In your last two communication between Xolani and Tami, Xolani sends the charge sheet to Tami, Tami sends the charge sheet to Xolani. Nobody's sending the charge sheet to Julius Mkhwanazi. They've been advised, and they know it. Serve the charge sheet via email. Thereafter, find Julius Mkhwanazi. If we did not uplift the suspension, I will understand if they say they can't find Julius Mkhwanazi anyway. Julius Mkhwanazi was in the employ of the city. There is no way you cannot find Julius Mkhwanazi. Now what happens, the blame is given to me and Dr. Mashaz that we refused to say for Julius to accept the charge sheet. Another procedure and process you follow when you serve the charge sheet, Chair. If you're going to have amendments to the charge sheet, we all know, you can have them done even when the DC has started. It will not stop you. Not at any given point in time. The bottom line is from the 15th, this charge sheet was never served. And then we have Dr. Mashaz who keeps on saying, HR, you're playing games here with your work. When she instructs us to uplift a suspension, there's big issues. But we have two employees who are playing games with one another. A divisional head who reports to me and his subordinates. They don't serve the charge sheet. I don't know what happens when I'm not there, Chair. Things they know that I wouldn't have known at that time. But I wanted to reiterate, and I want to still say that I'm refusing where I'm told Mr. Mkhwanazi must not serve the charge sheet.
Ms. Kashika, can I just again to clarify, we've had evidence, including from Mr. Behari, that at some point there was a change in how things are done, where you and Mr. Behari were now to approve decisions about disciplinary action. At page 95, when was that decision in terms of date?
If you see it, Chair, through you, Chair, if you see, Commissioner, 22nd August 2023.
Okay.
Right? Mm-hmm. That is after even the intended date of the DC must take place.
Yeah, no. Please try answer my question, then we'll go quicker. My question is really the date. When did that new regime of doing things come into effect when
Around
things
August.
must be approved? Around August.
Around
So
August.
around this date when this is sent to you.
Yes.
Okay, all right. Thank you.
Thank you.
You've addressed the email correspondence. You then speak from paragraph 56 about a forensic audit. Can you explain what a forensic report. Can you explain what that forensic report was?
Thank you, Chair. EL. The forensic report, it emanated from an anonymous email, something like that, where it was, there were allegations of favoritism against Mr. Mkhwanazi in that his disciplinary hearing was never concluded. We then subsequently were all called by Dr. Mashazi, I think they've also spoke to that, into an urgent meeting as to come and explain what actually transpired here. And subsequent to that meeting, one of the key issues that were discussed on that meeting, and is in that the scope of that forensic, was who leaked the information of the city, who is dealing with, who's denting Dr. Mashazi's name and the CFO. I couldn't understand the part of the COO, but now that I've started following things here, I think it was talking maybe to the CFO of the Tembisa Hospital. I wasn't sure if it was our own CFO of that, but it was more about favoritism towards Mr. Mkhwanazi. So in the meeting, then Dr. Mashazi wanted answers. And she also complained.
I just need to clarify. The answer she wanted was, why has it leaked that this DC hasn't happened, or what were the answers that, what was the leak she was concerned about?
Okay, I was about to address that, EL. The first complaint is the leaking of the information. Number two is the issues of labor costs that were escalating. Number three is the absenteeism of the HOD HR and HOD legal on labor-related matters. In my scope and the request I made to internal audit, I further added the issue of how the ER division, it's one of the divisions that I'm responsible for, it's called Employee Relations, how they've been handling matters of EMPD in terms of grievances, labor dispute in general. But in my scope, I further became specific and said, in the Julius Mkhwanazi's matter, that's a very key part of the agreed engagement letter with internal audit, that actually what happened to Mr. Mkhwanazi's matter, how was it handled? Obviously, when you read these emails we spoke to earlier on, you can see that we had to do the investigation. The ball post and non-accountability and non-conclusion of this. So report...
What was the investigation that you had to do?
It was looking at first who leaked the charge sheet and who leaked the whole process of Mkhwanazi's matter to the anonymous email, because I think he wrote to Jeff Wicks, and then he copied Dr. Mashaz, myself, legal, and others. Number two, it was the management of labor relations matters by the Employee Relations and EMPD. I further said specifically the matter of Julius the Deputy Chief of Police, Julius Mkhwanazi. Another point on the scope, it was the escalating labor-related cost. That, by the way, ended up with issues where even Majang, who was responsible for this case of Julius Mkhwanazi and the three others, I think Scholes, Mackenzie, and Twala, Majang Incorporate Attorneys was responsible for that case as well. That it started with the DC, I'll talk to it, but it was never concluded because we're not paying attorneys equivalent. Still a challenge to date. So that was my scope, Chair.
Can I, just in paragraph 6, you say the report came with findings including seeking a legal opinion as to whether we continue with the disciplinary process. Is that the report that came from Mr. Nhlanhla? He said you need to now get an opinion as to whether you should continue.
Yes, in fact, I was going to talk to that, EL.
Okay, please do.
Indeed, in the recommendations, despite in that report, they did speak to the limitations, and the limitations they had, it included the non-availability of the file, as Majang attorneys could not give us that file because he said we never paid him. That was one of the limitations on the scope, but one of the recommendations was, on top of all those other recommendations, a legal opinion must be sought. And I think we know that it was discussed here by Advocate Kemi. I'm not a legal practitioner. I do want to challenge legal opinions sometimes, and I will give my own mind into it. But ultimately, we are all key stakeholders in making certain decisions. And I think every institution, if you would not normally, under normal circumstances, if you would not heed to the direction provided by legal, you're going to be in trouble. But I'll leave it at that for now.
Maybe before you leave it, just so that we understand your evidence, what was the legal opinion that on continuing with the disciplinary hearing?
Okay. I know, through you, Chair, Commissioner, you want direct answers. But I want to give you a context. I really appeal for the context.
No, I'll tell you what. It's always helpful that you give the answer and then you can explain as necessary, because we end up getting lost. That's why in the last round, Mr. Chaskalson had to ask you, what is your answer? Because you started by explaining and you forgot to say what in fact is your answer to a direct question. So my direct question is, what did the legal opinion say? And you should answer that, and then you can explain whatever you want to explain after that.
Thank you. The only legal opinion I saw in this matter was we are not going to discipline Mkhwanazi, despite what IPID has said. We're not going to discipline for whatever reasons. And as I said, I wouldn't want to do it. Respectfully so, can I be allowed not to enter into your space?
No, you have answered my question.
Thank you.
Are you referring to the document that was signed by two people, or are you referring to something else?
That one. The one that was signed by
Mr.
Advocate Zulu. And I don't know if he's also an advocate, but Mr. Thabo Makwiteng.
Yes.
I would like to assume that is the final legal opinion the City of Ekurhuleni had on the matter of Mkhwanazi. One thing I would want to add, Chair, because I'm being persecuted Ekurhuleni through my evidence here, is that the report I initiated, it never reached council. It never reached council. And the reason I'm raising that, if that report went to council earlier on, again, I'm going to repeat, we might not be here. Council would have probably override certain of those recommendations. Where I'm told I'm misleading council, I'm saying when council asks questions, and say to council, because the report only came in 2024 June, the final report. When it was sent to me by Mr. Philip Rehwale, he said, for your interest, just in case you might be interested, it's not my report, it's his report that must go to council with the other ones that I spoke to. But I kept on saying to council before the report was available that we are still investigating this matter. I think when we get to other levels in terms of how chief the events went from asking when are we finalizing this matter to a day he decided on the 24th, if I'm not mistaken, of June, that he is terminating this disciplinary process. I want to reiterate here, I wouldn't have supported that. And my evidence, the forensic report, and the letters I continuously wrote to my junk attorneys, bring back the files. My last meeting with my junk attorneys, it was in October, November last year, where I've said to Mr. Majang, I think we're in that meeting, if I can, we can go to page 21, paragraph 62. I was in that meeting with Philip Rehwale, where we had an online meeting with Mr. Majang. I indicated to Mr. Majang that the executive mayor and the city manager, the acting city manager at the time, they are looking at this matter now. It's no longer about us paying invoices.
Sorry, I think we may have lost each other with references. I have you at paragraph 58. Is that correct?
I've moved a long time ago. Paragraph?
58.
Oh, apologies. Thank you, EL. Apologies for that. Yes. In the last meeting, it took place in October, November 2025. The meeting was held on Teams, and it was attended by myself and Mr. Rehwale. I can make a copy available of the request and the agenda of that particular meeting.
Sorry. Just before we get to this meeting, again, I want to just clarify the chronology. The July anonymous email was July 2023 that triggered the forensic report.
If I'm not mistaken, it was August. The one I was copied on.
If you go back to paragraph 56, you say, all I can say is I'm the one person who followed the disciplinary matter of Mr. Mkhwanazi. I initiated the forensic report after the July anonymous email.
Okay, as I say, it's between July and August. Apologies about that.
And you initiated the forensic report when?
Immediately after we got that email.
Immediately after
Yes.
that email. So it's plus minus July, August
Yes.
2023.
Yes.
But although the report was commissioned in July, August 2023, it was only concluded, you say, in June 2024.
Yes, in paragraph 56, yes, that's what I said.
And then nobody acted on it, or Mr. Rehwale only acted on it in July 2025.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you. Sorry to take you out of your sequence. You were then now back at the last meeting in October, November 2025.
The last meeting took place around October, November 2025. That meeting was held on Teams, and it was attended by Mr. Rehwale and myself. The issue of handing over of the ER files was top of the agenda. In the last meeting, despite the fact that I sensitized to Mr. Majang that the files were no longer required by council, but rather we need to prepare for the Majang Commission of Inquiry, as the Executive Mayor informed us to start with the preparations. I further reminded him that HR invoices, according to his latest emails, were paid. While we had problems with our investigation, EL, on my side, I pushed that let's pay Mr. Majang so that Mr. Majang can bring the files of the city, so that we can conclude this matter. Despite it took 2 years or 3 years, we're here now. We could have done it internally. In his response, he then said, he made it very clear in the meeting that HR department is not an entity, a separate entity, but forms part of COE as the organization, and therefore, while other invoices remain unpaid, he will not release the HR files. But he further, I sensitized him, I think I don't want to repeat myself. In his response, he further said that if the Majang Commission inquiry subpoena the file, he will bring it here. But not a Ekurhuleni, as long as we have not paid his invoices.
Is there a Majang Commission of Inquiry?
Oh, no, apologies. Apologies, Chairperson, Judge Madlanga. He said he will bring the files to Madlanga Commission Inquiry if there's a subpoena. Rather than that, because we're not paying the invoices, he will not give me the files. Apologies once more about that.
No, not at all.
Another strange incident, I think I'm on page, still on page 20, paragraph 60. Another strange incident that I feel it must be brought to the attention of the Commission is that while I couldn't win with Mr. Majang, and I fully comprehend his demise, we don't pay invoices. They need to feed their families and of their staff. I asked the coordinator in my office to call Mr. Sami Sijamba and to check once more if indeed there is not even a thin file we have from the ER division. And the way they've been doing things in the ER division under Mr. Nhlanhla, who was the divisional head reporting to me, they will leave everything to the law firms. Everything. You ask them, they are going to bargaining council, they go without a file. But in this particular instance, Mr. Sidamba, he says something that's very strange to me and the lady in my office, that at some point, Mr. Nhlanhla said he must delete every document relating to Mr. Mkhwanazi disciplinary matter. I called myself, Tami, and he confirmed that. I found that very shocking, and it was difficult to comprehend on my side. But as I said, Mr. Majang is willing to bring the file here, if you can save the city. All the issues I've mentioned above, including the matter, I wouldn't want to mention the name of the company, where we had to pay a company that doesn't exist, form part of the outstanding investigation reports, and the matter of Julius Mkhwanazi is one of them. And also how these have been handled by the city. And it's one of the things that we have to get them right. One of the proposals I've made, because when I looked how much we budget for labor-related costs and the staff we have internal, I proposed that some of the positions, based on the budget, maybe let's fill positions, because if a person is appointed, you're going to be forced to pay that person. Nonetheless, there are complex matters. There will always be complex matters that need an external law firm. So it's one of the things that we've started filling positions at legal. We're in a process of filling similar positions of legal advisors in HR to try and keep things in the city. But I'll keep on saying, unfortunately, we find ourselves in this space. I've already spoken to the issue of the Financial Misconduct Board I would like to skip those paragraphs through you, Chair.
Certainly do.
Maybe before you proceed, just so that I understand what it is you're saying in that paragraph 61, you have the name which you skipped. That it's, I assume it's the name of a company. You say that name matter, which forms part of the other outstanding investigation reports. The matter of Julius Mkhwanazi and how they are or have been handled by all involved in the city remains important. And then you go on to speak to the financial misconduct disciplinary role. Are you saying to us that the matter of that company or the reports and or the reports that are before the financial misconduct disciplinary board include matters relating to Commissioner Mkhwanazi? Is that what you're conveying in that paragraph?
Thank you, Commissioner. Indeed, Commissioner, I think what I was trying to say earlier on, if you recall, that the 20 to 40 forensics between these numbers, I know it's a big difference, I shouldn't be not knowing the number. If they came to the board, the disciplinary board, and we dealt with, including the report of Mkhwanazi, that will then subsequently go to council, we might not be here.
You're not saying the forensic reports, the 22, whatever number forensic report, and that company name matter, you're not saying they relate to Commissioner Mkhwanazi. That's what I'm trying to understand, what your evidence is.
The forensic report of Commissioner Mkhwanazi,
yes,
forms part of all these forensic reports that are sitting with the Internal Audit Office.
Okay.
And not that are not being discussed and concluded and go to council. Apologies.
Thank you.
But you don't have any knowledge that that company has any link to Julius Mkhwanazi?
No, they don't.
Mr. Chaskalson, before we move to the next topic, this is maybe for lunch and it can be dealt with after lunch. Mrs. Kasheka mentioned something in passing and it relates to one of the allegations against her, which was her involvement in the withdrawal of charges around 20 to 21 June 2023. Where her intervention was sought by Mapieye and she and Behari got involved. So she only dealt with the last part where she says, I did not agree with the withdrawal, but she didn't give the full context and how it came about. Maybe during lunch she can have regard to, I think it's JM 31 and 32 of Mapieye. It's those three up to JM 33, which would be the last one. And then she can just deal with that before she's asked questions about it.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Mr. Chaskalson, do you want to start something new or?
I'm happy for us to take the lunch break now. I think we should, I'm quite anxious to get through the whole statement before we leave today. And we may need to do some of the topics going forward at a higher level. But let's break for lunch now.
Let's adjourn and resume at 2 p.m.
Correct, Chair.
But on your version, he is lying on his stomach.
That's correct, Chair.
Yes, I suppose they could still shoot him from the side of the head.
If we look at photo number 7 again,
Let's see.
there's photo number 7. So your entrance basically is this side of the head, and then the exit is on the other side. And when this body was removed, a 9mm bullet was found underneath the head.
The one that you described at photo 11, in relation to the gun wound, the back, the entry gun wound at the back, and then you demonstrated that if it is shot at a distance, a little distance, it will then slide towards the back of the head. Is that the same as the one that you've just shown us now? If you look at photo 11?
At photo 11, I can see photo 11, Chair.
Yes. You just described to us that entry wound.
That is correct. Chair, the entrance wound would be this one here at the back.
Yes.
And because of the position that he is, if you are shooting at him at the close range, like in this position, it would be in here and come out towards the chest or on the front of the chest.
Yes.
But because he's lying on the floor in this position,
Yes.
when you are close, you shoot at him, it will go this direction. But because the person was shooting at him was a little bit further away from him,
Yes.
he shot at him at an angle. So the bullet, instead of somebody who's close, it will go this way. Because I'm here, it enters here, it goes to this direction,
To the
So-
side of the head.
to the side of the head. So it enters here, like in this angle, where it enters and then it goes there to the head, but not to the chest, because of the distance where the shooter was.
And it is not the same wound that you've just shown us at the picture. The last one that you showed us on the side.
No, Chair, the one that is on the side of the face, on the left hand, that enters on the left and exit on the right.
It is a different one.
It's a different shot. This was the finishing shot.
Finishing shot.
It went through and through, it's out.
That's another
The
one.
one that we're talking about, it's in here, but it was removed during postmortem inside the head of the
Thank you.
deceased.
I understand now.
Yes. Have you done photo 20?
Photo 20, Chair, this is the 9mm bullet that was found underneath the head of the deceased. So this is the bullet that went through the head of the deceased, where it enters on the left hand side and exit on the right.
Yes. And then what are your conclusions on this?
Chair, when I look at the incident, how it transpired, the shooter started shooting at him at the close range, and as he falls, he followed up with a shot. So he was shot there, this will be the first shot, and as he moved away, it started to fall back. The other shots followed on the side. This was closer, and then comes this at the range of around 30 centimeters, and he moved back forward, he fall forward towards the cushions where he was found. When he fell there, that wound was inflicted at the back, the bullet was found in the head, and then this was just the finishing where the bullet was found underneath the body, where the body was lying.
Is that reconcilable with a person who's attacking?
No, Chair, I would disagree with it.
May I just come in on your conclusions, ne? At page 2A, 258, the report. Now, in particular, I want to ask you about item number 11.1. Do you see that? As one of your conclusions, that the deceased was shot at least 6 times.
That's correct, Chair.
Right. Now, the question that I'd like to ask is as to why is it that it appears you are not able to say with certainty the number of times that the deceased was shot?
Chair, I said at least
At
6
least,
times.
yes.
Because normally I write it at least 6 times. He was shot at 6. I would prefer to say at least 6 times, not less than 6 times, because you have multiple wounds where you have entrance and exit. But with those wounds, if you count the wounds sustained, you count them individually, you will think he was shot more than 6 times. So now here I would say at least, that will be the least number of shots that could have been fired at him, would be 6. So it's the first one here, the second one, and then these 2 that penetrate, and then the 5th one, the 6th one will be on the side.
So actually, like you have illustrated when you were leading evidence, you said like one shot cost more than one entry point.
That's correct. It enters on the arm and then exit and re-enter the body on the side.
So it means the entry point is not the determinant factor as to whether how many shots struck the deceased.
That is correct, Chair.
Thank you.
Yes, thank you, Madam Ramakhafa. I was looking at the pathology report.
I'm sorry, sir. But your last answer your answer to my sister here, is it not inconsistent with what you say at 11.26 at 2A-258? 2A-258. If you look at the last paragraph, 11.2.6.
Where said the deceased sustained gunshot wound from 6 shots.
Yes. What was your answer to my sister earlier?
Where I said at least 6 times.
Yes, that seems to be definite. If you look at the wounds are sustained, isn't it?
That's correct, Chair. It's 6 times.
Yeah.
Look, I just want to add more confusion, because if you go to the pathology report, I mean, it could be that it's simply because I'm reading it as a layman at 2A-268. They count the under item 4, external appearance of body.
Yes, sir.
Wound 1, wound 2, wound 3, wound 4, wound 5A, 5B, wound 6, wound 7A, wound 7B, wound 8A, and 8B. So it's many more wounds than the shots.
Yes, Chair. If you look at the post-mortem, the doctor would describe each and every wound that is there. So you describe the wound as wound A1 or wound A, or wound B will be the exit of wound A, or wound 2 will be the exit of wound 1. And where it re-enters, it continues with the counting of those wounds. That's why if you look at the numbering of the wounds on the body, I want exactly the same as what the doctor has mentioned in the post-mortem report, because I didn't want to cause confusion. Now, if the wounds as I have marked them on the bodies is the same way that the doctor has marked them on the post-mortem report, where you have wound 6 here, and then you will have another wound where it exits, the doctor will mark it separate, and then you have the wound that penetrates again. So all the wounds are from the 6 shots. Even if you can have about 10 wounds, It will be in, out, and in. Bullet was recovered in the body. If this bullet exited on the side, this will have another markings or will have another numbering. Then you'll see that it will be more wounds than the number of shots fired.
I see. All right. No, thank you. I think you've explained it. Yes. Thank you very much. You had made two conclusions around the possibility of an attack and the police warding off the attack. Which are set out at paragraph 334 and 335. Maybe you can read those into the record.
334.
Of your statement, yes. 335, 336, 337, 338.
From 334 in conclusions.
Yes.
Right. 334 in conclusions observed that the deceased was shot 6 times. 2 shots were fired at close range. Shots were fired while the deceased was upright and while the deceased was turning, when the deceased fell, and while the deceased was lying in a prone position. The final shot inflicted to the head of the deceased while he was lying on the ground. Then 5 bullets were recovered from the body of the deceased. 1 was recovered at the crime scene. These conclusions are based on ballistic trajectory analysis and controlled distance determination or distance testing, or distance determination is the same.
Yes, and the report we've just dealt with, which was originally CM16, but it's the document that appears at 2A247, correct?
That's correct, Chair.
And I did try to find the name of the deceased. I think his name is mentioned in the pathology report as Mr. Sbusiso Selby Kumal.
Chair, I can't recall the name of the deceased in this.
Well, it's at 2A275. In the third paragraph, on 2011-0927, and at Johannesburg, the body was identified to me, that is to Dr. Navondo, by El Sitole of Moy Refir, as being the body of Sbusiso Selby Kumalo.
Yes, I can see that, Chair.
And also at 265.
Yes, so 265 is there.
You will also see that the name Sbusiso Selby Kumalo appears there. Almost share a birthday, because he was born in the same year, same month, and 10 days before I was born.
It's not bad luck for you.
It's taking me closer to the deceased. Madam Chair, it is just about 1:20. I'm ready to move to Heidelberg, but I'm in your hands about whether I should or should take the adjournment.
Thank you, Council.
Thank you.
We'll take our lunch a little bit early and reconvene an hour later. Colonel, we are going to pause for lunch and reconvene at 2:20. You are still under oath.
I'm still under oath, Chair.
You can then proceed with Heidelberg when we reconvene.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Yes, thank you. We adjourn.
Vusi, we are ready to resume. Please make sure your phones are off. Thank you.
Yes, Mr. Chaskalson.
Thank you, Chair. Before we broke, Commissioner Khumalo had referred you to 3 letters sent by Chief Mapiye and was interested in your response in relation to these 3 letters. Maybe if we can take them sequentially. The first one is that was the letter of 20 June 2023 and is headed Upliftment of Suspension, and it's addressed to you by Chief Mapiye. Do you have any comment on this letter?
Mr. Chaskalson, what page are we looking at?
It's 179 of the Mapiye annexure bundle. This is the letter in which the chief redeployed.
Maybe shown on screen if there's no. I don't think there's any issue with it or not. Oh.
It's the letter where the chief indicates that he's now going to redeploy Brigadier Mkhwanazi, as he then was, to the bylaws department when his suspension is uplifted.
Thank you, Chair, Commissioners, and EL. This letter is emanating from the previous letter where I've advised the Chief of Police in terms of the upliftment of suspension. It came with no conditions to either utilize the employee in another capacity. If you recall, when we went to discuss the disciplinary procedure on collective agreement 16.4, it's very clear: you suspend or you utilize the employee in a different capacity. My advice, Chair, it sought to guide the chief that we need to adhere to the instruction of the accounting officer and the discussions that have where this was decided. And number 2, there's a transfer process in the city that if you're going to transfer an employee to a different capacity, there must be a written motivation, and there must be a consent from the employee if that transfer is going to happen. I'm emphasizing it's an advice. The chief is dealing with operational issues at EMPD, is dealing with disciplinary issues at EMPD. But the minute the issues go to bargaining council, HR is left alone. In fact, I've been saying to the ER team that let's get to a situation that departments, if there's a matter that goes to bargaining council, they lead it. We just advise even at that level. The concern I had there, Chair, it was that we're not talking to the talent acquisition policy. There's a paragraph there that talks to transfer, how transfer must be done. Number 2, if I can read maybe the last paragraph on this letter, where it says, due to generic scope of brigadier's director EMPD job description, it does not have any impact on the work or performance that is required from any senior manager. If Brigadier Mkhwanazi could, the erstwhile Brigadier Mkhwanazi could have decided at that point in time to declare a dispute against the city, it would have probably said you didn't follow the talent acquisition policy on transfers, and he could easily declare a constructive dismissal. That you're allowing me to go and do a work of a law enforcement by law enforcement, whereas you appointed me as Deputy Chief of Police on specialized services. If he fails there, again, probably was going to go through another disciplinary process. We could have been found wanting. So I was just advising Chief of Police that guide against. And he made it clear that he's comfortable with how he has handled his matter. I didn't take it any further. It ended there.
But do I understand you correctly that you appear to be addressing transfers in general? You do not appear to be addressing transfers in the context of a disciplinary process. Am I understanding you correctly? I'm just seeking clarity.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, I've explained that in 16.4 of the DPCA, it says, when I read it earlier on, it's either you suspend or you utilize a person to another capacity. My interpretation of that is you might not suspend from the beginning, but you can utilize another, and it comes under one paragraph. My understanding as an HR practitioner was you do one of the two. When you uplift that, then you go back to a substantive position. It's either you are sitting at home or you are referred to another department. So I'm clubbing that as part of the suspension, that we can suspend you and go and sit at home and you earn a salary for free at home, or we utilize in another capacity. I'm addressing that, Chair. Number two, I'm adding to that.
And you are not using transfer for that. The use in another capacity, you are not using transfer for that. Or would you still use transfer as well?
Chair, you can use transfer if you want to. But all I'm saying, remember, even if it's a suspension, we give you
let's forget about the suspension. Just focus on use in another capacity or transfer to some other position.
In those incidents as well, Chair, you must get a written motivation and there must be consent. And in this instance, I didn't see that.
Maybe I'll sound like I'm already beginning with the intrusive questioning, but I find it strange that you would have to first get the consent of the employee where you are transferring because there's a disciplinary process afoot. That's where I have a difficulty. Anyway, please proceed, Mr. Chaskell.
Can I just clarify that the letter that you're referring to, your 15 June letter, is the letter at page 178 of the Mapie annexure bundle. It's JM30. Is that the letter you were referring to?
That's correct.
So you now responded to your letter and or you've explained your letter and responded to Mr. Mapie's response. The next letter from Mr. Mapie was the following day, which was the 21st of June. And in this letter, he was indicating that because of the collective agreement provisions, if the charges against then Brigadier Mkhwanazi were to proceed, the charge sheet would have to be served the following day, 22 June. And he was motivating strongly for those charges to be served, and he addresses a letter to Advocate Bahari and to yourself. What was your response to this letter?
Before I could respond to this letter, Chair, there's other events that happened. But before I talk to those events, I would like to, Chair, to refer the Commission to the statement of Chief of Police on paragraph 102. I would like to read
Sorry,
that.
paragraph?
102. After I've read the statement of Chief of Police, I would like to refer through you, Chair, and read the paragraphs 69 and 70 of Mr. Nhlanhla's statement.
Paragraph 102 is at page 28.
Page 28, yes. Thank you. On the 21st June 2023, following discussions initiated by Ms. Kasheka and Advocate Bihari, HOD Legal, I was pressurized to hand over the docket relating to Brigadier Mkhwanazi to Advocate Bihari. This I did as per Memorandum of Advocate Bihari, dated 21st June 2023. Thank you. I'm going to read Nhlanhla's statement, page 23, paragraph 69 and 70.
Sorry, page 33.
23.
Oh, 23.
On the 21st June 2023, Chief Mapie updated me about his interaction with Dr. Mashazi and Advocate Bihari, who has advised that there was no case against Brigadier Mkhwanazi. Chief Mapie subsequently instructed to withdraw the internal investigation into Brigadier Mkhwanazi's matter. I was informed on the 22nd June 2023, Chief of Mapie withdrew the internal investigation. I was of the view that this letter has no force of law. Chief Mapie couldn't withdraw an internal investigation that was already completed and had been the basis for disciplinary proceedings. The ship had sailed. The internal investigation was at the stage already completed, and my young attorneys have already been briefed, and I was of the view the disciplinary proceedings must continue, and the Chief of Police was factus official. If I can go back now to the letter of Chief of
Before
Police.
you go, sorry to do this to you. I had hoped that you would read 103 of Mapie, unless you're still coming back to it. Because that's where he says the pressure happened.
I'll gladly do that.
103.
Yes.
Yes.
I was also instructed to withdraw charges against Mr. Brigadier Mkhwanazi. I addressed a letter, Brigadier Mkhwanazi, advising that I had taken a decision to withdraw the internal investigation processes and redeploy him to substantive position. The effect of this letter was not to withdraw the disciplinary process. In fact, it was deliberately meaningless, as it purported to withdraw an internal investigation, which at the time had been completed, and the basis which charges had been formulated. This I did in a bid to stop the consistent harassment I was facing from the city manager and the two HODs. In fact, therefore, the disciplinary procedure has been withdrawn and attached. I think then we're talking to JM33.
So-
I was going to come to this,
That's fine.
Commissioner. I was going to come to it. In the statement of the Chief of Police and Nhlanhla, they are contradicting itself when it comes to this matter. Chief says he had an engagement with HODHR and legal. I refute here that I was part of that engagement. I don't think I would have agreed to such. Hence, later on, I requested that let's have a forensic investigation done into this whole mess. Nhlanhla says the discussion took place, according to Chief, the discussion took place between Dr. Mkhwanazi and Advocate Kim. I'm not going to exonerate myself in this mess. Hence, I continuously, the latest before my suspension last year, and said, let's get to the bottom of this. But if somebody is listening carefully, there has been continuously discussions that are taking place outside myself. Let alone that when I engage the city manager, sometimes I find that legally she's been well briefed. But we'll have our discussions and debates on the issues. It's a very confusing situation between these two statements, but I'm reiterating, I don't think I would have agreed to this if we engaged on it. There were discussions that were taking place between Chief of Police and legal without me taking place. The file, I've kept on asking for a file desperately as late as 2025. If we had the file, I mean, they are talking about the copy, where he says, by the way, in that discussion, if you read paragraph 2 of his letter, he says, as discussed earlier today, I wasn't part of that discussion, but he says I was. Or I'm just copied, I don't know.
You're not copied. You are an addressee
I'm an
together
addressee.
with Advocate Behari and Mr. Erasmus.
Thank you, Sean. He says, as discussed earlier on and agreed upon, there's agreements that took place, and I want to reiterate here, I wouldn't agree to such.
Did you respond to this letter?
I've never received the letter. I don't know the letter.
You don't remember receiving it?
No.
And just to
Then-
be fair to you, Advocate Behari, when he gave evidence, he said he cannot recollect whether you were present at the meeting. I just
I was
thought I
never.
should be fair to you and give you that.
I was never. To my surprise, then the chief writes the letter of the. Can I move EL? The letter dated 22nd June 2023. It's on page 180 of Chief's annexures. That's where Chief. We are here now because of this letter, where he withdrew this process. Again, Chair, Linda Kasheka is not mentioned here. Hence, I'm saying maybe I should give a statement. What is good for the geese is good for the gander. When it suits them, they include me on matters. When it suits them, they want to exclude me. Maybe there's a reason they excluded me here, because I would have challenged this. I think I'll stop there for now. I haven't read the letter of the 22nd June 2023, but maybe I should read it to the Commission. The heading, it's addressed to Julius Mkhwanazi, Director, Specialized Services, assisted Mr. G. Mzolo, Deputy Chief of Police, and Dr. Mkhwanazi, City Manager from IJ Mapia, Chief of Police. 22nd June 2023, as stated, disciplinary matter is the subject. J. Mkhwanazi. On the 2nd February 2023, allegations of a very serious misconduct were received from the media query from News 24 journalist Mr. Jeff Wicks, which implicated yourself and which subsequently investigated by Internal Affairs Section EMPD. To date, the matter has not been concluded. I, as the Municipal Police Commissioner, he makes a demand there. Take this decision to withdraw this internal investigation process under the case number 0302-2023, and herewith redeploy you back to a substantive position, Director, Specialized Service, as from 26 June 2023. Hope you find this in order. Thank you. He's demanding that there is very clear command. I, Chief Mabie, with his power, without anybody usurping, he makes this decision on his own. I will end there for now. Thank you.
You've addressed most of the issues in relation to the disciplinary proceedings against Brigadier Mkhwanazi. I just wanted clarity on one issue, which is at the top of page 22 of your statement, paragraph 65. You write, based on the instructions of the accounting officer, my letter sought to advise and guide, and based on that, if the charge sheet is ready to be served, the investigation is concluded. There's no reason for deployment of the employee to another position unless it's dealing with financial related matters. Now that seems to be a reference to your letter of 15 June. Is that correct? Now you say based on the instructions of the accounting officer. What instructions are you referring to?
If you read my letter, I think the first paragraph, it says it came to my attention, first paragraph but second sentence, that it came to my attention that Mr. Mkhwanazi has been deployed somewhere else. So I was referring to the discussion I had with the accounting officer. And as I said, that we normally have the legal debates with her. And in this instance, obviously, the issue of the transfer we discussed with the Commission were raised versus utilization of capacity. Thank you.
So it's still not entirely clear to me, what were the instructions that Dr. Mkhwanazi gave you? What are you referring to?
The debate that was continuing throughout when we deal with LR matters, but even in recruitment and so forth, but specifically in LR matters, is you have to take ownership of LR matters. You must have answers all the time. And when things are happening outside my space, I'll be reprimanded. So again, the moving of Deputy Chief of Police, Brigadier Mkhwanazi, to another division, it was done by Chief. So the debate and the engagement we have is, why did I allow that to happen?
So were you given an instruction?
I must attend to it.
You must attend to it. You must,
Yes.
you must put this right.
Yes.
I just clarify. So the instruction from Dr. Mkhwanazi was stop this redeployment. Is that what you're saying?
Yes, address it.
There's the next topic is cross-referring back to. Sorry, I'm in the wrong. I'm in the wrong file at the moment. It's cross-referring to paragraph 3.3 of the notice, where there was an allegation that you failed to act to resolve an ongoing disciplinary issue where 6 officers from the Drug Enforcement Unit who report to Brigadier Mkhwanazi were arrested by IPID for allegedly extorting 80,000 rands from a member of the public. purportedly evaded disciplinary action were subsequently incorporated into the City of Ekurhuleni VIP protection detail. You addressed this from paragraph 67. Do you want to give the Commission your response?
This matter, it came to my attention during the proceedings of the Nhlanhla Commission inquiry. And if I could recall, I'm not sure if it formed part of my charges. And when I followed up with EMPD, I think I must explain another issue that is very critical and imperative to be comprehended here. EMPD, it's got its own internal unit, internal affairs unit that deals with investigations. Not only for EMPD, by the way, even for the rest of the city, we utilize their capacity. I go to them to assist us. So their matters specifically, when they come for investigation, it's done by them. In this instance, when I followed up in December, the department told me that they have not yet commenced with the internal investigation onto this matter. Prior to my suspension, I think a day before I was going to be suspended, the executive mayor and the city manager called me to sensitize that they are intending to suspend me. In the discussions we're having at that time, but I don't think it's for, with due respect for today, then they mentioned an issue that the VIP protectors that are allocated to myself, Advocate Kemi Bihari, the acting CIO, some of these guys that are being investigated by IPID. Hence I said, the minute I was suspended, I requested that can I go home, and I told them that they go to the Eastern Cape. By the way, they say I'm from Limpopo, I'm not from Limpopo. I said to the executive mayor, you give me other reasons to run away. Other issues, I think, Commissioner Khumalo, you are aware, they were part of the assessments. I did give all the incidents that have gone through in my house, in myself, where I had to have break-ins in my house, men with 5 rifles in my house, followed by cars that are branded by EMPD. They have EMPD branding. When they are searched, they don't belong to EMPD. After being suspended, I ran to the Eastern Cape. I'm followed in a hotel where I was sleeping. 2 men entered my room, and others that are in that report. So because I've shared at a high level with the executive mayor what I've been going through, then I said, now that you're telling me, excuse me, there are VIPs that are allocated to us that are being investigated by IPID. I must be permitted, you can be permitted to go as long, wherever. So to come back to the issue of the day, this is the letter where they told me that after I engaged them, that they've withdrawn these colleagues of theirs from providing VIP for us. I've got WhatsApp from the director of that unit, where he has confirmed, after I was suspended, that they have not yet commenced with the disciplinary process. They are waiting IPID. I'm not going to discuss IPID issues here. I think I listened briefly on the IPID colleagues that were here and how they've explained to the Commission how EMPD manages their investigations. In some instances, they start with the investigation and suspend employees. In others, they wait until you go to court and you are convicted, only they deal with you on that. In summary, EL, This was never brought to my attention, the 80,000 bribery matter. It's still sitting with EMPD. I don't know now from December, January, February if they've acted on it. Thank you.
So, just to clarify that your evidence is that you played no role in this matter whatsoever, that the investigation never left EMPD.
Correct.
And the first you heard about it was in November last year.
It was after my, yes, it was prior to my suspension when the executive mayor and the city manager sort of highlighted.
Where you were told that,
yes,
that these municipal police officers who had been on VIP were now had been charged in relation to this extortion and were being redeployed back to the Drug Enforcement Unit.
Yes.
Thank you.
Sorry, Mr. Chair, just a matter of clarity. Third line of paragraph 67, you say, I'm still awaiting finalization of the investigation in this matter, since there are no names provided. Are you referring to the names of the alleged extortionists, or whose names are you referring to?
Yes, yes.
Okay. And what's the import of the part that says, since there are no names provided? What are you seeking to convey there?
At the time, I was referring to the implications from here. It just talked to the 80,000, but then from the memo of EMPD, I wouldn't know, Chair, if it's only those three that are, excuse me, they are mentioned on the memo. It could be more or less. I think that's what I wanted to emphasize on.
All right. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Shaskas.
Thank you, Chair. We're now going to go to a number of topics where I, for one, don't need any amplification of your statement, because I think the statement explains certainly satisfactorily to me, but if there is something that you nonetheless want to say, you must do so. The first topic is the topic that you address from paragraph 70 to 81 about restructuring of the city's disciplinary and grievance procedure. Again, there's nothing that I propose to canvass with you tomorrow in this regard. I'm happy, unless there's something in particular that you want to raise there, I'm just happy to move on from that part of your statement.
Okay. Thank you.
You don't want to say anything on it?
There's one thing I can highlight here through you. There's one thing I can highlight that I think there's a misperception that has been created to you and the public, that the changing of disciplinary procedure has been an ongoing matter. The reason I mentioned my predecessor, I won't mention her name here, in 2017-18 when she arrived, the issue of legal costs started there. The panel that used to be solely for HR, it was stopped. The whole procurement process and panel management of legal external lawyers, it was then done through a legal department. Even the budget, it was moved from HR to legal. So what I wanted to emphasize there, we have been in the city continuously changing delegations and disciplinary procedures as we feel it fit and deemed to do so.
Thank you. Thank you. Yes, Mr. Shaskas.
Mr. Shaskas, I think the only issue we needed to clarify, and Chair raised it with Advocate Behari, was who is the drafter of LLG 22? Because it appears to be a legal document or something close to being a legal document. And it was not clear who the drafter was, because we were in agreement that it was not Dr. Mkhwanazi. And Advocate Behari said it was not him. So can you just clarify who drafted this document? It's
the drafting of that particular annexure, it was myself, Chair. But if we were to check on page 100, the one that was drafted by my predecessor as well. So there's a standard way of doing it. Thank you so much.
why I raised the issue I raised with Advocate Behari was because there was what appears to be legalese in certain parts of the document.
Okay, thank you, sir. Thank you.
But who says HR specialists can't draft legalese?
Thank you. We try.
The next topic is the labour relations processes regarding the dismissal of Mr. Nhlanhla, and that's addressed from paragraph 82 all the way through to 92.15, and then the issue of service of notices at Mr. Nhlanhla's home is addressed from paragraphs 93 to 97, and then there's a further paragraph on the broad topic relating to Mr. Nhlanhla's qualifications at paragraph 98. Again, I don't propose to ask you any questions about this tomorrow. I don't need you to amplify anything in there. I'm not saying that Mr. Nhlanhla was definitely guilty, but I am saying that I certainly cannot criticize the institution of disciplinary proceedings in the light of the facts that appear to be common cause in that regard. I don't know if there's anything that you would want to amplify in that regard, or whether we can move forward.
I'm not sure if the issues of the cars that went to his house is part of this, but the first thing that I want to focus on, Chair, when you go to annexures of Mr. Nhlanhla, his CV that he brought here, he changed it when it comes to advanced labor law from NQF level 7 to NQF level 8.
I know that is in your statement. I don't want us to get into that detail unless you have a reason to, in part, because the dates of the qualifications are different, and it is at least possible, I don't know that it is correct, that Mr. Nhlanhla might have had the NQF7 qualification at the time that he first applied for employment at the city, and at a later stage may have upgraded it to an NQF8 qualification. But I don't want us to spend time on what is essentially a labour dispute between the city and Mr. Nhlanhla, and that will be ventilated or is capable of being ventilated fully in the labour courts if that's where it's going.
I've said earlier on, through you, Chair, as I'm testifying here, I'm being persecuted by the city of Ekurhuleni. And Mr. Nhlanhla spent a lot of time on this matter. I'm perceived as a very cruel person. I won't speak too much on it. The matter of Nhlanhla, from what I heard now, is in an arbitration de novo process, because the commissioner who was dealing with the matter passed on in December. I also heard that the city might intend to reinstate or settle Mr. Nhlanhla. And majority of the changes that the city has done on the matters that I'm implicated here are based on the testimonies that were made here. The challenge of how Mr. Ngceza's matter is managed is going to change the culture of Ekurhuleni forever. If we're saying employees misrepresent qualifications and it's okay to do that, and then you come with a debate that, boom, all of a sudden in 2025, my qualification has changed. When I went to testify there, he mentioned here, I think I testified 23, if it's not 13 days. I kept on saying to the commissioner and Mr. Ngceza and his representative that if Mr. Ngceza give us a transcript and as it was required, and a confirmation affidavit from SAPS, I'll be the first one who goes back to the employer and say, reinstate Mr. Ngceza. Has never done that. His matter started in 2017.
I know this is something that you make clear in your statement.
2017, he started with this. Matter started in 2017. When my predecessor arrived there, Ekurhuleni, we were about to declare, a dispute was declared, we were about to defend it. They've decided with Mr. Ngceza to settle. The employee that was settled, he was an internal employee who declared a dispute. The second time when he asked for a salary review, I know we're going to come to my salary review. I asked him, Mr. Son, why are you doing this? He says, I must compete with Xolani and be paid the same. Why? I'm more qualified than him. I asked him when I went to testify and said, you, both of you, you went to Vista, be Juris, please confirm to me what happened. He said he's never seen Mr. Ngceza graduating. Now we're talking Juris, we're not there. The UNISA issue, everybody is got an LQF level 7, those who went to that course, Ekurhuleni, credits 24. But in Ngceza's one, conveniently, after he has been dismissed, they are changing from NQF level 7 to NQF level 8 with credits 48. All I needed to be known is that we're standing by the DC and the outcomes thereof until Mr. Ngceza bring the transcript. But it's not my role anymore because I'm outside. But I'm standing with that. If I was in the city, I was still going to say that, can he provide a transcript? I said there when I was testifying, I went to UNISA to look for my transcript. One day, I arrived at 8 o'clock from Germiston to Pretoria. I was having a meeting at 10 o'clock. I was back in Germiston at 10 o'clock. Mr. Ngceza could have gone and got his transcript. I will not dwell, with due respect, I know you're guiding me, evidence leader, but I think I needed to just share a little bit of Mr. Ngceza's issue. I'll talk to issues of political issue. I won't mention names at a later stage. Thank you.
Thank you. The next topic is the disciplinary action against Mr. Spies. Again, I have just one question here. I understand what the allegations against Mr. Spies are, that there was a contract that had been extended for a period of 3 months, and that the allegation is that he was aware of that the extension terminated after 3 months, and yet he allowed the contractor to remain in place beyond the 3 months. You say in your statement on 2 separate occasions that the act of Mr. Spies amounts to fraud and corruption. That's 34, top of page 34, and then at a later stage, I've lost my reference, but it is stated again. And it's just not clear to me. I mean, I can understand why this may be misconduct, the allegations, if they're true, but I don't see fraud and corruption, and I'm not sure if there's anything that you want to say in that regard.
Thank you, Chair. I'll be very quick. I just need to offer a clarity. I think paragraph 1699 to 104, it's talking to two issues. It's talking to the, I'll call it an evergreen, but it's not necessarily an evergreen contract because it's a contract that started around 2014. And it kept on going on and going on and going on. I won't dwell on that. I'm sure you don't want me to dwell on that because we need to save time. I get that. Paragraph 100, Chair, it talks to issues of his resignation, where he claimed that he has retired, whereas we all know he came and said here, I think he might have worn a uniform, that he went and worked for Tswan. And the issue that I was raising there is when you are retiring in the city of Ekurhuleni and take early retirement, there's benefits you receive. He's receiving about 5,000 every month, 5.7 from Ekurhuleni, but he's also receiving the same benefits at Tswan. And in his letter of resignation, he said he's taking early retirement. He wants to go and spend time with his children. But then in his statement, he goes further and creates a misperception here that he was ill-treated. He left because Ekurhuleni didn't treat him very nicely. But voluntarily in his letter of early retirement, he says he wants to go and spend time with his family. But Chair, as I say, I think that's all I wanted to clarify, really. I don't think I want to dwell on this thing.
Is there any prescript? Because your complaint seems to be the fact that he's now working for Tshwane Metro. Is there any prescript that says he can't? Is there an Ekurhuleni prescript that says so?
Chair,
that is retire and go work elsewhere? Yes.
If he resigned and said, I'm resigning to go and work in another company, wouldn't be paying that 5.7 every month. In fact, for one medical aid, I think Bonita's where he is, we're paying about $1 million. So it's a new thing where now it's him and another employee who went to PRASA, where employees starting to say, I'll look like I'm taking early retirement so that I benefit in this employer, medical aid employer contribution. And it's something I was discussing with finance before I got to stay at home, that we need to revise that policy because it's becoming a problem. Now, can you imagine if we're going to have 100 people who live in Ekurhuleni and go to a sister municipality? We bear the cost. Yet that he's still benefiting that municipality, benefiting twice.
You are talking revision, and I asked you about an existing prescript. Does the fact that you are talking revision mean that there's no existing prescript that proscribes what he has done, or that says what he has done cannot be done?
To me, it's a misrepresentation when you say, Chair, I'm taking early retirement, knowing very well it's end of February. It's your last day, the 28th of February. 1st March, you're going to another municipality. And the reason I'm talking issues of fraud, because there's a cost involved. That 5,700 share, we could be employing a general worker and improve on service delivery. City of Tshwane is benefiting, yes, for having that capacity, but highly possible they are also benefiting in the sense that it's either they don't give him that money, or if they do give him the money, he's having a contribution twice. It's a double benefit. And it can't be clear. To me, it was intentional when he decided, I'm not going to say I'm leaving to Etswan. Because in his resignation, he says, I want to go and spend time with my family. But I'll leave it at that, Chair. I hear your point as well.
I'm just thinking if we don't have the full picture as to what's happening in Tshwane, I wonder if we are able to reach a categorical conclusion about fraud/misrepresentation if you do not know what the picture is at Tshwane.
I don't know the picture. All I'm saying, Chair, is he could have said, I'm resigning, I'm going to Tshwane, we'll have a different discussion. So I feel there is a misrepresentation.
But if he's entitled to retire, I'm sorry, Mr. Chaskalson, to sound intrusive already, But if the prescripts allow him, both in terms of age and whatever else, to retire, why should he not retire? Because even someone who's reached the mandatory retirement age may retire but still go work elsewhere.
Chair, in most organizations, you're not going to get a benefit that says you retire, and therefore we're going to carry you until retirement at 65 and beyond. When you retire, they pay you your money, and that's it. So I feel where there's a misrepresentation, because there's this special benefit you get when you have early retirement. That's all I was raising.
Thank you, Mrs. Pasheka.
Sir, can I just clarify your answer, the way you're responding to the chair? You haven't said to the chair in answer, you haven't said there is a prescript that prevents him from doing this. Remember, the chair asked you that question, and you didn't say, yes, there's a prescript that prevents what he has done. So that must mean from your answer that there's nothing that prevents him. Prescript, as in you may feel it's wrong what he has done, it shouldn't happen, but there is nothing in writing, which is law, policy, regulation, that says he can't do this.
Thank you, Chair. I've responded to that, Commissioner. I did say that it's a futuristic.
Maybe I'm slow this afternoon.
No,
with me.
No, you did not. I think I asked you that question more than once. You did not respond to it. Sorry. Yes.
Can I ask it this way? The conditions of employment at Ekurhuleni municipality allow a 55-year-old to opt. So you have a choice. You can either resign or retire. And when you choose to retire, because it's an option, you are entitled to post-medical aid subsidy by the municipality. So he has exploited that rule to his benefit, and that's your grievance. So it is allowed, but you are saying in future you want to change it so that people don't exploit it to the disadvantage of the municipality.
Yes.
So where you say it's fraud and corruption, it's not because he's breaking any rule, any policy, any law, because it's quite a serious allegation to make. And the question about, is there a prescript that says he can't do what he did, is to try and get to where do you get that it is fraud and corruption. Now, am I correct that if there is no prescript that precludes him to have left when he did and to get the benefit from Ekurhuleni that he continues to enjoy and to be employed elsewhere, having left you the way that he did, if all of that is not precluded by any prescript, then it cannot be fraud and corruption. If there's no law or rule or policy that says he can't do it.
Thank you, Chair. I'm not sure if he shared with you in his statement that he even amended the form. The form talks to retirement, resignations, the termination form, and others. He added with a red pen, early retirement, he himself. And I'm going to reiterate.
Can I just stop you? Because you're repeating yourself and you're not answering a direct question. If your answer is there is no prescript that says he cannot do this, and I think that you have considered. If that is your answer, maybe let's leave it at that, because that's all I wanted to clarify. Thank you.
Chair, I'm told here that I'm talking about hard words when I'm saying there's a corruption, and I'm trying to define how I got to those deductions. I get where you're going, that it might not translate to that, but I think it's very imperative that I explain my imperatives, and that's what I just sought to do. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Chaskasi.
Similarly, paragraph 107, you deal with the redeployment of Ms. Tepa, and you say it was handled by Mr. Behari. I, for one, don't propose to take this further. There is a very substantial part of your statement which, understandably, from paragraph 108 through to 116, it deals with the disciplinary action against Chief Mapie. And again, from my side, I don't need you to amplify anything there. I'm not suggesting that Mr. Mapie is necessarily guilty, but I certainly it's quite clear to me that an employer has a responsibility to institute disciplinary proceedings in the face of these allegations, and I certainly would have no criticism of you for being involved in that. Then at paragraph 117 on page 40, you deal with the...
Or just before you continue, Mr. Shaskowski, Mrs. Asheka, and I'm sure my co-commissioners share this, do not want you to leave this commission with the impression that the evidence leader made light of the very serious allegations that are made here. One, we recognize the seriousness of the allegations, and two, we also recognize the need, as the chief evidence leader just said, for disciplinary proceedings to be instituted if it is found in terms of the allegations, the available evidence, etc., that such proceedings should be instituted. So I thought I should just clarify that.
Thank you. I'm comfortable, Chair.
Thank you.
Mr. Chaskasan, maybe before you do that, still under this topic, Mr. Sheka, and I ask you this because it's it's an issue that was raised with Dr. Mkhwanazi as well. And at least speaking for myself, I think it is important. In paragraph 108.7, you refer to and attach a medical report of the psychologist of what you describe as the victim. I think this is the complainant in this case that you're discussing, right?
Yes.
Okay. Now, when Dr. Mkhwanazi was testifying, the question was asked whether the complainant or the patient she had attached a similar report, if not the same report. And the question was asked how she got the report, whether the owner of the report, that is the complainant, had given permission for this document to be shared. And that's an important question because the records of the commission are public documents. They become public documents. And this kind of information is regulated by POPIA. You would know that as an HR person. And if there is no permission from the owner of the document to disclose it, we should not be party to further disseminating it by putting it out in the public domain. So I would like to ask you the same question because depending on your answer, the commission then treats the document in a certain way. So I would like to ask you let me ask you the same question. This report, which is LLG 43, how did it come into your possession?
Okay. It's quite a sensitive issue. I think I'm appreciating that we put it at a high level. both for the complainant.
Okay, maybe
and
let me
the chief of
reformulate
police.
my question. Let me just to guide you. What I'm asking is, was this given to you in the course of your employment when this complaint is laid? That's how you came into possession of this, as part of the records of the complaint, okay?
Yes.
You're nodding.
Yes, it was emailed to me.
Yes.
If I recall, by her psychologist.
Okay.
If it wasn't the psychologist, was her lawyer.
Okay.
And I can confirm as well that I think we all agree, let's protect her. She would have even willing to come here, but it's really not worth for her and for Chief of Police.
Yeah,
I think my statement is clear.
My questions are different. It is so that we know how to treat this document in the commission. So you've said you got it in the course of your employment, right? That's fine. Not for purposes of the commission, right? You agree? You nod your head. The record needs to reflect what your answer is.
I have to substantiate my answer because it
Okay.
can be problematic if I don't.
Okay.
I'm going to reiterate. She was willing to come here. And I think we all agreeing, let's protect her. When I went to present her item to Meral, I nearly shed a tear. And she needs to be protected. One thing I can assure you, every document that is here, she knows that it's here. We've been communicating. She encouraged it. But I really want to applaud the commission for saying, let's protect both of them.
So you're saying you have permission from the owner of the report to share it with us here?
Yes, Commissioner.
She knows you're coming to the commission?
She knows.
And that you're going to disclose it to the commission?
She knows.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you so much.
But just to complete that, I had understood you to be saying you would like the commission not to make it public. It must not be in the websites or be shared with other people.
Yes, I thought that's what the commission intends to do, and I said I'm applauding the commission for that. I highly appreciate that.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Justice.
Thank you.
Then there is an issue in relation to the 3 suspended employees, Constable Twala, and I'm not sure what the rank of Officers Mackenzie and Stoltz are. You addressed that at page 40, paragraph 117 to 122. Is there anything you would want to add to that? From my side, it's not clear to me that I need to canvass anything with you.
I'm comfortable, Chair. If my statement is sufficient, I'm happy. Thank you so much.
The next topic relates to your remuneration package. And again, this is not a topic that this is not a topic that I need to canvass beyond what's in your statement. I know that there have been allegations that an increase to your salary was granted as a form of reward. I certainly don't intend to pursue them. I see what you say in relation to your remuneration package, and from my side, that is satisfactory for my purposes. I don't know if there's anything that you want to say in that regard.
I'm praying for wisdom on this one. Because the latest is today I'm here. It's still on the public space, being persecuted for it. But because I think our document will be published, I'm praying at some point that the public can understand there was no fraud that was done here. There was no favor that was done for me and Advocate Kim. In fact, when the matter went to Meral for endorsement, the item went to Remuneration Committee and then it went to Meral. Dr. Mkhwanazi called me after mayoral and asked, how did all those MMC agree that this money be given to you? It's a salary review. I came to the city of Ekurhuleni quite senior, coming from city of Joburg. I have implemented so many achievements that I have not put here, hence the promotion that I got. I said earlier on when I was in Joburg, I had 3 to 4 promotions. That's how hard I work. The legislation is very clear how you determine remuneration. Between COGTA and SALGA, there's debates that are going on, and this money was duly approved by mayoral to us. I'm grateful, Evidence Leader, that you're providing guidance in terms of how we manage these things, because I was going to discuss the matter of Xolani Ngeza, where when we looked at his document, he got R1 million that we don't know how he got it. But I'm not a controversial witness here. All I want is it must be understood a due process was followed. This process was approved by the by the mayoral committee. Thank you so much.
Okay. Mr. Shekhar, just to understand the allegation here, the mayoral committee had a motivation and support from the city manager, and they see nothing wrong with it because on its face, it looks fine. It's within the bounds that are set by the law. But the allegation was when you and Advocate Behari applied for these positions because you got them in 2023, the salary was advertised, so you knew what the salary was. And a few months later, you then make a motivation that you should be topped up by some 600,000 rand. And the allegation is that the city manager supported that because that was her way of rewarding you for protecting her favorites. So I just wanted to give you that background and allow you to then respond freely to it. So it came in that context that yes, the prescripts allow that you can get to that point, but it would not otherwise have happened but for you and Behari supporting what the city manager was doing, and then she in return supported your motivation, and when it got to council, because they didn't see anything wrong with it, it was not illegal, they then endorsed it. Do you get the picture?
I do get the picture. I want to add, Chair, through you, that Mr. Ngeza, who I was his senior from the beginning, by the time I was appointed to the HOD HR, and he reported to me, if I can recall events, I think he was already on 2.2 million. And if you recall, when you go to the upper limits, minimum is 2,900,000. I'm no longer responsible for one division. I'm responsible for 5 divisions, with all the hurdles and challenges I've articulated here today. Yet, there's a junior employee that must be earn more than me. But it was never about Mr. Ngeza. It was about the upper limits. And that needs to be clarified. And the motivation, it came from me and Advocate Kemi, and it was approved by the Remuneration Committee and the Mayoral Committee. And as I say, I don't think Dr. Mkhwanazi was too keen on it. It's just that because it's within the law, he allowed it to go. So there's no loyalty related here. It's based on our hard work, and it's based on the upper limits of total remuneration package payable to the municipal manager, and the managers directly reporting to the municipality, as you said, Chair. Thank you so much.
Thank you. The last topic is the topic that you addressed from paragraph 42, page 42 to the end of the statement, which is the issue of the vetting of the members of the EMPD. And there, the original allegation is at page 43, paragraph 3.10. And the allegation is that you unlawfully intervened in the criminal record vetting process of the EMPD as administered by Commissioner Spies. That's the allegation. You respond to it from paragraph 42. And maybe you could take the Commission through your response, but before you do that, there is an error in the cross-reference in your statement. So where you, in paragraph 131, you refer to Annexure LLG 51. That's Annexure LL, it should be Annexure LLG 50. And the page reference is, I think it will be file 6 of 6, page 2042. If you can just check that, can you just check for me that I'm right on that the document that you're referring to is the document at page 2042 in the last file, file 6 of 6.
Can you repeat your question? Okay.
If you look at the statement, paragraph 131 says the emails and legal opinion pertaining to the legal vetting process is attached under evidence C Annexure LLG 51. And I understood that the opinion is LLG 50.
Yes, the opinion is LLG 50.
At page 2042.
Yes.
So just after clarifying that, can you maybe take the Commission through your response to the broader allegation that you deal with from page 42 of your statement?
Thank you, Chair. Firstly, that particular annexure is supposed to come with the emails. I will try and make the emails available tomorrow. I'm sure maybe when we're transmitting, it could have not find its expression into these files. The reason I felt it's important that we talk to the emails sought to refute the statement by Chief that says we just said he must bring the files to HR of what they've done. And number two, it wanted to demonstrate the conversations that went from us having a meeting to us agreeing that let's have a legal opinion. After a legal opinion, what transpired after that. And the most important email, we must get that email, is my last conversation on this issue. I think it could have been when Mr. Mkhwanazi was acting, where I still wrote and said, finalize this process. Legal opinion was clear what needs to be transpired, HR assist, and we had conversations between the Chief of Police, River Spies, and Deputy Chief of Police Mkhwanazi, whereby we're not agreeing firstly about the capacity, how do we deal with this? In their deliberations themselves, the other one, River Spies, he says, I've done my own vetting myself as independently. Here, get the proof. Nonetheless, it has expired. I need to go and do another one. I'm busy doing it. Him alone. The rest must be subjected to a collective process. It started there when they were starting to fight. Then they come and say, this one is updated, it's outdated, we must start a new process, and so forth and so forth. Again, what is good for the geese must be good for the gander. In one instance, I'm usurping powers. I'm interfering. When it suits EMPD, they come and say, hey, this is problematic for us, HR, run with it. I said to them, I don't have facilities. I do conduct vetting processes when employee being appointed. I advised them and said, before you can even vet people after they've been vetted, because when we do our initial vetting, you get a consent. There must be consent from an employee. Have you done that? That's my advice and debate in the meeting. Those that have reached a threshold in terms of years of criminal records, have you done expungement? They developed a letter. The capacity to vet employees is done by EMPD. Go and use your own facilities. But what you do, this is the process you follow. Drafted the letter, I okayed the letter, and I said, go and do this. The emails that I will demonstrate here tomorrow, I will submit tomorrow, they demonstrate that as late as last year, if it's not the other year, I followed it up that when are you doing this process? This is the same EMPD, by the way, who can't even do risk and security assessment to me. They are carrying firearms. I don't have a firearm. Not that I can't do it. I can suspend, I can do anything in terms of my job. But all I'm saying, let's be clear about roles. We share responsibilities. And when it suits you, you want HR to do your work. I guided them and said, I see the legal opinion, but I'm encouraging you, go and do this process. And the best way of doing it is this way. Lastly, we even discussed how Tshwane has done it. Tshwane followed exactly, they confirmed, Spies confirmed in the meeting that HOD, you correct, Tshwane engaged the employees. There was a consent, and this process was done. Expungement was done where it was important. I'm glad that now the leaders, male leaders who are running the city, I can do it even myself, I'm not scared of anything. I know that the process is underway. But tomorrow I must demonstrate that I did follow up and said, do this. Once you have done, concluded it, keep me and the city manager posted. Have they ever done it? No. Didn't I follow? I did. I will produce that evidence tomorrow. Thank you so much, Chair.
Can I ask that through your attorneys, you email us that email overnight, yes, or that email chain, just so that we can work on it and we don't waste time tomorrow morning. Chair, that reaches the end of my process of taking Mrs. Kasheka through her statement. There are a range of documents that we gave her legal team very late last night, in fact, after midnight, so early this morning. Can I ask that we stand down now so that this time can be used for her and her legal team to look at the documents they received at short notice, and that we will pick up tomorrow morning then and start the intrusive questioning tomorrow morning.
Thank you, Mr. Shaskalsin. I see that my colleague, Commissioner Khumalo, wants to raise an issue, but perhaps before that, shall we resume it, and I'm addressing this to you as well, Ms. Magula. Shall we resume at the usual time, 9:30 tomorrow? I think we should, because there's sure to be a lot of questions from all around.
We can resume at the normal time.
At least, especially because we are breaking early today, so that should give you enough time to go through what Mr. Shaskalsin has just referred to.
Yes, Commissioner confirms that we'll do our
Thank
level
you.
best. And
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Mr. Shaskalsin, there's just one issue. I think it's only fair that the witness be led in chief on it before they are probed, and it relates to Julius Mkhwanazi's promotion from Director of Special Services to Deputy Chief of Police, and the role Mrs. Kasheka played in that, and also in the top-up of his salary by some 200,000 rands, because Dr. Mashazi, when she gave evidence, said, well, that came from Mrs. Kasheka, so you must ask Mrs. Kasheka about that. So I'm not sure whether that should be dealt by way of this supplementary statement, or if it's something she can address now and then she gets probed on it tomorrow.
I think, in fairness, that's a choice for her legal representatives rather than for me. If it's something that would be more convenient to address in a statement, in a supplementary statement overnight, and then we lead on it tomorrow morning, we can do that. But it's really, I think, their choice, not mine.
It will be addressed in our supplementary statement. Thank you, Commissioner.
Thank you.
May I perhaps request the evidence leaders to assist in identifying the places where this is to be found in the record? And thank you. I know
we will do that.
I'm adding to
I see
plate.
that you're looking firmly at Ms. Boy,
I see
for
Ms.
which I am
Boy-
grateful.
I see Ms. Boy does not even want to look at me. She's looking down. Thank you very much. Let's adjourn and resume at 9:30 tomorrow morning.
Lockham. The intention and scope of the forensic examination comprise of the following: the crime scene reconstruction, bullet trajectory determination, and expert opinion concerning the case. On observation of the post-mortem report, I took note of the description and the position of the wounds sustained by the deceased in relation to the gunshot. I took note of the wounds photographed in the at the crime scene, and I marked them in accordance with the post-mortem report. The wounds were marked by me 1 to 8, and then photo 1 showed the position of the deceased at the crime scene. Right, photo 2 showing the wound marked 1, which is on the head of the deceased, on the right back of the head of the deceased. And then photo 3 is a close-up photo of wound 1. Right, photo 4 shows the position of wound mark 3 on the right arm of the deceased. And then photo 5 shows position of the exit wound on the same right arm of the deceased. And then photo 6 showing the wound on the torso of the deceased. It would be around the stomach area of the deceased. And then photo 7 is a close-up photo of that same wound, which is marked 4. Photo 8 showing the position of wound marked 5. It's on the torso. And then photo 9 is a close-up photo of wound marked 5 on the torso. And then photo 10 shows the position of wound marked 6 on the left chest. Photo 11 is a close-up photo of the same wound, which is marked 6. Photo 12 showing the position of wound marked 8 on the left arm. And then photo 13 is a close-up photo of the same wound, wound 8 on the left arm. During observation of the post-mortem and wounds sustained by the deceased on photos, I noticed that the post-mortem was consistent with the wounds visible on the photos. Some of the wounds were not photographed, which will be the wounds on the body. Deformed bullet core and bullet jackets were covered in the area of the neck. On paragraph 8, on observation of the crime scene photos, I noticed the position of the deceased, the possible bullet stains pattern, and the exit wounds. Photo 14 on the crime scene shows the position of the deceased with the vehicle open. And then position 15 is from the different angle showing the vehicle of the deceased.
Is the white vehicle in photo 14 the vehicle of the deceased?
That is correct, Chair.
You found it opened like that?
Chair, if you look at the first photos, the door is open. I'm not sure of the boot, but when you look at the other photos, the door is still open on the driver's door, and then the boot is open on photo number 14.
Yes, thank you.
And then photo 17 showing possible blood stain in the car on the passenger seat. Right, on paragraph 9, I studied the statement of Captain Locke and Inspector Mostert and Mr. Pilkington and took note of the following. Here in paragraph 1, I said I am in agreement with Inspector Mostert's statement that the deceased was shot while inside the vehicle. On the driver's seat, the wound marked 4 and 6 are consistent with a person seated in the driver's seat and shot through an open door or an open window. The wounds sustained at the right arm, marked 3, are consistent with the deceased extending his arm to the front. Now, this wound is like the driver's arm was extended to hold the steering wheel, where it was shot here and it exited. And this could be the same bullet that has hit or caused the grazing wound on the left side of the chest. The wound sustained on the left arm, marked 8, it's a grazing wound, and it gives impression that the left arm across the body during the shooting also, since the shooter was on the right-hand side, right? If the deceased arms were stretched to the steering wheel, on the left also, the entrance is on the right side of his arm, or on the inner part of the arm. So it shows that the shot is also from the right-hand side, exit on the other side of the arm.
Can you just explain, I mean, something that I couldn't work out in this scene. Inspector Mostert says, I shot this man twice whilst he was in the driver's seat.
He shot him several times while he was in the driver's seat. But
Yes.
that's when the police vehicle was coming.
Yes,
So
yeah.
these were not the fatal shots.
Yes, and I understand. But he is still posing danger even after that, which explains why he is shot in the head, according to Inspector Mostert.
So what they said is they ordered him out of the vehicle and they instructed him to lie next to the vehicle. So while he was lying there, they told the police officers who were there to move away from the vehicle. But what they did is they left the firearm, the alleged firearm of the suspect, in the vehicle close to the suspect, and then they were standing far. And they said they were waiting for an ambulance. So apparently Captain Lockham and Mostert told the guys from the station to move away from the scene, to stand away from the suspect. And at one stage, Mostert said he was approaching the suspect to check if he was still alive. When he approached, the suspect tried to grab a firearm. That's when Mostert shot him in the head. So it went in here, and then the bullet was recovered, or the fragmented bullet was found inside the head towards the neck.
Yes, but why would Mr. Lockham tell the other police officers from Dunbark to move away from the suspect?
Chair, I don't understand. Why did they tell them to move away from the suspect? And why did they leave the suspect, if he was still alive, with the firearm close to the suspect? If they're saying he had a firearm.
Yes, because it seems that it would be consistent with the intention to execute the deceased, because you don't want witnesses nearby in order to enable you to shoot them without anyone noticing.
Chair, I would agree with that, because the minute you tell them to move away and then you leave the suspect alone, even if he's wounded, you cannot move away from the suspect if you just be close to him. What if you move away and then he stand up and run? You won't be able to catch him or to arrest him again. So they know that he was still alive, and they had a problem because the police officers from the station arrived before they could do what they intended to do. That's why they were keeping them away from the suspect. And at that stage, when they were away, Mostert approached and alleges that this guy tried to grab a firearm again, and that's when he shot him. And when he shot him, he was lying down. The entrance is at the back of the head, as is visible on the photo there. I don't have a clear photo of the wound sustained by the deceased. I think I had it somewhere.
But there is photo 2 or photo 3, which is in fact I think it's photo 2.
That's photo 2 and photo 3.
Yes.
If we look at photo 2 and photo 3, this would be the entrance of this shop, and it goes down doesn't go, it goes in here and then goes back. It was removed towards the neck where it fractured. So it shows that he was still lying there when the wound was inflicted.
Yes, and then I just wanted to check the distance between the body of the deceased at the time he was found lying and the vehicle where he was supposedly grabbing a firearm from. It's clearer at photo 16, which is 2A65. Yes, there. So there's a couple of things about that photo. You know, you say the version of the police is that he had to be shot at the back for the second time because he was trying to grab a firearm which was inside the vehicle. Correct?
That is correct, yes. They said
Can you comment about that
inside the vehicle
in relation to what you see there? Can you comment about that version in relation to the positioning of the deceased, the distance to the car?
It's not clear that you could have been trying to grab a firearm because the door is open, but it's a bit far from his hands.
But he's also facing the opposite direction.
I think the head slanted to the side because if he can slant towards the right, that's where the wound will be visible.
I'm thinking about how is he trying to grab a firearm in that position?
I would say it would be impossible for him to grab the firearm. That was inside the vehicle.
Yes. Thank you. Where were you in 351? You had said you agree with Inspector Mostert that the deceased was shot whilst in the car.
Whilst inside the car, yes. There I agree. The first wounds were inflicted while he was inside the car.
Yes.
In his statement, he said that he shot him while he was in the car. Then there I said I agree with him.
Yes.
But not the last shot. The last shot was fired while he was lying on the ground.
Well, I mean, according to their version of being attacked by him because he's trying to grab a firearm to shoot them, he has been demobilized because of the shots that were sustained whilst he was in the car. Now, when you look at those wounds, I mean, would they be consistent with what type of a firearm? If you look at photo 10, photo 11, photo 12, and photo 13, the body wounds and the wounds on the arms.
Yeah, the firearm used would be a pistol.
Yes.
And it's mustard.
Yes. All of them?
All of them were from a pistol.
Yes. So the killer here with the 9mm was Inspector Mostert?
That's correct, Chair.
Yes.
And shot in close proximity.
It's close proximity because he opened the door and he was close to him, was looking at him. So he said the guy tried to grab a firearm, but when you opened the door, he was close to him, next to the vehicle.
Yes. I mean, since you've done this job for a long time, I mean, just, you know, you've shot a person who says you've got a firearm, but he's not dead. I mean, isn't the logical thing to dispossess them of the firearm?
I would say that's how they behave. If you look at most of the cases that we did, most of the suspects are very close to them.
Now, I'm trying to understand the logic of shooting this man on the back of the head after you've instructed them to lie down on their stomach, but you've left the firearm inside.
Inside the vehicle.
Once you've
close
shot
to
them,
the
you must
suspect.
take the firearm.
Actually, because he was wounded and he was lying there,
Yes.
they were supposed to remove the firearm close to him.
Yes.
So why would they leave the firearm close to the person?
Yes.
Unless if the firearm was not there, and after shooting, he planted the firearm on the scene. Because he told the guys from the station to be away from the vehicle. It's possible that could have transpired.
Yes, now I understand, but I'm just saying, if you take their version at its best, it's illogical because you've already injured the suspect and instructed them to lie on the stomach. The logical thing is that you take the firearm, you dispossess them of the weapon. But you've said the modus operandi in any event shows that the planting of the weapon is part of the pattern.
That's correct, Chair.
Yes.
Can I take you back to paragraph 7 of your report and assist me if my understanding is correct? You say, during observation of the post-mortem and wounds sustained by the deceased of photos, I noticed that the post-mortem was inconsistent.
It was consistent out. I think that was just the typing error.
The "in" is a typo.
It's a typing error.
Sorry?
In is a typing error there.
Thank you.
It's consistent.
Thank you, Madam Lawyer. We would have been. Yes. You've dealt with 3511, 3512, 3513, 3514, 3515. And 3516. You haven't addressed the allegations made by Mr. Pilkington at paragraph 3517 and 3518. Can you deal with that?
I think that the entire 351 is a replication of the entire paragraph 9 in the report.
Yes, that is.
Somewhat. Am I correct, Colonel?
You're correct, Chair.
Is not consistent, does not inconsistent. Okay. Could you, I mean, I think there are some mistakes in paragraph 9.6. Can you just read 351.7? 351.7, yes.
According to Mr. Pilkington, on paragraph 8 and 9, the deceased was on all four and Reggie has his hands on the gun. No. I think there's a typing error there on this one. I can't. Because he had his hands on the gun at that position.
Yes.
I would expect the entry wound to be more in the front of the head and trajectory be backward. The wound position and the trajectory is not consistent with the allegations of Mr. Parkinson. According to Mr. Parkinson, he said the suspect grabbed the firearm and he was trying to point the gun at him when he was shot at. But now, if you look at how he was shot, he's shot towards the back of the head. So he can't grab a firearm and point the firearm looking downwards. He would raise the head to look at where he's pointing the gun. And when he was shot, I would expect the wound to be somewhere to the front, directly to the back. But in this position, it's not possible that he raised his hand or his head to look at the person whom he was trying to shoot.
Yes, 351.8, just to complete the circle there.
I'm of the opinion that the deceased was shot with his head facing down, not as alleged by Mr. Pilkington. The possibility of death by execution style cannot be ruled out or cannot be excluded.
Yeah. Thank you.
Meaning that at 9.6 of the report, there is a typo or there is a grammatical error where the witness says the wound's position and trajectory does not inconsistent in the report. I take it that you were correcting that grammatical error, and so we should maybe correct the record.
That's correct, Chair.
Yes.
In other words, the wound's position and trajectory is not consistent with the allegations of Mr. Pilkington.
That's correct.
That's what you meant to say.
That's correct, yes.
Yes. Thank you, Madam Chair. Might we move to the next case, which is Pinetown at 2/91. I'm trying to find it in the report section. So, Pinetown 228, 28228, 227. Yes.
28227.
Yes, so apparently here there is a docket, so we can check for the name of the suspect and the statements of the killers. I'll just find it now. Yes, it's Stones van Tonda. Yeah. So first, let us tell them which pages. Dockets. For the docket, where it starts. The docket, Madam Chair, starts at PT 0001. Oh yes, this is Mr. Sibongiseni Ndimande. Thank you.
And there's another Pinetown, case 1000/0509.
Yes. It looks like they've been combined into the same docket because in our references, it's 668/05/2009 and 1000/05/2009. Or in fact, even on the docket itself, that's how it's described on the cover of the docket.
The same deceased.
Yes.
Yes, you're referring us to the statements at PT 0001. Yes.
Yes, yes, ma'am.
In relation to case 668.
Yes, yes, Madam Chair. 05. So, Lieutenant Colonel, I just want to give you the version of the police. So, we start with Mr. Willem Cornelius Olivier at PT 0011, but how he describes the incident. Firstly, he gives us his force number, and then he talks about the killing of Mr. Zondi from that Becky Temba case number. Then in paragraph 3, he talks about the fact that they were briefed to look for this particular suspect. Then in paragraph 4, which is important, upon arrival at the suspect's premises, I was tasked to monitor the first level of the suspect's premises in the event any attempts were made by him to escape. The rest of the members were also placed at strategic points. Paragraph 5, whilst at my point, I heard the members knock on the suspect's door and they made themselves audible by shouting, "Police, police." It was then that I simultaneously noticed the light inside the suspect's room had been switched on. I then noticed the window at the room where the light was switched on open, and I also noticed a stockish, well-built African attempting to jump through the same window. I also noticed that he was armed with a handgun in his right hand. I then shouted, "Police, police." And that is when the suspect African male went back into the room and the light was switched off. I alerted the members about the suspect's movement and also to be cautious as I informed them that he was armed with a handgun. I further heard the members ordering the suspect to open the door. Thereafter, there was commotion and I heard shots being fired. When everything was still, I proceeded to the flat of the suspect and I met Captain Van Tonder at the front door, who informed me that the suspect shot at them and they returned fire. So that's the first statement. Then there is Gonasagran Padayache, who is a detective inspector. Now, he says at paragraph 3, at approximately 2 a.m., Captain Van Tonder, Inspector Stolz, Constable Naidu, and I approached the entrance of flat 18 where the suspect resided. Inspector Stolz knocked on the door and audibly demanded entry after identifying himself. Inspector Stolz banged on the door several more times, but there was no response from within. I heard one of our members, who was positioned behind the flat, shout that there was a black male armed with a firearm attempting to exit from the window. Inspector Stolz then broke open the security gate and kicked the door open. We then entered the flat. We again shouted, "Police." There was no body in the kitchen or the lounge. I then proceeded to take up a position against the wall, separating the lounge from the bedroom. The bedroom door was closed. The bathroom door was closed. The second bedroom door was open, but the light was off. I then reached over and opened the bedroom door and returned to my position behind the wall. Captain Van Tonder told us that there was an armed black male in the room and a female. The door was pushed from inside and closed. We requested the occupants to exit from the bedroom with their hands above their heads. I then opened the door once again. I noticed a female holding 2 children ran out of the bedroom and out of the flat. I then noticed a black male ran out of the room and fired several shots at us. I took cover behind the wall. I fired 3 shots at the suspect with my R5 rifle, and it gives a serial number. The suspect was fatally wounded. Captain Ava then took over the scene, and all the relevant role players were informed. So the person who confesses to have killed the deceased is Inspector Padayache, yes, with an R5 rifle, but on the justification that the suspect had in fact shot at them several times. So it's in that context then that your expert testimony is required. Yes, it is.
All right, Chair, I'll go through my statement. The 2A 229, from 2A 229, paragraph 3. Right, on the 22nd of October 2012, during the performance of my official duties, I received a copy of police case docket with reference Pinetown case 668/05/2009 from investigating officer Mr. Musipo of Independent Police Investigative Directive, IPID. Among the documents in the docket are found the following documents which were to be utilized in crimes and reconstruction. The post-mortem report with reference Pinetown PM 484/2009, compiled by Dr. Advocacy Phahlane on the 27th of May 2009. The crime scene photo on the disc with reference Durban LCRC 1538/205/2009. A statement by Captain Fantona, a statement by Inspector Adrian Stolz, and a statement by Detective Kadasengren Parayach. Intention and scope of forensic examination comprise of the following: crime scene reconstruction, bullet trajectories determination, and expert opinion concerning the matter. On observation of the post-mortem report and post-mortem photos, I noticed that the wounds as described and marked on the diagrams are consistent to the wounds visible on the photos. I marked the wounds on photos from 1 to 15, from wound 1 to wound 15 as described by the doctor on the post-mortem report. Right, wound 1 on photo 1. Wound mark 1 on photos. The left upper eyelid shown a 10 by 10 millimeter perforating defect. It has the characteristics of an entrance wound.
Where are you looking now?
It will be 6.1, 2A, 230.
No, but which picture? Because it says on the photo.
Right, on the photo it will be photo number 2.
And we are going to show graphic images for sensitive viewers. Thank you. Carry on.
Wound mark 2 on photo. It's a 15 by 12 laceration representing an exit wound. So this is the exit wounds of wound number 1. If we look at the position of wound number 1, and let's look at the position of wound number 2 on photo 3. I'll explain this. The reason why I'm saying we must look at the position of wound number 1 and wound number 3. Wound number 2 on the photos. Wound number 1 is on the left eye, just above the eye. Let's go to wound number 1. We have wound number 1 is this one here. It's just above the eye here. And then wound 2 is at the back of the head. And we have wound number 3. The track of the wound passes from left to right towards the right parietal scalp via the brain over the parietal scalp. Wound number 4. On photograph, the occipital scalp showing 10 by 10 millimeter perforating defect. This wound is depicted on photo number 4 is depicted on photo number 5. But if you look at both wound, and then comes wound number 3, overlaying the fracture of a 9 by 5 millimeter laceration in presence of over the right occiput. Right, wound number 3 is also the back of the head. And then wound number 4. Go to wound number 4. Wound number 3 and 4. All the 3 wounds, exit wounds, are at the back of the head. Wound number 5 on photo, a 36 by 10 millimeter linear wound track over the right maxilla. Wound track is superficial with no penetration of the underlying bone. So this would be wound number 5, and wound number 5 is visible on photo number 11.
Yes.
It's just a grazing wound on the face of the deceased. Then wound number 6 on photo is 10 by 10 millimeter perforating defect of the posterior lateral aspect of the left arm. Wound number 6 will be on the left arm, and it's visible on photo number
Number 14.
on photo number 14. Thank you, Chair. Wound number 12 on photo, a wound measuring 8 millimeter is present along the medial aspect. No involvement of the underlying humerus is noted. And then wound number 12 I don't have a picture of wound number 12. And then wound number 7. It's a 15 by 10 circular defect on the dorsal surface of the left forearm. Wound number 7 is visible on photo number 6, where we have wound 7, wound 8, and wound 10. Wound 8 on photo is a 30 by 37 millimeter laceration over the ventral aspect representing an exit wound. So wound 8 will be the exit wound of wound 7. Wound 9 on photo is a 15 by 9 defect on the ulnar border of the left hand. It's visible on photo number 7. Wound 10, it's a 12 by 9 millimeter laceration representing an exit wound. There's wound 10 on photo 6 again. Wound mark 11. It's a 15 by 11 defect on the left anterior chest wall, lying close to the left anterior axilla line. The appearance are those of a gunshot entrance wound. That's wound 11. And we have the track of the wound passes downward and towards the right along the left chest cavity without involving the left lung or heart through the left hemodiaphragm, lacerating the greater curvature of the stomach and transverse column into the right abdominal wall, from where a spent bullet was recovered. And wound 13 It's a 23 by 30 millimeter defect over the right iliac fossa. Emanating from the wound is a tract that passes in the abdominal wall without entering the peritoneum, overlying the anterior abdominal wall. That is wound 14, and then the last wound, which is wound 15. It's a superficial wound tract measuring 21 by 7 over the sternum anteriorly. There is no penetration and the underlying thoracic cage. If we look at the wound sustained on the arms and on the body. Right, when you go to paragraph 8, I've also noticed the bullet holes at the crime scene and as follows. Bullet holes marked bullet holes in the wall were marked W1 and W2. Those are visible on photo 21. They are also visible on photo 22 and 23. A bullet hole in the bed and had characteristics of a bullet entry and possibly a close range shot. And then on paragraph 9, after my observation of the crime scene and photos, I could reach the following possible conclusions. The wounds sustained by the deceased were inflicted with possibly 9 were inflicted with possibly 2 different calibers, a handgun, possibly 9mm, and a rifle, possibly 5.56. I am of the opinion that the wounds marked 1, 6, 7, 11, and 13 were inflicted when the deceased was positioned as visible on photos. The wound marked 6, 8, and 11 were caused by the same bullet. But if we check at wound number 6, wound number 8, and wound number 11.
Lieutenant Colonel, are you feeling tired? Do you want a break? Because according to Mr. Ramokhale, you look tired.
We are certainly going to take a break. Advocate Ramokhale.
Once again.
I suspect that you are tired. Colonel, we are going to take comfort break at 1:15. Do you want to finish or do you want us to pause?
We can pause and then
We can pause now.
That's correct.
Yes, we'll take a 15 minutes break. We can reconvene at 25 past or at 1:30. Just give you time to pause as well. It's been a long day explaining to us all these complexities. So we'll reconvene at 1:30, then work until 5 o'clock. Advocate Kaitobi, or just before 5?
Yes.
I suppose probably this will be your last one, unless the next one is going to be shorter.
No, Chair, it's very difficult to say. I think
we can finish
Probably finishing
when we
at 5.
reconvene.
Yes, thank you.
Yes,
Thank you.
You are under oath, sir.
I'm still under oath, Chair.
We'll pause until 4:30.
Witnesses always make mistakes because that seat is very hot, Chair. Out of frustration and anger, they commit mistakes. So there is absolutely no need, unless he insists that what he is saying, what he has just said is his position, and he's insisting is not going to change. Then we can take it further. But to pursue it after he has withdrawn, I think, Chair, that would be unfortunate. And lastly, Chair, because we don't want to be accused of having been part of a process which was not partial and which was not objective. If the witness is in possession of an information which suggests that the proposition that he has made against the senior counsel, he must be given an opportunity to voluntarily tender that information before the committee, so that we do not sit with a person here who does not enjoy his right as a witness on the basis that the evidence is being led by a person who has a predetermined position. So I think we must afford him that opportunity, because if really what he's saying is anything to go by, the senior counsel was supposed to recuse himself from the word go. So I'm saying let's not be too harsh to the witness, Chairperson. I think what he has said it out of frustration and anger. He must just correct the statement he has made. He must withdraw unconditionally. He must not say for the sake of progress. Thank you.
General Phahlane.
Chair, I unconditional.
Maybe before you say what you want to say, let me hear Honorable Matthys.
You think you can leave EFF and continue? Thank you, Chair. Chair, it must be noted here that it appears that our response as members of Parliament to witnesses is not equal. We don't have the same energy that we've had. For example, just now, there are some members here in this Parliament, some of them were even witnesses, did not even have a reaction to that Paul O'Sullivan the whole time he's been disrespecting us. Then there are some members here that did not have this heightened sense of justice with Paul O'Sullivan. And then here we are. It's not the first time that even us as members of Parliament have had to call out the evidence leader. And I think the approach that we should have taken, rather, outside of calling out our witness, was also to reassure the witness that ultimately it's not the evidence leader that is going to make findings. It's going to be us as members of parliament. But we cannot just protect the evidence leaders on all account when we ourselves have many times have had to ask him or have had to intervene on how he's been interviewing witnesses. It's not the first time that that has happened. So for us to just come out guns blazing in protection of something that we've experienced, and if we go back to the records, we can see that it's not right. So let's also be fair to our witnesses. Yes, he must withdraw, Mr. Phahlane must withdraw, but we must not do it on an unfair basis, and we must have the same energy with everybody here, because we're also exposing our side when we are not consistent on how we address members. Thank you, Chair.
Mkhwanazi.
No, thanks, Chair. I think Honorable Mates is right. I've raised this frustration before, and I'm not a witness before you. I'm a member. But the way the evidence leader has been going on, I'm trying to even make sense of which evidence is he leading real. I'm confused sitting here. So you can understand for a witness to be, if I'm confused, what's happening to a witness? So he said wrong things out of what we are all experiencing for 2 hours. And he's being told to respond in a minute. A remark that has been made for 10 minutes. In a minute, he must respond to it. And there's no in-between that tries to save the witness. You're not to sit here and to have white colleagues protecting white witnesses and coming to treat black witnesses the way they are doing. It's unfair. It's not like we're not observing it. Even when they are correct, we're unable to support them because they didn't have the same energy when a white witness was before us here. We shouldn't do that. The witness is frustrated. He has withdrawn. He made a qualifying withdrawal. We're saying he must withdraw unconditionally, which he's going to do. But please, let's not act as if we are all comfortable with the evidence leader. I mean, when it comes to General Phahlane, he has been taking a completely different approach. I don't know what is his interest really. A completely different approach. If you listen to the two advocates and how we flow when they lead evidence and how the evidence leader comes and turn the whole thing upside down, it's really frustrating. And she's correct, Honorable Mates. General Phahlane is not the first one to raise a frustration about the evidence leader. He's our evidence leader. He's expressing a frustration. He might have used the wrong words. But at the end of everything, as he says, I'm being frustrated here because I don't know what I'm dealing with. So we are appealing that a withdrawal must be made unconditionally. And that General Phahlane is too senior to know that he must have the necessary temperament when he deals with matters of this nature. That at times you will be provoked to stretch your limit so that you can be projected as an unreasonable person. And at that level, at all material times, you act with restraint. And that's what we expected of a general. Thanks, Chair.
Chair, I unconditionally withdraw the comment and apologize to the honorable members of this House. Thank you, Chair.
Profusely apologize to the honorable members of this House and the senior counsel.
I unconditionally withdraw and apologize to the honorable members of this committee and the evidence leader.
Thank you so much, General Phahlane. We are going to do this. And thanks very much for that apology. Honorable members, there have been lapses on the part of the evidence leader and the witness. And these lapses are not lapses that we observe today. From the first day when the witness came before us, there have been lapses that members have observed and spoken out against those lapses. And you might have seen that even when we started today, we had to manage the similar intentions between the parties until at least we reach a point where the presentation of evidence has been concluded. It has not been a good day to us because our bubble always bested in the last minute of when we were still we had a moment here with Mr. Paul O'Sullivan and the bubble just busted suddenly. And now when General Phahlane and evidence leader were supposed to be making their last statements, the bubble busted again. We accept that no human being is infallible. We are liable to make mistakes, and we accept the unconditional apology that you have made here, General Phahlane. When you find yourself in a situation where you feel like you are being suffocated and you are crying out for help and it does not seem to be coming, you may end up kicking with your legs. And when you kick with your legs, you may end up hating even the unintended or things that you happen inadvertently. So we accept that. And Senior Counsel, when we are in moments like this, you know, I always say that you don't become a bad player because you conceded an own goal, or you don't become a bad striker because you missed a penalty. There are many moments where supporters of your team celebrated victories that were achieved because of your commitment to the team. We are moving towards the finishing line, and we have done tremendously well as a committee. There will be those moments where we go through upsets, and we must accept that and dust ourselves and move forward. The last point that I want to make is to, on behalf of this committee and the institution of Parliament, apologize to those people, evidence leader and General Phahlane, whose names might have been mentioned here, because we do not know what inconvenience can be caused on their part. So we must profusely apologize to them, and for them to also know that the statement has been unconditionally withdrawn and is not read into the records of these proceedings. Honorable members, it's now a 16-hour. Honorable Noval.
No clarity, Chair. The legal team has promised to consult, I don't know with who, and come back to us with a response in relation to an incident that has occurred a short while ago, the Paulo Sullivan matter. So how far is that consultation? Are they still consulting? Because we want to be given an answer today so that we can advise on the way forward.
Chairperson, I thought before we took our lunch, I had said that there are certain people that I need to consult first before I advise the committee. One of them, for instance, is Advocate Arense, who has been interacting with the witness. We just want to get the facts right, Chairperson, before we give the advice. And we can give the committee something no later than tomorrow in writing.
Okay. Honorable Matthews.
Chair, that can't be a reason because this is something that is big. A man just walked out here and it's contempt. And this committee, number one, is not taking it serious because if the legal team needed to consult, they should have came to you and made arrangements so whatever information they needed, they got it immediately so we can act immediately. We represent the people of the country here. So it's now the people of this country must go and do a citizen's arrest because the people that we represent here in Parliament can't even do something as basic as a legal opinion and get information in a short period of time. And if we were serious, whoever needed to be sat down at a table, they should have been sat down already. If I was the speaker, if the EFF was the speaker, I can tell you now we would have summoned everybody because no one should come here and disrespect our house and then we go on as if nothing else has happened. So that excuses the reasoning that we have to be waiting for Senior Counsel Arense before we can do a legal opinion. It shouldn't be something that is acceptable. It should have been done already, Chair. Now we must be waiting until tomorrow. A man walked out of Parliament and we are waiting until tomorrow. He has a private jet. He's got passports from all different countries. We don't know whether he's a spy or he's not a spy. We don't know. But we must wait until tomorrow just to find out what our recourse is for contempt of Parliament. It's not acceptable.
Honorable James.
Thank you so much, Chair. Chair, I fail to understand why consultation is needed. Maybe consult on what? Because the entire country saw what happened here today. The entire country has been watching how Mr. Paulo Sullivan has been undermining the work of this committee since day one, before he even appeared before us, sending us threats, calling us names. What are we going to consult about at this point? On social media and all over, people are calling us what? Dogs without teeth and all sorts of names. And we are allowing this to happen. Right now, the country isn't even interested. No one's even interested in listening to any other witnesses. People are sending me messages saying, what is happening? Why are you guys so quiet on the O'Sullivan matter? That man is definitely on a plane out of the country. It is something that we need to respond to South Africans, to give them the confidence that we are acting in their best interest. And I think this matter must be prioritized. Thank you, Chair.
Honorable Shongwe.
Chair, I think I echo into ekhulunywa ama-members. Chair, sidelelwe ngendlela esimanga futhi akadelelanga thina udelela izwe lethu. Lelathi uyalithanda. Awukwazi ke Chair wathi uthi uSolomon uthi izwe uyalithanda bese ungalihloniphi. Ngiyacela Chair, ngicela ukuthi usebenzise amandla ukuthi ukhiphe le summon. Sesizoxoxa later i-legal team mayibuya. Sizawuya naye ecourt sixoxe into akuphumele lesi siqondiso namhlanje Chair ukuze kusasa ekseni uma engenza akhiphe indiza ezomkhipha kuleli izwe leli kuthathwe leyo passport ahlale la silinde sikufuna ukukhuluma naye futhi eze la sokhuluma naye 4 days asafuni 1 day Chair because nezinto emela ayiphendule okubalekile Chair ukuthi uma sizokuvumela lokhu kwenzeke without taking isiqondiso immediately
sisetha into esingeke size siyikhona and simfundisa ukuthi akabone ukuthi yena uliphethe lelizwe nje beshilo uqala wasithuka nje wathi asimkhothe izibuni sathula wahlule ukukhuluma neANCA la ukuthi axolise wenza umathanda la nje so ngicela nje icourt izosilandela illegal izosilandela yabona lo mthetho we Dutch Roman law nje uyasilimaza because kumele silinde manje indoda isidelelile uma ingaphuma somthathaphi uma ingaphuma nje kule country somthathaphi ngicela ukuthi usikhiphe isiqondiso usivumele nje uqonde nje ngqo ukuthi akahlale lo mfethu abuye la azosibona sikhulume naye ngiyacela nje illegal team mhlambi ngayohlala ngahlala la ngaphandle ixoxe icede sobona icourt ayiqali ngaye mawukuthi unabantu abathembile icourt bazomnikeza lama judgment ahlala wathola ebusuku ngo12 akazi ukuyithola ke khona thina ke nje ngiyacela please
Honorable Malum.
No, Chair. I think that there is no sense of agency from the legal team. Because if they were embarrassed by what happened, they wouldn't say the things they're saying up to us now. That should have embarrassed them. And they should have known immediately when the guy was threatening that he's going to walk out. They should have known that now the matter is going to come to them. For a quick advice, if you are not going to act on that guy, we'll rather close this committee now because we are going to be subjected to that humiliation. We are going to be subjected to that humiliation where Honorable Skosana has to stand up. He doesn't know what to do because he was being disrespected and no one is coming to our rescue. Whether we must manhandle him or what.
He was going out.
No, he blocked him here. He had to physically block him but without touching him because he will be accused of manhandling
That's
him.
why I say he was going out.
Yes.
They happened to find themselves
at the passage.
On each other's way. But,
yes.
But Honorable Skosana, I can certainly say I saw him even when he rose up here that his intention was to go out.
You know, that frustration should have made everybody to be on their feet that, okay, when this happens, what do we do? When this happens, what do we do? We appear sheepish. We appear toothless. And we want to continue business as usual. Paul O'Sullivan should have received an application in the High Court without papers, where we go to the court and say, yes, a fugitive, he's got a potential to run. He left Parliament without the permission of Parliament, and he's got so many passports, and he's got a private jet. He sits here and brags about a fraudulent pilot license, and then when it suits him, the pilot license no longer works. He has been bragging that he's got a private jet here. Then everybody must shift now because the flight is leaving. He's going to be left by the flight. Who gets left by a flight if the flight is your private jet? It means even that private jet is a lie. And that private pilot license is a lie. So the legal, we must adjourn now. We must adjourn now as we prepare to ask questions to the general. As we adjourn the legal and I don't know what they want from evidence leader because evidence leader doesn't lead those types of things. There he's got no role. There it's Parliament, the Speaker, by now should have made a call to say, what is this that I'm seeing? Can you come to my office now and give me a clarity of what's happening there? Nothing. It's business as usual. And that's what has given this Paul O'Sullivan the courage to behave in the manner he did. If you know what white supremacy means and you are unable to read, you only react to action. You saw it in action today. You don't have to read anything. Whiteness, white supremacy, the arrogance of white privilege displayed itself here today. And typical of us with victimhood mentality and the trauma we suffered as black people, we all found ourselves wanting because a white man was acting. And the first instinct was to be scared of a white man. Yes. And we reacted when the white man was long gone because that's how we were framed. That was white supremacy in action. And it took us aback, including you, Chair. You were looking at it like, what's happening now? And you couldn't react.
I was watching him when he was walking towards you.
Yeah, I said to him, sit down, man. And then he said, no, I'm leaving. And I didn't know what to do. And then I realized later when he's left, this guy was supposed to be stopped. Because the first instinct is to say it's a white man, I must not touch a white man. And then I realized later, no, man, politically I'm wrong. I should have stood up to that man. But that's how we are framed, Chair. You ought to deal with that thing because it continues the trauma of black people. He undermined us openly. And we must act, and we must act with agents, not the way we are being advised.
Photo 14 at page 2A238. 2A238.
Chair, you see, when black people talks, there's no respect here. The white people don't respect us. Cleaners must listen. There she walks out like Paulo Sullivan.
Listen, what he was on the
Chair, I agree with Honorable Malema that
2A224.
we cannot allow disrespect from anybody.
Yes, well,
But I want to distance myself from being afraid of
in relation to that.
Paulo Sullivan because he's a white man.
If you look at
I'm not part of that frame.
9.3.
Just to be clear, I subject myself to your order
and 11.
and how you respond to witnesses that are procedurally wrong. So we should maintain that procedure. But no matter which race sits there, we judge you on the basis of the individual. I have said for so many times, why must the face of corruption always be black and the face of accountability always be white? When I asked for members of the DA who was implicated by General Mkhwanazi to sit on the witness stand, and I was voted out by the majority.
What should be reflected?
So I want to distance myself from being part of the frame. I don't fear white people. We deal with evidence and fact. But I disagree. I agree with Honorable Malema that we should not allow any disrespect of this committee. Thank you, Chair.
Mr.
6 year
Dejan
comes out here and there.
Yeah, thanks, Chairperson. Chairperson, when I spoke about consultation, I didn't mean that I expect senior counsel to tell us what to do, because we are alive to the reality that it is us who advise this committee. Now, Chairperson, if you look at Section 17, for instance, of the Powers and Privileges Act, particularly 17.1, and I just want to read it, and it deals with offences relating to witnesses. So what it says, Chair, says, a person who has been duly summoned in terms of Section 14 and who fails without sufficient cause. Now, the witness in question was not summoned. Now, number two, if you go to 17.1, can I finish?
No, let's not do that.
That goes with wound 6. It enters at wound 6. It exits this wound, and then
if you remember the last time,
number 11,
when we discussed matters of opinion, it was this committee that said
you see photo
you must present a written opinion.
At 2A.
You wanted to do, Chair?
Yeah, no, listen.
that's wound
So,
11 where it re-enters the
If
body.
we were going to do these things in a rush or in a haste,
And
and
then
it is not always that the committee agrees with
photo 6.
the opinions or the advices that you give.
At 2A-234.
And I want us to avoid a situation where we do things like this, where
8 goes with 7.
you just pull
Enters at
out
7,
a document and you
exits
start
at 8.
reading. It's not going to help us. We need to be calculated in what we do. So
Yes.
If you need time, you just say to the committee,
I think it's on photo.
give us time.
visible
We
on
understand
photo.
the frustrations that you may have. But this is the time we need to go and sit down and apply our minds.
No, that's why I'm saying.
If we
this
have
one,
to
we just have
consult
another one. I'm trying to
outside
check.
of the services that we can offer,
I think I've missed.
we
missed
do
other
that
wound
and we
is inside it,
produce a
where the
written
bullet exits
opinion
and
for
then before
you,
it enters
as you
wound
always
number
request
11.
as the committee. I think that is what will help us. But if we are going to microwave now,
So
I can
on
tell you
6, there would be.
we will
there's
not get
supposed to
what
be
we
another
want.
wound on the inner side of
Yes.
the arm.
Inner side, where is the?
I give you a chance to
Which will be
speak.
the exit wound of that wound.
Yes, and
then
then a
it
new
enters
entry at 11.
11.
I thought you had covered me, Chair.
Yes, it could be.
Okay. I think what you will do, because we are going to break, when you come back from break, you can just indicate with the chair how much time will you
Wound
need
number
to produce
9. Wound number 9.
that written opinion. And then we will inform the committee members. You understand the sense of
At
agency
photo 7.
On
that
photo
committee
7.
members speak about. You know, honorable members,
Goes with wound number 10.
sometimes when you are a head of a family and your kids come to you running, tell you that there is a snake in the house,
So it's
you
like
don't just
defensive
look
wound
for
where
a
shot
broomstick
is
or
fired.
anything and
The arm to block the bullet.
and try
Enters
to
your-
look for the snake where it is and
goes
you
to
want
the
to kill
chest,
it.
To around wound number 15.
The father starts by thinking that, by the way, I'm the source of income in this house. Let me jump onto the bed because the snake is only slithering on the surface.
Unless you've cancelled.
And then when I'm on bed, I can then decide how best I attack the snake.
A 224.
Because the family may slid back into poverty because you responded in a manner
Of your report.
28444.
Yes.
that put you right on the fangs of the snake.
Right, wounds marked 7.
So,
That's
so
the
I
entrance,
think
wound
let's
8,
allow the legal
and
team
wound mark 13,
to
and
produce
wound mark
that legal opinion that we
Most
have
probably from
requested.
the same wound.
They understand that
Correction you wish to make there.
we have to
On this
be
wound.
dealing with this
No.
matter with a sense of agency
It's
and
like-
agility
It's in here.
that you have
Also,
spoken about.
At 13, exit on 14.
It's now 16:41. We will come back at 17 hours.
And
Thank you so
wound
much.
Again, it's here at 9, 10 to the chest.
Yes, thank you. You may proceed, Councillor.
Thank you. I think perhaps you should finish your 9.5 to 9.7 and then do the reconstruction after that.
Right. On 9.5, wound mark 9 can be characterized as a defensive wound. I'm of the opinion that the deceased was trying to block a bullet with his hand. This bullet perforated the hand, entering at wound 9 and exited at wound 10. The same bullet would possibly be the one that caused the laceration on wound 5 on the right side of the face, or the laceration on wound number 15. So the 15 would be the one on the chest. So it could be either one of this, the one that passed there, or the one that got into the chest.
Yes.
The two bullet holes marked W1 and W2 had characteristics of bullet that has lost speed and energy on an intermediate target. These holes could possibly be from a bullet that has perforated the body of the deceased first. 9.6, the two exit wounds on the head of the deceased had characteristics of short exit wound. Short gunshot exit wounds are produced when the outstretched skin impaled or sandwiched and crushed between the outgoing bullet and the unyielding object over the exit side, thus leaving an abrasion color of.
So that means he was pressed against the wall or
Now, if
against
you look
the
at
hard surface.
If we look at if we look at the position of the deceased on photo on photo 12, yes, on photo 12, if we look at the wall here, there was smearing of blood there, and then bullet hole mark W1 is here, bullet hole mark W2 is here. So it looks like when these wounds were inflicted, he was against that wall. The wound, the damage on wall could have been the first one, and he slid downwards. When sliding downward, this wound was the last one that was inflicted, the one that went on just above the eye. And then it's in line with the wound at the back of the head. Now, if you look at photo number yes, on photo 17, the wound, the entrance wound on just above the eye is visible. If you look at photo number
Sorry, just
21. Before
you proceed, could you just deal with 17? That's the question from the panel for now, then you can go to 21. Yeah. The question is, your point that you were saying when he was shot, he was most likely compressed against a hard object. So the question was, does that picture make that point clearer?
That's why I'm saying, yeah, this one will make it clear. This will be your entrance. And if you look to photo number 21, where the body has been removed, there's your impact point of the bullet that exited at the back of the head. This will be in line with the wound that was wound 1. It was visible on that other photo.
At photo 17.
That's photo 17. So it simply shows that the two shots were fired. While this would be most likely the last one where they finished him, where his head was against the wall there.
You were still at 9.5.
Right, at 9.5, I said the two bullet holes marked W1 and W2 had characteristics of bullets that has lost speed and energy on an intermediate target. These holes could possibly be from bullet that has perforated the body of the deceased first. So this could be from the, as I mentioned, from the bullet wound marked 1. On 9.6, the two exit wounds on the back of the head marked 2 and 3 had characteristics of short exit wounds. Short exit wounds are created or produced when the outstretched skin impaled or sandwiched and crushed between the outgoing bullet and an yielding object over the exit side, thus creating the abrasion color on the wound margin. The degree of shoring abrasion increases directly with the kinetic energy and of the projectile and the rigidity of the shoring material. The deceased head was against the wall or bed during the infliction of these wounds. According to the post-mortem report, the doctor mentioned that 2 metal fragments were recovered in the head, and I'm of the opinion that these fragments has hit the wall as the head of the deceased was against the wall and re-entered the head through the same wound. Looking at the position of the head of the deceased and the position of the hole mark W2, it is possible that the bullet could have exited and re-entered the same wound. In conclusion, I'm of the opinion that the entry wound mentioned in 9.1 marked 1, 6, 7, 11 and were inflicted when the deceased was already positioned on the spot as he appears on the photo.
So what spot is that?
On the
Can you say that you are of the opinion that these wounds were inflicted while the deceased was already lying in that spot? Which spot is
in
that?
the spot as appearing on photo 25. It will be the same spot as how he appears on photo. Yeah, photo 20, photo 17.
I would like to look at photo 12 because it's a better outlay of the room because it's bigger. Can you look at 12?
Yes.
And 13. So was he in that position when he was shot?
As he appears on photo 12. That is correct, yeah.
Yes.
I would say the last wound when it was inflicted as he was in this position.
Now, we know that Inspector Warrant Officer Padayachi, I think, is the one who claims to have shot him with a machine gun.
With a rifle, that's correct, yeah.
Yes. Was that consistent with your findings that the fatal shots were from a rifle?
That's correct, yeah. The wounds sustained are consistent with the 5.56 with the rifle.
Yes. Because I'm looking at the wound at 17, which is just below the eye. And that's the one that penetrates the entire head and then at W2 hits the wall at photo 21.
Photo 21.
So I think there's one of the, yes, at photo 21. Just want to confirm that
at W2.
Yes, yes.
That is correct, yes.
So it penetrates the head and hits the
penetrate the head and then exited the back and hit the wall.
Yes. And that's what you mean when you say by the time it hit the wall, it had lost
its speed and energy on the intermediate target. So the intermediate target will be the head of the deceased.
Yes. Now, would this be consistent when you look at the type of the wound with, because you said that the bullet of an R5 fragments, yes.
Yes, it's consistent with it.
And then what is your opinion on the likely distance between the shooter and the deceased?
I would say as long as we don't have propellant powder or particles or we don't have the suit, it will be difficult to tell the distance. But here the distance would be more than a meter probably because there's no presence of propellant.
Yes. Now, if I take you back to photo 12, and ask for your comment on those cones. You say the cones usually reflect the number of cartridges. What is your comment on those cones?
I would say the cones will be mostly placed on next to the it's either cartridge cases or the bullets found at the crime scene.
Yes. No, I'm talking in relation to the allegation made by Warrant Officer Padayachi that he did discharge a firearm, Mr. Ndimande.
Mr. Ndimande?
Yes, he claims that he shot at them.
But, Chair, if you look at normally with crime scene, when you work on a crime scene or when you document a crime scene, if there's shots fired, there's bullet holes, you'll take pictures of all the bullet holes in your scene. But in this instance, the only two bullet holes which were taken photos of are the ones which are marked W1 and W2,
yes,
which indicates that there were no other shots fired to the direction of the members coming into the room. Yes. If there were those bullet holes, photos would have been taken like the way the photos of bullet holes W1 and W2 are taken here.
Yes. And then, what is your opinion on the position of the firearm in photo 13?
The position of the firearm in photo 13, Chair, it's, I would say, still the same modus operandi of the team.
Yes.
Most likely planted on the scene.
Now, I didn't want to take you to the statements by the eyewitnesses, but this is a case where the wife was present. I think her name is Nokupiwa, with 2 children. One of the children was sleeping in a cot, and the other was older, sleeping with the mother in the same bed. And the statement of Padeacha confirms that there was a woman with 2 children, and according to him, they instructed the woman to get out of the bedroom. And according to Nokupiwa, she did hear shots being fired, but at that point they had covered her with a blanket. But they claim that this man was shooting at them. I mean, just looking at that position and bearing in mind the version of the eyewitnesses, could the version of the police be possibly true?
Chair, if they are alleging that he was shooting at them, I would say it's not possible, not from that position.
Yes. Because your opinion is that what we see at photo 12 is the way is his position at the time of the execution.
That's correct, Chair. Yes. If he was shot anywhere else within the room, he's not wearing a shirt, he's not wearing anything at the top, and he's been shot with a rifle. Bleeding will be everywhere on the walls. Why he started bleeding? Because if you look at the size of wounds that he sustained, especially the ones on this, if he was shot somewhere else, he would start bleeding from there, and then the blood will start dripping from. But if you look at the crime scene photos, especially on photo 12, the bleeding is only there at the corner where the body is found. There's no blood anywhere else on the crime scene. So basically, the shooting occurs while he was there, not anywhere else. And from that point, I don't see if there's any shots fired from him towards the direction of the police officers.
Yes. And in fact, the wife says there was no firearm. She remembers that specifically. Would that be consistent with your also expert opinion?
That's correct, Chase.
Do you want us to read anything to read from the statement? I don't think we should. Yes. So we've dealt with 355, 356, 363, and 367. So I wonder if you can just take us through your conclusions at 369.
In conclusions from 369, the deceased sustained multiple gunshot wounds. The injuries are consistent with the use of possibly 2 different calibers. At least 1 bullet perforated the arm and re-entered the torso. 1 wound on the hand is consistent with a defensive action or defensive action of the deceased, where he tried to block the bullet. It entered at wound 9 and exited at wound 10.
So I want to take, if you go to photo 18. So the bullet has come through here. What is the explanation for that bullet number 9?
That's why I said it shows the defensive, being in a defensive position, where you're pointed with a firearm, you do this, it enters here, it crosses and it exits here at wound number 10.
Yes. So that would be someone trying to block.
Trying to block the bullet with a hand.
So that's what you mean when you say it was a defensive position?
That's correct, Chair.
Thank you. Carry on.
The head exit wounds indicates that the deceased head was pressed against a solid surface at the time of discharge. Or wound 1 in the eye was most likely the final and the fatal shot. Several entry wounds were inflicted whilst the deceased was already positioned as depicted in the photographs. That will be as depicted in photograph number 12. My full forensic reconstruction report relates to this incident. Is attached here.
Honorable
as
members, can I
annexure
check
CM
with yourselves?
19.
I want to suggest to allocate 20 minutes.
That brings us to the end of
for full members.
Mr. Ndimande's case. And it's also 16:59, so exactly at 5 o'clock. But I'm in your hands.
Yeah, he will ask those questions later. You still have two questions that you wanted to ask.
Just a few minutes.
Yeah. Okay. The SC, I get a report that he has two questions that he wanted to ask. We allow you, SC, to ask those questions.
I don't have a problem. I'm just saying those 20 minutes, when you calculate them, what time are we going to finish with your estimation and allocation?
They will take us to around 10 o'clock. Yeah, between 9 and 10.
Thank you, Advocate Gatori.
Yeah. Yeah, so...
Thank you, Kenna.
Do we agree on the 20 minutes?
Till tomorrow morning at 9 o'clock.
I don't see any objection. SC, can we run very quickly on the two questions?
Finish your testimony.
Thank you, Honourable Chair, Honourable members. General Phahlane, it's actually all rolled into one because it's about one single topic, one single person, actually. It's whether you know Mr. Nhlanhla. If so, how and when did you meet him?
Before lunch tomorrow.
And if so, what is the nature of your relationship? And how often did you meet, if you met more than once or twice?
By NPA.
Do you have each other's telephone numbers or
When we came
WhatsApp
here,
numbers?
we realized that you
And how often do you speak?
Heads of argument.
When last did you speak to each other?
And you would have noted
And then related
that,
to
the
this is,
NPA heads
do
of
you know
arguments
Brigadier
are
Rachel
very
Macheng?
long. We have not had an
She,
opportunity
as you may know,
really make a good step.
I'm telling you that she testified at Matlanga
So we will not
and
commit
alleged
as
that
to whether we will hear you
you
tomorrow
met
after the
regularly.
hearing or not.
So these are all for your
We will
comment.
give an indication tomorrow.
Chair,
One
let
step
me
at
deal
a
with
time.
these questions quickly.
In that event,
I don't even know why I must answer, but I'm forced to answer. First, I know Vusimusi Ket Nhlanhla.
Thank you very much.
He's a black young man coming from Pretoria. He comes from Mamelodi. I happen to have been in the same area. I think for the better part of my adult life, I've been in Pretoria. So I know him very well. I know Brigadier Rachel Macheng. Brigadier Rachel Macheng is used to be somebody who I worked with, and I know him, I know her. And the only reason I know Kat is because the two of them were in a relationship. That's why I got to know him. I think while I have been knowing that there is Kat, a person in Mamelodi called Nhlanhla, I met him after I got to know that he is in a relationship with her. And I happened to meet with Kat not during my tenure in any office. I was long out of office, so my meetings with him had absolutely nothing to do with what is happening in the police or in government. So I want to confirm that I have met Kat Nhlanhla. he happens to be someone, he happens to be, I happen to be attending a spa in Pretoria, in the area not far from where he lives. While I don't know his house, but I'm told he lives in that particular area. So at times after my spa sessions, there is a restaurant there where I'll go and maybe have a meal or so. And on more than one occasion, when I was at the spa, I mean, not at the spa, when I was at the restaurant, he will either be coming in or going out. So I definitely met Kat, and I know him, a young black man coming from Pretoria, Mamelodi.
Did you also know him as a young man or not so young man in the Middle Ages who was involved in any businesses?
What businesses?
Like VIP Cat security business?
I happen to know now that he has he's involved in business security, but I have never seen any of the work that he does. Of course, when he's moving around, he moved around with his convoy of with security. I suspect those are his VIP protectors or whatever you can call them. But I can't even tell you where the company is. All I know is that he is in business, but what other businesses he's doing, I really have got no clue.
So for what reason would Brigadier Macheng have said in a WhatsApp exchange that she will arrange with him to meet you? For what purpose would that have been?
For what purpose?
For what purpose would she have arranged a meeting between you and Kat Nhlanhla?
But in that message that you have, she would have said to you, and it is communicated, that having met him, I think the first time I actually met Kat was somewhere in 2018, 2019. And when I met with him, he actually provided information to me on what was developing, it was like an early warning to me. So it was a security issue, which I appreciated. That was then. And if you read the message that Brigadier Macheng is referring to, he's saying, it is long that I have seen him, which is true. I have seen him, I think, 2018, 2019, following me knowing that the two of them are in a relationship wherever I met them, and that was the end of it. And we happened to have been in conversation, me and Rachel, and when she mentioned, oh, it's long that I've seen him, because it's not somebody that I'm regularly having contact with. That's the context.
Do you agree with the evidence that General Sabia had given to us when he appeared before this honourable committee earlier last year, that yes, of course, he would know Kat Nhlanhla because he is seen around in SAPS circles, at the SAPS college, because of the kind of services that he was rendering to SAPS. So yes, he would know him. And I'm not referring now to his subsequent evidence before the Nhlanhla Commission last week. I'm referring to what he told this honourable committee.
That which General Sibia told you, he had reason to tell you that. I'm saying to you, Council, the last time or the first time I met Kat was somewhere 2018, 2019. And my meeting with him had nothing to do with any business of the police. I'm saying I was coming from a spa. I was at a restaurant where I met him. I met him early this year. That's it. As to when I frequent police places and so on, really, I'm just an ordinary citizen of the city of Pretoria, and he happened to be in the very same city, and I met him like any other person. I don't know why are you not telling me. Did you ever meet Paul O'Sullivan? I met Paul O'Sullivan in a restaurant in Woodmead. I met Robert McBride in, what is the place? Rosebank. I meet people. So I don't know why is there this thing about me having met him, because I place it on record, Chair. I had no meeting with Mr. Nhlanhla on anything that has anything to do with the work of the police. And I hear some say, but the criminal was sitting here. He was convicted. McBride was sitting here, convicted for murder. Magoo's Bar, he was here. I'm not going to not interact with them based on that. I'm not in a business of profiling people. And unfortunately, people don't have tax. So I never read here, Cat Nhlanhla, this and that. No, I was reading in the media on what is happening, for example, what is it in Ekurhuleni around the issues of the Tembisa Hospital and so on. I read just like any other person.
Yeah. So when did you say was the last time you met Nhlanhla? Earlier this year?
Chair, I've answered that question. I've sponsored it.
Please, if I didn't hear you or misheard you,
I have sponsored
I'm just
it.
asking you again.
I prefer not to repeat, because I think I've been very articulate. I went broader than the questions that you asked.
So you meet people and you read about people. Is that my understanding? Did you read about Mr. Nhlanhla and the tender, the Tshwane 24 medical tender?
I don't think I have to answer that question. I've already said I read about people, just like news will be running with his involvement in, what is it, the Medicare, his involvement with the police in as far as that contract is concerned, his non-performance or performance. All those issues are canvassed broadly in the media. In addition, there are issues that we read about the attempted murders and whatever that is being written lately. Now I know that there is, cartels.
But you never discuss these things when you bump into him in Mamelodi or in Pretoria, where you meet him or in a restaurant?
Chair, I've dealt with the issue. I don't think I've got the appetite to go into what I did not discuss.
Well, the issue is that he, from the evidence thus far, is at the very least, he's very well connected. He knows senior management in SAPS. He's an influential figure. And so are you. You held an influential, the most important position you held in SAPS just around about the time 2014, 2016, 2017, when he started almost infiltrating SAPS.
I'm not going to respond to an uninformed question. As far as I'm concerned, I have never had dealings with Mr. Nhlanhla on any business of the police, and I have met him where I have met him, which I'm saying it is all around Pretoria. I have never met Cat Nhlanhla anywhere else other than where I met him in a restaurant. That is why in the message that Rachel, the Brigadier Macheng, is communicating, is saying to him at the same spot, because that's the area where, for one or other reason, when I went there on more than one occasion, I happened to have met him in that area. And I understand why, because it is in the proximity of where he is living. And even if I don't know the house, I know he lives in the particular area. So his relationship with management of the police, it really has got nothing to do with me.
And at no stage did you question or wonder what he was doing, what businesses he was involved in, and whether he was interacting with any senior police? You didn't ask him any of those questions?
Just as I never asked the spy who was here, I also never asked him questions. I see them as human beings. These are human beings that you meet, you greet where you need to greet. If you don't greet a person, so be it. But how I am brought up is that you don't just go past people because they are human beings. And greeting a person and talking to a person doesn't necessarily mean that you are friends or you are in business. I think I was hearing this question even coming when Kat was appearing in, what is the place, Hosimampuru. A question was asked, did you give General Phahlane money? And I said, where is that coming from now? No, I don't need money from Kat Nhlanhla. I met him, as it is said, in the social circle where I met him. Money has got nothing to do with me, with Kat, and I can't question his relationship with people because I really don't know about those relationships. I so happen to know some people that he was maybe having relationships with. I'm now referring to people from within SAPS. But I also have got no reason to question their interaction or even to question those who entered into a contract with him, entered a contract with him. Now, here is an important thing, and I don't know why I'm even getting there. His contract, and for one or other reasons, this is also called the 360, was terminated because we say it did not meet the specifications. The 360 that we are talking about was never terminated. It having not met the specification. 31 million has been paid. In his contract, 48 million has been paid. Is the law different on these issues? Thank you, Chair.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, let me just put it on record. Your analogy is completely wrong and misplaced. It's not the same thing.
Okay.
I'm not going to comment, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Honorable members, we are going to start with questions. Can I check honorable members who requested to be released if they want to ask questions now? The honorable members who requested to be released. Honorable Malema, Honorable Breitenbach. She will ask. Okay.
No, I'm scared of white men, not white women.
Honorable Breitenbach, do you want to ask?
No, I'm fine. Thank you, Chair. Okay. And I want to tell the Honorable Malema he's making a big mistake.
Okay. Thank you. We are going to do this. I'm going to leave with Mr. Tejana. We are going to meet with the Speaker now. So the the first speaker will start at 5:20. Yeah, no, I'm outlining before I'm handing over to him. The first speaker will start at 5:20, and then the second speaker will be at 20 minutes to 6. So we will run this session until 20 minutes past, until 8 o'clock. And then we will take a break. I think at the time we break at 8 o'clock, I would have come. So can we check Honorable Sangod?
Thank you very much, Chair. Yeah, you're putting us in a bit of a dilemma. The ANC is only going to field 2 members to ask questions. The first one would be Honorable Nhlanhla.
Yeah.
So I'm not sure if the Chair is able to at least allow us that 20 minutes and then leave.
When Honorable Nhlanhla starts, Honorable Nomvalo presides.
Honorable Novalo will?
Presides.
Presides,
and
okay.
then Honorable
Nhlanhla finishes.
Nhlanhla speaks and then
he takes back the machine. No problem, Chair. Thank you.
What is this haphazard kind of primary school arrangement? If you want another chair, you have to elect one. You can't just have a round robin of chairs. What is this?
No, it's fine. Let's take Honorable Nhlanhla to speak, and then I will leave after he has spoken.
Thank you, Chair. General Phahlane, I think you must take and treat this session as an Audi alteram partem opportunity. There are a lot of things that would have been said about you here in front of us. And we don't want you risking us having one-sided evidence or one-sided statements. So it's very important that you are able to clarify some of the things. Taking us to the first issue of the Sub-High Hills Estate?
Sable Hills.
Sable Hills Estate.
Yeah.
Did you secure any form of a bond for the building of your house?
I did secure a bond, Chair, with Nedbank.
So you dismiss the allegations that the bond was secured when the house was already under construction?
I dismiss that. One, I owned a property, a house in Montana. I sold that house in Montana. Whatever I sold that house for, I bought the site in Sable Hills. At the same time, after buying the site, having sold the house, I went into rental, still around Pretoria, Queenswood, while the house was under construction. My bond is with Nedbank. That bond is still active as we speak.
Okay. Did you purchase a sound system for that house?
Purchase a sound system for the house?
Yeah.
Yes.
How was the sound system purchased?
My answer is between page 89 and 92 of my affidavit. And you have annexure 25 to this affidavit, which is a tax invoice from Sounds Great. If you look at that annexure, it will show you the amount that I paid. And 52 is the net bank, my statement, bank statement, which reflects the 80,075. And then there is an email, which is JKP 27, where I now direct the bank to pay that particular sound system. And date is my email 16 April 2012 at 0743. I kindly request that an amount of 80,075 is transferred from my current account for the payment of the following account. Sounds great. It's a net bank account, and this place is in Woodlands. That's where the music system was purchased.
So there is no SAP service provider that bought you a sound system for the house?
There is no service provider who bought me the sound system. Now, maybe I must clarify, and that's where the confusion comes. We were doing, now as if I say we, as management of Division Forensic Services, we were visiting the service providers because we had realized that some of the service providers are doing fronting, or they will claim to be established companies. So we wanted to visit each one of them to be able to see what capacity they have to deliver. So we went to one of the companies. It was called Crime Tech. Now, there are two people primarily in that company. Yolanda Komodorovic, it's commonly referred to as Yola, and Henry Deal. Okay. When we were in their offices, there was this sound system, the TVs and sound system. I wanted to hear where she purchased those because I became attracted to how the packaging was done. We then, when I said where, she said, by the way, I'm also doing interior design. So it is, must I call it a hobby or a side job that she's doing apart from this? So I said, can I get the details where to buy, where you bought this? And at least give me the specifications. She then said, but it's not a problem. I will make contact to obtain the quotation for you, which she did. And that is why when you look at the reference that I was saying sounds great. I mean, the bank must reflect on the invoice, on the payment. It had to be Yola because the invoice, the quotation was obtained by her, submitted to me. Once I got the quotation, I then paid through my bank. So there is no service provider who bought me a music system.
Okay. Mr. Paul, the walkouter and the greatest contemptor of Parliament goes to an extent of saying he actually went to the salesman as part of his investigation and actually solicited evidence that a service provider at SAP has bought you. But we get your explanation. You do have a proof of purchase of that. And if you have instructed a bank, that's electronic, that can be retrieved anytime when needed. So we accept that. Let's move forward, General Phahlane. So you say in paragraph 13, you were fired because there was a negative publicity against you, amongst other things that were out there, even in the media, that you, corruption, is it infiltration or interference, something like that. So at that time, did you have charges preferred against you for corruption or defeating the ends of justice or any sort?
No.
So it was something that you can easily say it was concocted to achieve a certain outcome?
Yes.
Okay. Now, we have got this all over the country, all over the news. Then the former minister Mbalula calls you and say, the best way to deal with this matter is that you step down as the acting national commissioner it is in the best interest of the police. Do you think that it was not at the best interest of the police when in the court of public opinion you are viewed as a corrupt top cop, and it may have a ripple effect on the confidence of the people to the entire police service? Don't you think that it was really at that time? I don't think it was a verdict on your guilty, but don't you think with the cloud that was hanging over you, was it not really in the best interest of the police service for you to voluntarily move back?
Am I answering? Yes. Honorable Mola. First, even the records will tell, and everywhere I'm speaking, I said I did not hesitate. When the minister said so, I accepted, because I believed I'm not glued to any position. And that happens following my appearance before the Portfolio Committee on the 16th of May, where these issues were ventilated. The same thing, music system, blah, 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 it was ventilated. That's 16th of May 2017. The 1st of June, I'm called by the minister to Cape Town. In less than 5 minutes, step aside. Even if I knew it is nowhere provided for, why must I remain in office? And that is why somewhere there was a judgment that was being read. That is why I even never challenged the suspension, because I understand what the purpose of moving away from the environment is, to allow an investigation, which unfortunately delivered nothing, because what I was subsequently charged for and dismissed has got nothing to do with that what was in the media and public domain.
Okay. So do you honestly believe that there can be a minister of whatever minister it is that can remove the accounting officer without the knowledge of the appointing authority?
I don't have to believe that. I don't have to believe that. Just as when you are appointed by the president. Yes. It's not by the minister. And even if it would have been a recommendation of the minister.
The point is, General Phahlane, in your affidavit, you make it clear that Mbalula unlawfully fired you. That's what you say in your affidavit.
It's true.
So we are saying, I'm asking, do you honestly believe that there can be a minister who fires the accounting officer without any concurrence from the appointing authority?
I believe so, because there is evidence to that effect.
So the allegation is that Minister Mbalula acted outside the authority of President Zuma.
It is so. It is so. The record speaks for themselves. And you say, do I believe whether that could happen? It happened in the Masitla case. It happened in the Apleni case. It happened in, who's the DG of local government? Mlengana. It happened in Mlengana. Those are decided cases where it happened. And it happened in my case. Judge Tokote, in the judgment that was presented here, is saying so.
No, we'll look at it. It's fine. So you received no communication from President Zuma?
Absolutely none.
Okay. So you acted upon the advice of former Minister Mbalula?
Not the advice, the instruction.
Okay. No, that's fine. Let's move on. So part of what you were charged internally in the department was acts of dishonesty. Were you found guilty of such?
No.
You were not found guilty of such. Okay.
Let me qualify.
Okay.
Let me qualify. The process that was embarked upon was an expeditious process. Lieutenant General Reid, in his finding, he say there were acts of dishonesty. He could not substantiate that even at arbitration level. Thus, the arbitrator did not find any dishonesty. The Labour Court did not find any dishonesty. The Labour Appeals Court did not find any dishonesty. In actual fact, they continue to be changing the reason, but the outcome remains the same. The last one, I think in the Labour Appeals Court, they talk about negligence. From dishonesty, from intent to some negligence, but the outcome remains the same.
Okay, you say you were wrongly and illegally, unfairly removed from SAPS. But your matter has been taken to conciliation, which failed, to arbitration, where you lost, to the Labour Court, where you lost, now recently to the Labour Appeal Court, where you lost. Do you still think that really you have a strong case on unfair dismissal?
It's for the Constitutional Court to make that determination. And the fact that I never tire to go to all those platforms that our Constitution provides for the matter to be ventilated is because we believe we have got a strong case. I don't want to talk about where they got it wrong and so on. I think let's respect them. They are the judges. They made the decisions that they have made. Let's see whether the final arbiter is going to arrive at the same decision.
Yeah, Judge Nkutangondwana of the Labour Appeals Court characterizes your legal argument in two specific words. That it's unmeritorious and it's untenable. Simple put, that your argument is without merit, it lacks value, it lacks worth, it's unworthy and undeserving, it's indefensible and undefendable. What is your take on that?
It's good English that was used, but is the English that the other judges at the Concord will engage with, and I am legally advised. That's why we went that route. So I'm not going to say anything about the Honorable Judge. It is for the Constitutional Courts to apply their minds. I think we have advanced our case there.
During our public participation process, there are three police officers who came before this committee. And amongst the issues that they had raised was the continued stealing or disappearance of narcotics and at forensics, rhino horns, drugs, blah, blah, blah. And they strongly say this is a matter that has been raised with the accounting officer, which was acting National Commissioner General Khomotso Phahlane, who did nothing in respect of that. In actual fact, he was complacent with that kind of a problem that faced the police service at that time. What's your take on that?
It is not true. How can I be an acting national commissioner while there is a national commissioner in office? At the time when they made those allegations, General Pierre was the national commissioner.
So you mean there were no narcotics and rhino horns that got lost when you were national commissioner?
No, acting. Honorable member, let's not change tune. I'm saying, you say they said that there was an acting national commissioner who did nothing. So I'm answering that part first before I go to the content of what you have raised. And I'm saying the National Commissioner at the time was General Piecha. It was in...
At which time, General Piecha?
It was 2012. And if you have regard to my submission, I have here JKP 18B, response to the allegations of corruption within forensic services. Now, concealing doctoring crime statistics, it's 2.1 on page 1114. 2.2, theft of drugs. I say there the forensic services is on record before the Portfolio Committee on Police and the National Commissioner on progress relating to investigations conducted following the incidents of loss of exhibits, drugs in respect of... So the answers are there. Those matters were dealt with comprehensively. The issue of...
Thank you so much. Honorable Nhlanhla is now the chair. He must call the next speaker.
Thanks, Chair. Unfortunately, our time has come to an end, General Phahlane.
Yeah,
and
but
I've now changed the seat. I'm the chair.
Yeah.
No, it's fine. I think he covered it, but wanted to elaborate more. So you can finish up that answer, then we'll take Honorable Sokanya.
Yeah. Honorable Chair, those issues, I don't have to go detail. 18A, Chairperson, 18A and 18B. 18A is my response to the issues dated the 10th of September 2012 to the National Commissioner of Police, and that was General Piecha. 18B is the same communication that I circulated within forensic services. Thirdly, Rhino Horn, the member concerned was charged departmentally, was found guilty. The member was subsequently found guilty in a court of law, and he was sentenced. So I don't know what more could have been done, but as I'm saying, the issues are comprehensively covered here. Maybe it's something that was supposed to have been said, and it was here in the records. I'll just find it. The same members, because I felt personally attacked, I lodged a civil claim. General Piecha at the time was saying, no, don't do a civil claim. I said, this is at my own cost because I'm being attacked personally. In 2017, I won the civil litigation. Now, November, was it October, I think, last year? We won the appeal. They were trying to appeal that. We are now in the process of filing for contempt of court because they partially only complied with the order of court. Amongst others, they're supposed to be retraction, blah, blah, blah. It's not there. But I'm just saying those issues were taken care of. And it is disinformation to suggest that there is still an appeal pending. There is no appeal pending.
Okay. Honorable Sokanyile. Mr. Skosana, what were you trying to do? Or you were trying to do that thing you did outside? No, it's fine. Let's give Honorable Sokanyile, then we'll come to you. Honorable Sokanyile.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. General Phahlane, can I refer you? I don't want to go to paragraph 47, whereby you are talking
about the unfairly and unlawful dismissal of yourself as the acting National Police Commissioner. I don't want to get to that, as you are saying that you are appealing that issue. And then, in paragraph 81, you are talking about the report that was submitted by the National Commissioner of SAPS, addressed to AGSA, which you are saying that that report, it contained misrepresentation of facts and distortion of factual reality with regard to a timber ward. Now, I want to check which National Commissioner are you referring to? This paragraph 81.
Thanks, Honourable Member. As per JKP 17, on page 276, the National Commissioner there is General Masemola. And that report is dated 2025, 0425. So it's General Masemola.
You can talk to the report that was submitted to AGSA. Are you able? Yes.
Yes, I
when
can.
you are saying that the facts were misrepresented to that report and distortion of facts.
Thanks, Honourable Member. Chair, in this report attached is a legal opinion. Now, part of the legal opinion that has always been there from, Dupree and Botha, they have consistently advised the police that there was never compliance with the specifications and there was never a representation of experts or representative of experts as required on the bid evaluation committee, and that according to the assessment that was done, remember there was a complaint by FDA, which complaint was about how did you award this to that service provider, Atemba. And when that complaint was forwarded to forensic services, I gave it to the experts, to the people who developed the specifications. And they were able to make a determination that this contract was wrongly awarded. So that's why there was a request for an independent assessment. Now, in General Masemola's submission, he disregards even the findings of the Auditor General, because the Auditor General found that the irregular expenditure, now we are talking the 31 million, is as a result of officials of the department having failed to cancel the contract. Because as forensic services, we told them, you have to cancel this thing or go into a process. They never did. So it is as a result of that that they went ahead, and somewhere down the line there was an arbitration award by Judge Haramse, retired Judge Haramse, who then said the service provider must be paid the 31 million. So they don't want to go into the issues and of who did not cancel the contract, because forensic services, or me, as forensic services, do not have the authority, we don't have local standing to cancel the contract. It could only be done by supply chain management. So this report is the one that I'm saying it's a misrepresentation of facts.
Okay. It is because when it is attached to you, it is because you are at the helm that is occupying that National Commissioner's position or what?
Sorry, Chair. Maybe just rephrase.
I'm saying that you are saying that now you are being seen as a person through this report, regardless having the advice of AGSA, having the advice of other people, but the current National Commissioner see you at fault. Is it because you are at the helm, or why does it takes it upon you, this 31 million of a timber award?
That's exactly the question that I have. Because even that money, the person who approved that it must be paid, who approved the settlement and the payment, was General Sithole. It was in 2018, 2019. I was not in office since 2017. So I find it difficult to reconcile how then do you blame it on me? And it is on that basis that I say it's wrong. And that's why earlier, me and you agree, Honorable Member, that we don't have to go into the dismissal and so on. But part of what a judge is saying is that I was simultaneously performing those functions of a divisional commissioner and a national commissioner, which is impossible.
Okay. Let's pass that one. In your understanding, what do you understand of political interference in general, or it may be in subs, when we talk about political interference?
Honorable Member, I know we don't have time, but I have traversed that.
I'm saying that you just speak general, not within subs, because I'm still going to ask you about paragraph 90.
I only want to talk about subs. In as far as subs is concerned, political interference manifests itself where political decisions are taken on operational policing issues, which in my view presents us with a challenge of encroachment, because our legislation is not blind. It is very clear on what the role of the National Commissioner is as an accounting officer. His is to implement policies and ensure that policing is happening in the country. So when there is that encroachment, I call it political interference, whether it is in operations, whether it is in appointments. And in my affidavit, I'm making visible there political interference, which is written into the regulations. For the first time, you have got the regulations, the subs-employment regulations, and I'm making specific reference to paragraphs there, which say when the National Commissioner is to appoint anyone from the level 14 onwards, that is Major General, that must be with the concurrence of the Minister. There is no such provision in law. 2 people get appointed. The President appoints the National Commissioner. The Minister, of course, following a parliamentary process, appoints the national head of DPCI. The rest are appointments by the National Commissioner. So any appointment made by a politician boils down to political interference, except those 2.
Then can you elaborate maybe during your tenure, were there incidents of the political interference within the department?
I'm an example of political interference. That which happened the 1st of June 2017, it's political interference.
What
a minister acting without the authority or the legal authority, something called step aside. I became a guinea pig too. There is no reason why I must not leave because I was not permanently appointed. I'm an acting national commissioner at the time. But the law is very clear. The appointing authority will disappoint. Anyone else who is not clothed with those powers, it's interference. But other than that, I think I had a very good relationship with the executive authority. There was just one incident. And again, it relates to the same minister. And interesting, it relates to the question that was raised earlier about Ket Nhlanhla. There was a guy, he was involved in the killing of the late Bozona, Vusikeke. He also so happened to be coming from Mamelodi. He was on bail. And I was called by a minister who said, but why is this person not in jail? Why are you not arresting this person? And I said, sorry, minister, that person has been granted bail. So if there is another case that we can put on him, but not just put, it must have been investigated, there must be a decision taken to say, lock this person up. The police will act. And I simply refused. That's why maybe the 1st of June 2017 arrived, and I'm sitting home.
For instance, General Phahlane, you are a national commissioner, making an example. You are a national commissioner, and we are not performing. I'm the minister in the department, because if the department is not performing, that failure goes straight to me. Then I'm advising you of the action that you must take, being the politician within a department. Then do you regard that as a political interference?
But, Honorable Member...
I'm just asking. Not saying that it has happened, just asking.
I don't find relationship with that in the context of political interference. The police commissioner must account to the minister on performance. And it can never be wrong if the minister say, but you are not doing your job. We can't crowd foul and say, this is political interference. It can never be. So if that is something that you're just making an example of to make me answer, I'm saying you are not performing or crime is going up, where are your operations, or people are being ill-treated, what are you doing? It can't be political interference. It becomes political interference where decisions and directives are being taken, where you are being instructed to implement the following. Then somewhere you have crossed the line.
Okay.
Chair.
Paragraph 90, okay.
Honorable Malema, sorry.
No, sorry, Honorable. Just a quick one. If a minister sees a dangerous person like Vuskeke, running around, and then he calls a commissioner to say, why is this person on the streets and not in jail? Because we have got some information, it's a public knowledge that this guy killed a person or is dangerous or something like that. Is that a political interference?
Honorable Malema, that's not political interference, but it becomes interference when you say to me, arrest that person, he must go to jail. Why must I arrest the person? Because the person, yes, he may have committed crime, but the court of law has granted him bail. If you are aware of other crimes that he committed, and you are at liberty to say to me, listen, he murdered that one or he did this, and I disregard that, or you raise that with me, it can't be political interference.
So which minister said to you, arrest that guy?
The minister who placed me on step aside.
No, but you must say his name, General. Where
Minister Fikile Mbalula, MP, Honorable.
Yes, our terms of reference is to check political interference also. Thank you.
Proceed, Honorable Sokanyile.
Okay. In paragraph 90.
Please proceed.
Okay. Thank you, Chair. In paragraph 90, you indicate that you are privy to the struggles of Assistant Commissioner. It's Assistant Commissioner Mpheko in awarding of unfettered access to Secret Service account, which he grieved about. What did you mean by this? Paragraph 90.
Paragraph 90, Honorable Member, I meant exactly that General Mpheko was aggrieved with instructions coming, and I'm not going to go specific on this one, coming from the political circle to use the Secret Services account because he was located within the crime intelligence environment. He was actually the acting divisional commissioner. To use that money for properties which he did not do. And that's what I'm referring to there. Any other further information, I think General Mpheko will be consulted by me to disclose any further.
And we are also talking about a political undertone on the appointment of Commissioner Mpheko on the Divisional Commissioner of Crime Intelligence. We are talking about it had political undertone. Did you refer to that? What are you referring to?
Honorable Member, if you have regard to this affidavit of mine, remember I spoke about political interference coming from, now I'm talking South African Police Service, having manifested itself since the Polokwane conference. Now, unfortunately, Commissioner Mpheko was seen to be belonging to another faction. And it is for that reason, amongst others, that he was not appointed, because the post was advertised first time. He was recommended that time. Instead of an appointment being made, there was a directive to have the post withdrawn. It was then re-advertised. When it was re-advertised, politicians presided over the appointment of the divisional commissioner, contrary to what the prescripts say.
You are saying that there seems to be a culture in SARS where there are charges pressed against opponents. If you're fighting with someone, there will be a charge against you. How do you think this matter should be addressed?
Sorry, Honorable Member, where am I? Where are we on the affidavit that which you're referring to?
I'm saying that given the evidence you are providing in your affidavit, then reading it, it seems that to be a culture of charges being pressed against the opponents within SAPS. Then I was saying that, for instance, you are saying that this one will be charged yourself, you have got charges, another one will be having charges, so and so having those charges. Then how can they be addressed, these issues?
Yes, that is while I did not talk about opponents, but it is something which is there. You today are sitting with a provincial commissioner of Mpumalanga who has been home forever. Why is that person not in office? A woman in that position, her contract will be lapsing soon. What are the real reasons why that person is not in office? I think there was another one mentioned. I know she was going to come here, General Vuma. How long has General Vuma been sitting at home? And she even reached retirement age without processes against her. You have got Lieutenant General Shezi, and I'm deliberately mentioning women only for now. Lieutenant General Shezi was dismissed. She's answering in court. We are being told that money from service providers.
Why are you specifically mentioning women?
Somewhere the chairperson said women, our constitution, and I subscribe to that. All right. So you have General Shezi, who is before the courts on monies that were loaned between her and a person. She actually did not even go and loan that money. Somebody was loaning money for her.
And men also, yourself.
Well, I'm the least, not important. General Ngobeni
Thank you very
has
much.
been home forever, dismissed. And my bride came to my office to congratulate me
Thank you, General
for
Phahlane.
suspending her.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Honorable Zokanyile. No, we even added 1 minute because Honorable Malema ended. We gave you 1 minute for that. But still the time is over. Honorable Skhosana? Or I thought you have... okay. Honorable Mvalo?
Yeah, no, thank you very much, Chair. Chair, we have a gentleman's agreement with Honorable Skhosana that in the event I overlap, I will be eating on his time. So I want you to understand. But I'm not going to take all of this time.
But I will indicate when yours is gone and you are starting on encroaching on Skhosana.
Okay. Good evening, General Phahlane.
Good evening, Honorable Member.
You see, General, I think it's important that I make this statement before I pose some questions to you. When Mr. Nkabinde was here, he narrated a very unfortunate event, if it's anything to go by, of how they established a plot against you and of how they organized themselves in different groups or groupings to launch an onslaught against you, the result of which you lost your job. And we said, we're not going to sleep with a clean conscience, sleeping, having not granted that person an opportunity to come and give his version to this committee. So that is why we supported an idea that you must be brought to this committee and give a version to some of the aspects, but within the confines of the terms of reference. I think it's important because some of us have a practical experience of how vicious the system can be towards black faces and towards black excellence. That is why some people jump like pepcorns when a black person has made a mistake, but they keep quiet when a white man displays white arrogance. It's because some are beneficiaries of the system. So I think that statement is very important to be made. We were touched deeply by the testimony that was made by Mr. Nkabinde, because if what he said is anything to go by, you were wrongly suffocated, and today you do not work anywhere while you have a family. But we are here now to test all the allegations that Mr. Nkabinde made. Let's start here. When you inherited the organization SAPS, how can you describe the state under which it was? I'm asking this because at the first value now, The description that I can give is that there are deep-seated factional battles in SAPS which lead to a certain instability within the organization. When you inherited it, how was it?
Yeah, thanks, Honorable Chair. I happen to have been part of management of the South African Police Service at the time. And I'll just give one example. At a point where I came in, Marikana had happened. And Marikana having happened, unfortunately, people being killed. And in one management meeting, it was there in Midrand at the Protea Hotel, there was a discussion about what was happening in Marikana. That meeting was attended by a select few. And that's where the Marikana operation was discussed. The following day, I think when we finished the meeting in the afternoon, some of us were shocked when you saw people being killed in a manner that they were killed. And I'm going fast because we don't have time. So there was a commission of inquiry. In that commission of inquiry, one of the things that was said was that the Marikana operation was a management decision. It was never a management decision. It was of a select few. 44 people died. You have got only 10, the 2 police officers and some security guards or some minors. You have got people like General Mpembe who were hauled before courts on multiple charges for crimes they never committed. But the actual people who were responsible for the killing of the 34 to date are not yet charged. And I'm convinced that that will never happen because IPID was given the responsibility, or it fell within their mandate to manage that crime scene. They messed up the crime scene in the sense that all the weapons were just loaded without following the protocols onto a truck and delivered in forensics. So you could not derive any evidential value from that. So I'm simply saying, part of it, we were reeling from Marikana at a point where I took over. Secondly, we had an issue when I took over about the bogus police vehicles, which were used to rob people and so on and so on. I think one incident that happened soon after I took over was at the OR Tambo International Airport, where people went in with marked police vehicles and so on, and they took money. I think that was reported. Those vehicles were found somewhere in Mamelodi. But that was the bogus police vehicles. It is on that basis that as management we said we can't allow this situation to happen forever. That is where the process to acquire blue lights, proper blue lights, not these Hong Kong things that you find on top of the police vehicles.
Yeah, no, we will get there, General. We will get there. I'm trying to formulate my line of questioning in a certain way. We're getting there. All I wanted to know is the state of the organization in terms of it being engulfed by deep-seated factional battles. When you got in as the national commissioner, leave the position of being the divisional commissioner.
Yeah.
When you became the national commissioner, were these factional battles that we're experiencing now prevalent?
They were prevalent. Just in that regard, people were misplaced. If you take, for example, General Masemula himself, in the era of General Cele, he was a deputy national commissioner. But then he was subsequently removed from that position. In actual fact, some way he must blame me because I was the one targeted to go to Limpopo to become a provincial commissioner, and I refused. He was then deployed there. He left his family in Pretoria. It is me, after my appointment, that I brought him back. There were generals, for example, General Ngwenya was, for example, removed as a deputy national commissioner. She was placed in auxiliary services, a position that was is supposed to be occupied by a major general. So you had a lot of those where people were misplaced. As part of the just reorganizing, we just had to bring people into positions and place them in areas where they could meaningfully contribute.
Okay.
Maybe
now, is it correct, General? You'll forgive me. I will have to cut you at some point because I've got a couple of questions. Now, the minister gets in, Minister Mbalula. He finds you in the organization. Did he ever assess your performance?
Never.
He never assessed your performance?
Never.
So, and then he invites you, you said you met him in East London, correct?
No.
You took a flight to East London?
No, to Parliament, to here.
Or to here, to Cape Town, where he was communicating the decision?
Yes.
So after that, did you try to reach out to President Zuma as the appointing authority to say, this is what the minister is saying? Following that, do you advise me to honor this instruction as the appointing authority, or you just complied without making that effort?
Yeah. Can you allow me to answer this way?
No, you can answer.
One, in my life, I've met President Zuma once. The day that he was appointing me as an acting national commissioner, 14 October 2015. I have never had a meeting or met President Zuma outside any working space.
No, but Mr. General Phahlane, I think the point is not about that. I think what Oram Nomvalo is saying is the appointing authority of the accounting officers is the president.
Yes.
Now, whether you met him or you didn't meet him, now you are faced with this problem.
Yeah.
Have you reached out to the person who actually appointed you? That's what Oram Nomvalo is actually
Chair,
asking.
I understand the question perfectly. That's why I started by asking, can I answer it this way? I have never made contact with President Zuma because even today I don't have President Zuma's number. And that's the point I'm trying to make, to say I have never. The only time I met President Zuma was when he was appointing me. And then other than that, I met during cabinet sessions when we were presenting. I have not seen or spoken to him after the first, because in any event, the minister, I worked long with Minister Nhlanhla, was the one that was collaborating with me, managing performance of the police. So I've never.
Yeah, because the widespread established practice is that before a decision is taken, especially a decision which is related to dismissal, a person affected is usually given an opportunity. Sometimes they direct that person to write a letter to explain themselves why they cannot be fired and so on. So that never happened to you?
It never happened. I was hearing when I was at the airport that I was given 24 hours to explain myself, which never happened.
So am I correct if I say your dismissal was influenced by political dynamics?
I've got no reason to believe otherwise.
Okay. I want us to start from when your problems started. In your statement, you spoke about a contract. I think you have named it as a 360 contract. I want us to discuss about this contract. and the blue lights also. If you feel that to a certain extent the discussion will compromise the current court cases, you can indicate and say, no, we can't go to this extent because it will compromise my case. I'm flexible in that regard. Now, the 360 contract, why, or am I correct if I say part of the reasons why a strategy to deal with you was formulated is because of this contract? Am I correct?
Definitely.
Yeah, you can expand.
Yes. Chair, can I proceed?
No, proceed. I'm talking to the committee secretary.
Okay. It is correct that the contracts, and I was listening to one of the committee's witnesses say, this man was not doing work, he kept himself busy with tenders. I have here a report on forensic services, which will show how much ground we have covered. Today, forensic services in the South African Police Service is disaster. It's chaos. The report is contained herein. Part of the contract which created problems for me was the 360.
Yes.
Now, the 360 is a contract that was entered into following irregular processes. Specifications not met and so on. It was awarded. A competing service provider raised issues. That competing service provider happens to be FDA. Now, having raised the issue, we looked at it. And now, if I say we looked at it as forensic services, I pulled experts together. They looked at what was complained about, and they indeed found that there was non-compliance. This contract was not supposed to have been awarded. I then wrote to supply chain management, provided that information. That's actually where my role is supposed to end as the end user. For supply chain management is supposed to trigger the other processes in terms of the general conditions of contract, engage the service provider, and so on, which they did not do. But the contract, the service provider ultimately lodged a claim.
What was the name of the service provider?
Etemba.
Okay.
They lodged a claim. And once they lodged a claim, there was a process which excluded me. No one ever came to me and say, can you participate? Can you help us? They then settled and paid the 31 million to Etemba.
Yes.
And that 31 million paid to Etemba is now blamed on me. Allegedly, I caused the breach of contract.
Yes, yes.
But even tomorrow, I will never go and buy something which is substandard.
So at the time when the contract was terminated, they already started doing the work, the service provider?
They could not do work because as forensic services, the end user, the experts said, we are not going to be able to use these cameras.
So what is this money for? There's money that was paid to them, correct?
The money was paid for Angas. The money was paid, amongst others, when I see the settlement for computers.
How much general was paid to them in total?
31 million rands.
So the money was paid to a company which has done absolutely nothing?
Absolutely nothing.
Who made that payment?
General Sitole and the CFO who was here. I remember the CFO saying, no, I was not involved, but she's the one who signed as part of the settlement and the payment.
Now, I don't understand here. I'm trying to find logic, General. Why are you being suffocated for this? Because you are the one who wrote to SCM, correct?
Yes.
Who said they must review and so on.
Yes.
The result of which a decision was taken to terminate the contract.
Yes.
And you were not involved in the payment processes. You never authorized any payment. Am I correct?
Honorable Member, you're 100% correct. The records will show my letter, which was directing, starts with the 22 of October 2014, where I said to Supply Chain Management, cancel. And then there is another letter, 10th of May 2015, cancel. I even went to an extent of say, subject this thing to an independent assessment. What that meant is if they did not believe what we are saying as forensic services, let them take it for an independent assessment. And Treasury advised as such to say, take this thing for independent assessment to CSIR and SABS. I approved as an accounting officer, November 2016, to say they must go to an independent assessment. But when I left, today it's not done, and the whole thing is blamed on me.
So after they terminated the contract, was there any service provider that was appointed?
No.
For the same services?
No.
So what happened to that service that was supposed to be rendered?
I may have lost track, but to date,
there are no cameras.
No service provider has been appointed for the same thing. I know they have been running processes to try and advertise, but
payments have been made.
Payment has been made, 31 million rands.
With no services?
No service. And unfortunately, the man who was owning that company, after the 31 million, he relocated to Australia.
Yeah, that's where I'm
informed.
That's where I was going as well. I wanted to ask if you know the director of this company.
Vic Simons, who relocated from South Africa, went back. Whether he comes from there originally, I don't know.
Is he a South African?
No, I don't think he was. But he went to Australia, and unfortunately, he passed away there with the 31 million.
That is so unfortunate. If it's anything to go by. Now, let's go to the second aspect, the blue lights. When we spoke with, I think with Mr. McBride, he characterized you as a dubious character. He said there are cases against you. You, at some point, you had a relationship with a certain service provider. I just forget the name he mentioned, the name of that service provider. But he spoke about the blue lights. Now, what is a problem here in the blue lights?
The service provider he was referring to is the owner of the company called Instrumentation for Law Enforcement. It's a company owned by Mr. Mantata, who has been doing business with the police at least dating back to 2003, 2004. All these vehicles that you see equipped with blue lights, especially of the Presidential Protection Services or Protection Services, the so-called blue light gang, are equipped with lights which Mr. Mantata fitted. Those are, in my view, superior lights. But
why are they superior?
Superior lights in that the quality is good, the warranty, none of those, according to the contract, those lights, if he has fitted, if it is bought, and the vehicle which was equipped with is boarded, in other words, it's taken out of service, they will replace that light free of charge. If, for example, the light gets damaged, it will be repaired free of charge. So there are a number of services that are included in the whole thing. And amongst others, those lights, you can't buy them from the backyard shops where you see some of these lights are being bought. So in his case, in this, now we are talking blue lights case, between Gauteng and supply chain management, he would have responded to a request for quotation initiated by Gauteng province, sanctioned by supply chain management without me. And then the BAC awarded that contract on a quotation basis to him, to instrumentation. Then there were 3 orders. First is 10 million. That 10 million happened during the time when I was in office because it was 2017 around March. He fitted the first batch. When I was home, I think it was 29th June, I was already home. The 39 million was awarded by supply chain management between them and Gauteng. General Mutiba was the acting national commissioner then. In 2018, 35 million was given an order. So I'm simply saying 2 of those orders happen when I'm out of circulation. And then we get to hear there are issues. But the issues, as I read the affidavit...
What were they related to, issues?
The issue...
Appointment or payments?
No, the issue was about dual payments. It is there. I read the earlier affidavit of Van Niekerk.
Yeah, can you give context to that dual payment?
Yes.
Chair, I think there's a hand. Honorable Malema.
Honorable Malema.
Chair, just quickly on Mr. Mantata, he doesn't only do blue lights, if I'm not wrong. He also provide the president with those imported vehicles of BMW with bulletproofs. Am I right?
You're correct, Honorable Member. He also, I think, part of the President's fleet are armored vehicles, even motorbikes. At some point, he provided motorbikes to the same presidential protection. Yeah.
So what was the issue here? You are saying the issue was double payments.
The initial issue was an allegation that there are double payments to the tune of 3.9 million. And now, the unfortunate thing is that the same person who is Van Niekerk that ultimately said they were double payments is the same person who certified that this 3.9 million was paid for services that have been rendered and there is no duplication. So later, that was now in 2018 when I was home, that's when she now reverts back after being called by a Brigadier Buthelezi. And now the Buthelezi say, please check the invoices that were paid to Mantata, to the company. That's when she comes back and say, 3.9 million double payments. But then they make an arrangement with the company to say, here are the additional vehicles that you must equip with blue lights, which he did, and to balance out, the 3.9 million.
Or to settle the...
to settle the overpayment. Remember, we talked 3.9 million.
Yeah.
So of the 3.9 million, there was only one vehicle, which according to the audit, was missed. So if you say maybe he's got money that he did not deliver services for, it would have been 101,000 rands. But even that, it's not true because when they stopped the payment, he had already done additional 17, 18 cars that the state still to date did not pay for. So if we are to be fair, he's not owing the state owes him.
So people who authorized those payments, were there any actions that were taken against them?
Nothing. I think in my affidavit, I'm talking there about the reports compiled by General Zuma, General Kwena, General Naidu, as well as a Brigadier Mkhwanazi, who were pointing to the people at province and some people at supply chain management who may not have complied with the prescripts. And action was recommended, disciplinary action, not criminal, disciplinary. Okay. But so nothing has happened.
Your conclusion here, General, is that there was value for money. even though there were double payments, but there was value for money because those double payments were settled through the addition of other cars.
Yes.
Is that your conclusion?
My conclusion is that there were no double payments. The vehicles, additional vehicles were brought to settle. Secondly, all those vehicles that have been equipped with the blue lights in Gauteng for this particular contract are roaming around the streets of Gauteng with the functioning blue lights, and they continue to be maintained by the same service provider. So there is value for money. Nothing has been lost.
When you say the same, you mean the initial who got a double payments that you are claiming?
Yes, the same.
You mean Mr.
That's why I say,
Mantata?
Mr. Mantata. That's why I say this thing of 192 million, 86 million, I don't know where they get those calculations for. Because in total, what was paid by the state is 62 million, not 86 million or 100 and whatever million. It's a dream.
So your evidence is that SAPS is owing Mr. Mantata?
SAPS owes...
Not the other way around.
SAPS owes the service provider for those additional vehicles that were equipped with blue lights, which are to date not yet paid for.
Okay, my colleague will take this further. Honorable Skosana, I think I've left 5 minutes. If you say...
Honorable Skosana.
If you say I can proceed.
No, it's actually 10 minutes.
Oh.
Yeah.
I don't. If he's donating it to me, Chair, it's okay.
So, Chair, how many minutes do we have? 20 or 30? 20. Thank you. Yeah.
So you are left with 10 minutes now, when?
So he took my 10 minutes?
Yes, as you agreed.
But you said that you're going to mention why I said 20. So I thought I still have 20.
No, I did indicate to him. He saw me.
But me, you did not.
Sorry.
Okay, but it's fine. I will take the 10 minutes, Chair. But indeed, I think he has... I had the issue of the blue lights and the issue of a timber. I think I'll just make a follow-up on that. On page 1038, on your supplementary affidavit, I hope the General won't walk out as well today. Like what happened earlier, you know.
No,
Chair.
Chair, that's never going to happen.
Thank you,
I will fully account, even for the rumors.
Yeah, but anyway, I've got honorable member right there. You know, Honorable Malema is watching this time. You know.
But
yeah,
he's not this side.
Yeah, this. I'm sorry.
He's not this side.
The issue of Justice Haramse in 2018-2029, this review court application, I'm going to talk about this at Temba. In your view, General, was that tender awarded truthfully so? Temba, did they deserve to have this tender?
Temba did not deserve the tender because, one, no compliance with specification. Two, you did not have experts sitting there, which means the bid was not properly evaluated.
Yes.
And a number of issues. I mean, one of the simple requirements was that the company bidding must have a 24-hour support service. What that means is they must have that support services in case the cameras are deployed, because those cameras are to be used by the crime scene experts. If there is a camera dysfunctional or breaking down, they must be able to call the center and be able to bring a replacement of have the cameras replaced. In actual fact, in that case, we can't wait for it to be fixed. We needed a replacement. So that was not in place.
So the settlement was 24 million, if I remember well, and what you submitted here. But the money which was paid eventually was 31 million, am I right?
Correct, 24 million, and then the 7 million additional was interest. I don't know how long it took between the settlement and the actual payment, but it generated interest, and that interest was the 7 million, which made it 31.
So no one was disciplined in terms of that unauthorized. In fact, I'm not sure whether it's unauthorized. Let me just use the way that it was a wasteful expenditure, so to speak. Am I right?
It's irregular and wasteful expenditure. You paid money for services not rendered.
So Etemba was owned by who?
But I must answer.
Was it? Is the one which
honorable member's first question.
Yes.
No one was disciplined or charged except Phahlane for that irregularity, which Phahlane had nothing to do with. But the company here is the company owned by Vic Simons.
The one who passed on.
The one who passed on, and
Now,
Etemba.
So when this money was paid, you were no longer in the. You were suspended.
Yes, I was at home. I was suspended.
I think my colleague Honorable Nomvalo asked. Then why are they blaming you for this payment? In your view.
I don't know. Even the judges say I'm to be blamed. For what reason? Only one day I'll find that reason. I have nothing to do with that thing. And not that one must shy away from decisions that we have taken. I have taken a decision not to buy because there is a contract that was entered into that was irregular. And I've taken a decision that an independent assessment must be done. That independent assessment is not done. So somebody who took the decision to settle and somebody who took the decision to pay, who happens to be General Sithole, blames me. I mean, he takes the decision and he comes to blame me. So there is an English I always hear someone using. It's bizarre, to say the least.
So Lieutenant General Reid at that time was the Divisional Co-Commissioner of Supply Chain Management. Am I right?
Yes.
So he took that decision.
Conflicted as he was the Divisional Commissioner of Supply Chain Management, appointed by General Sithole to preside over my matter. The same environment that failed the subs in that they awarded the contract irregularly, and then the same environment which did not do the independent assessment. He is the same person who takes a decision.
Now, because of time, my 10 minutes gone. I'm going to go back again to the issue of the blue light. Because of what is submitted here, the issue of blue light, who was responsible for the procurement of those blue light? Was it national or was it provincial?
That was provincial. That request came from province because it was beyond their threshold. Their threshold at the time, I think, was something like 300,000. So they had 1,500 vehicles to be fitted. Now, having realized that they will never be able to obtain a quotation under 300,000 to fit the lights, the rules of the game are they are to approach supply chain management, the BAC. And the BAC gave them the go-ahead to say, you go and publish, obtain quotations, bring it to supply chain management, because that authority beyond 300 lies with the BAC. And once they tendered there and committees did what they did, supply chain management awarded, the BAC awarded that contract. So it's between Gauteng province and supply chain management, and it did not need the accounting officer.
Now, at that time, there was Major General M.M. Nhlanhla, am I right?
Yeah.
And Paul O'Sullivan, who was here, he was interviewed on Business News on the 30th June 2025. It's on paragraph 286, 305, and 317. He said that, in fact, there's a distortion of facts and propaganda in respect of blue lights and siren process embarked upon by Gauteng SAPS. What was the interest of Paul O'Sullivan in this matter, in your view?
His was to spread propaganda. But we do know that once the process was on and some people did not get the contract, they started making noise. Unfortunately, of all these companies, only one company was black-owned. And the contract before was given to a white-owned company. So the reality here was they wanted to continue with that company to continue to feed lights. And when it was awarded to, Idle, to Mantata, that's when Halabaloo came. The first question I got actually I was not even aware. It was coming from Gauteng DA, who started raising issues about the blue lights contract. And I went into it and said, as supply chain management, but what is this? And then I was told, no, this is a contract which we ultimately awarded to this one. And I said, but what's the issue? Why don't you just publish so that whoever was bidding knows that the contract was given to that particular person so that we are able to move on with service delivery?
Now, you have a report from the IPID investigators exhibit. The time is gone.
Gone.
Oh. Okay, thank you, Chair.
Honorable Kola Barnett. So you are forfeiting your right, Honorable Kola Barnett.
No, Chairperson. With your indulgence, I will go first in place of Ian and then my colleague Honorable.
You are requesting to go first.
If that's fine for you.
You are requesting to go first.
Yeah, that's what I said, with your indulgence.
You must properly ask to go
I
first.
did send you a message too, Chairperson.
Okay, proceed, Honorable Club.
Thank you, Chairperson, and good day, Mr. Phahlane. You said in paragraph 15 that you accepted the decision to step aside without hesitation, and again when you were answering the acting chair. And in paragraph 16 you stated the minister had no authority at all in law to instruct you to step aside. If you believe that the instruction was unlawful, or as you said earlier, you were the guinea pig, why did you comply immediately instead of challenging and writing the same day? And so I do understand that you answered earlier questions that the claims are felt to allow for the space so that the issue can be ventilated. But respectfully, that doesn't really address the legal point. If it was unlawful, why did you not object formally in writing?
I have already said, Honourable Member, I did not object because I was not dismissed on the day. I was told to go home, and it was a step aside. I wanted clarity on what this step aside is, and that clarity you can seek it in that particular meeting. Later on, I'm saying on the 7th, I was then given a notice of intention to suspend, and I testified here to say when I got that notice, I called General Mutiwa, who was the acting national commissioner, to say, are you trying to resolve the mess that the minister have created? And General Mutiwa agreed and was apologetic. But there was I did not have an appetite to go and fight this thing because I'm not glued to the position. I've said so.
Yes,
and
yes,
I
correct.
wanted to allow the investigation process to take its course.
So when you were quoted on the 2nd of June, you were speaking, I think it's to News 24. You agreed to step aside after a constructive engagement with the minister. So you're saying it was a mutual agreement at that point, and only later on the 7th that you felt it was a unlawful instruction?
No, I'm saying I knew on the day that it's unlawful. I knew on that particular day.
Okay, no, but then
I did not raise any issue.
All right,
I
so,
went home.
on that, on the 2nd of June, then if you're saying that on the day you already knew it was unlawful,
Yeah.
on the 2nd of June you made an engagement with News 24 and you said it was a constructive agreement with the minister. So was it an unlawful instruction by the 2nd
or was it a mutual agreement, in your opinion?
It doesn't change the fact that it was unlawful, but I say we had a constructive engagement. I mean, the constructive engagement, the minister, whether he was acting lawfully or not lawfully, he had given reasons why.
Okay, no problems. I heard you said earlier General Mpehu belonged to another faction. What factions are you talking about? Who are the factions? And just shortly, you can explain it, considering that you acknowledge that there's factions. And what do you suggest to get rid of these factions in SAPS?
Do you want me to answer the faction question?
Yeah, and how to get rid of it, but in a very short space, because I've got limited time, please.
In the first place, we are not supposed to be having factions, irrespective of political affiliation. We all must be serving the general public,
correct,
which is composed by people. So all what is required, stop political interference, go back, serve the people according to the oath of office.
Thank you. So I didn't understand the relevance in your original affidavit that you deposed in January. You spoke in paragraph 16. You alluded to a apparent tweet of Honorable Malema. You claim Honorable Malema has posted, "We need to deal aggressively with criminals. And you, Phahlane, should go and McBride should be appointed the permanent police commissioner." What was the purpose of inserting that tweet in your affidavit?
But that tweet is self-explanatory. If you look at...
Please allow me to finish my question, sir.
Okay.
Are you suggesting political coordination? Are you suggesting foreknowledge? Or are you attempting to create a narrative of persecution? I didn't understand the purpose of your tweet, hence my clarification question.
Am I to answer now?
Yes, you can
All
go.
right. Honorable Member, that is placed under 16.
Yes.
Paragraph 16.
Correct.
And that is self-explanatory in the sense that it's a message from a member of a political party. Whatever it meant, it actually was followed through on the 1st of June, because there it is, on the 1st of June, it goes, "Well done, Chana."
Sorry, what did you say?
I thought you were...
I can't hear you what you said now.
It's a "Well done, Chana." There it's written, the last sentence of that message.
All right. And you said history has no blank pages. What do you mean by that? In the same section?
Maybe it's too much English. But history has got no...
I don't understand what too much English?
Yes, it's too much
What do you
English.
mean?
No, it's too much English in the sense that it is... History has got no blank pages. In other words, something that happened in the past is recorded somewhere, and you can still trace it.
And you're
back.
speaking about that
And that's
tweet
exactly-
specifically,
Yes.
history has no blank pages?
Yes.
All right. I understand English perfectly. Thank you, sir.
Yeah.
You stated you remained at home and you rendered no services from the 1st of June. For how long were you at home, and you were remunerated up until what point?
I would have been remunerated until 2020. I think it was 2020. I think it was August. Following the...
Plus minus 3 years. Just give or take a few months.
Is it 3 years, not more? Yeah. I think it's 2020. I'm speaking on, but I think it's documented here.
And when did you get your official suspension letter? Which date was that again?
On the 7th, it was a notice for intention.
All right.
And we responded the following day through my lawyers, and said, there is no reason to give me a notice because I'm already at home. I'm already suspended from the 1st of June. So I think 7th and 8th of June.
So that's when you got your official letter of suspension?
Yes.
All right. You mentioned a lot of generals sitting at home, including receiving salaries, yourself included, and it's no insult to you. What the question, though, is if all these generals are sitting at home and many SAPS members do not, and many SAPS members don't even have the necessary equipment to discharge their work correctly. You said, now to an honourable member here, the list, you were specifying women that were sitting at home. So there's obviously many, many more. And they're also receiving full pay. How do we get rid of that?
By holding management accountable. You can't have a situation where people are sitting at home for prolonged periods. If a person has committed an act of misconduct and you are to institute disciplinary action, the regulations prescribe time frames within which that must happen. So implement what the regulations are saying to save the state and the taxpayer a lot of money. All what this is called for is compliance. And there is even a letter, a directive coming from the Minister of Public Service and Administration to say, if, for example, that suspension goes beyond the prescribed time frames, in the police, according to regulation, it's 60 days, which can be extended to for a further 30 days. If those days are exhausted, the directive is place that person in an alternative environment so that the person can at least continue rendering
So all the
services.
generals that are now currently under suspension that you named, have they been placed in alternative positions or are they sitting at home?
I'm not the National Commissioner.
No, I'm asking your opinion. You're here to assist the committee, so I'm just asking what your knowledge on it. Are they sitting at home receiving pay? The names you read out.
Earlier, Honorable Member, I told you about Lieutenant General Manamela, the Provincial Commissioner of Mpumalanga. She has been sitting forever at home. And there are many more of those people.
No, that gives me direction. Thank you. You've assisted. So in paragraph 84, you say political interference has been the order of the day post Polokwane's ANC conference. Can you please name for the record the ministers, members of parliament, politicians who are part of this political interference up until your current knowledge?
No, I can't.
What is your reason for that? Because you're here to assist the committee, so...
Must I just blanket name people? I have in my affidavit outlined the specific instances. For example, I've outlined the issue relating to General Mpeho. I've outlined the issue relating to General Mdluli.
And I'm asking about the ministers, members of parliaments and politicians.
But
Because
they are
I think
named.
we've covered. Yes, I want to know their names.
Honorable Member, they are named. I said, in that period, the late Minister Mteto was the Minister of Police. After Minister of Police, Mteto, I think we had Minister between Nhleko and what is his name? Between Nhleko and Balula, I think we had the two somewhere there. So it is in those periods. So yeah, Minister.
I asked this because it's your colleagues in SAPS. You spoke specifically about the struggle credential SAPS members that are feeling the effect. You spoke about senior management that were badly affected by this.
Yes.
So that's the reason I asked that question. Did you ever witness political interference with your own eyes in operations, that you witnessed it with your own eyes?
Earlier,
not after effects.
No, not after effects. I have said I'm an example of the effect of political interference. I've seen actually, and for one reason or another, this is not being spoken about. You have the structure here of the police, the current structure, which removes inspectorate. You have got the structure of the police currently, which reflects PCIRA, which reflects, I think it's civilian secretariat and so on, which reflects IPID. What has those to do with the police structure that the National Commissioner is by law authorized to establish? How do you go and remove inspectorate? Inspectorate has, throughout the lifespan of policing, since policing was born, it's part of the establishment because of the important work that they do. You can't say inspectorate is going to be replaced by internal audit or quality management. They've got a specific function in policing. It's directed. It is here.
Thank you. So I just want to quickly question you on McBride, Sullivan and Pop Crew. I think it's from, I'm not going to give you all, it's 83, 97, 100, 309, 332 and 337, those paragraphs. You spoke at large about McBride, O'Sullivan, and Pop Crew, and how they were, coordinating a target against you. So if I had to just zone in a little bit, McBride, what did he have to gain personally for targeting you? If you want to know the passages 83 and 100, but what did he have to gain?
What pages?
Not pages, paragraph 83 and 100. Or I think it's of the supplementary, if I'm correct. Sorry, I've been working between all these documents.
Yeah.
With very short time.
83, you said paragraphs.
Yes, paragraph 83 and 100. I just want to know, what did McBride have to gain to personally attack you?
The heart and soul of the South African Police Service. They wanted to take control of the South African Police.
McBride wanted to.
McBride and O'Sullivan.
And O'Sullivan, so them together wanted to take over that.
Yeah.
And Pop Crew?
It is on record. Even Nkabinde was here, spoke about they wanted McBride to become the National Commissioner of Police. The SMSs and WhatsApps which are here speaks volumes to say he's about to be appointed as a National Commissioner. Please move.
And Pop Crew, what did Pop Crew, sorry, my microphone, what did Pop Crew gain institutionally? Because you spoke about Pop Crew as well.
But
I think in paragraph 97 and 100.
It is Pop Crew that held the press conference of September 2012. It is Pop Crew that I took to court.
So it's Pop Crew as a political vehicle used within SAPS against you?
Of course.
And who politically drove that deployment? Who was running the show? Who was giving direction to these two? To O'Sullivan, to McBride, to Pop Crew? Who was giving them the direction to target you?
Directing those operations. It is O'Sullivan, McBride. McBride came here and said to you that IPID was infiltrated. He's not saying here. He was handling people within crime intelligence. Hlongwani, Petle, Twili. There are people, in actual fact, the people who provided this information, even about my vehicles and so on, were the people that were doing vetting on me, that McBride pulled and placed them within crime intelligence. Not within within IPID. It is McBride who was talking here about Brigadier Khomo to say Khomo infiltrated, while he was busy patching them out of crime, out of IPID, and many more. There is Major General Musimane Khape. All those people that were not in his good books, he kicked them out and he wanted to bring people. There is reference here that was made. It's even here in O'Sullivan's book of Monsami, and there's a whole report here in my affidavit that speaks volumes about his involvement and the disinformation that he has been peddling.
Thank you, sir. You didn't want to really speak much about labor issues, and I will respect that, and I agree, because we're here to speak about corruption of members within SAPS, IDAC, IPID, political interference, and so forth. So I'd like to respect that, but I'm going to ask you about corruption and alleged corruption. How many criminal charges have been laid against you since 2017, regardless of the outcome?
Since 2017?
Correct.
Blue lights, it's one. The CI, what do you call, the software, it's two. There was an allegation on vehicles, which never went anywhere in the courts. Those were the three. There was a music system which they were talking about, which they themselves confessed to say, but the late Mandla confessed. The WhatsApp is here to say he actually bought it. But these are the things that were being flighted to say corruption, corruption.
All right. Did you, your wife, and Mr. Snyman appear in court in 2018 on fraud and corruption-related charges?
I just mentioned
That's the one.
The vehicles.
And that was the one you were out on bail on 10,000?
You are incorrect.
At that time?
But that matter is withdrawn.
Oh, is it? But you were on bail at that time on 10,000. I'm just trying to get the facts straight, sir.
Of course.
You don't need to be defensive. I'm asking very simple questions.
I have to be defensive.
You don't have to be. You're into inquiry. I'm not prosecuting you. Did you lay criminal charges against anyone for intimidation or malicious prosecutions? And if not, who authorized the continuation of salary payments?
Who authorized?
All of the payments that were being made. Did you lay any charges against anyone for the intimidation and malicious prosecutions that they were making against you? Because you said these people were coming after you and they were charging you. So it was malicious.
I don't know why I must answer that question because that's not my initiative. And
It's not
at the right time, I will make that decision. For now, I'm calling for everyone who's making allegations to bring them, let's go to court. Let they be ventilated in court. As to what I do thereafter.
So you haven't opened any cases against anybody for malicious? I'm not saying you have to, I'm asking have you?
What I do thereafter is my business. But there is a case, Camille Drift 12 of 1/2017, where all these people that were sitting here are supposed to be before court. And that is not happening. It may be a relevant question to ask.
Do you find it concerning that so many senior SAPS members are all facing corruption allegations, claims, and the list goes on. I mean, you've been following the Nhlanhla Commission, you've been following this committee. Does that not concern you that so many people in the highest levels have been facing serious allegations?
Concocted.
Unfortunately, your time.
All of it concocted.
Finished.
Thank you very much, Mr.
You are
Phahlane, for
concocting
your
another time now.
And thank you for your time, Chairperson.
Thank you, Chair. I just wanted to make a follow-up, Chair. I wanted, in fact, not a follow-up, a clarity. Because when General was, in fact, the evidence leader, unfortunately, that stopped somewhere in the middle. The issue you said about your matter was taken from Pretoria to Randburg, to a commissional court somewhere in Randburg. Am I right?
Correct.
So that's where you say...
Not Randburg, to Palm Ridge.
To Palm Ridge, I mean, yes.
Okay.
That's where I think it's IDEC, is it IDEC or IPID, which the prosecutor issue of, that was the issue.
Correct.
Clarity on that. I'm sorry, I'm not want to take.
If I'm accused to have acted as an accounting officer, I was acting, whatever I did, I was doing it in Pretoria, where the National Police Headquarters is. How I find myself in Palm Ridge, heavens knows.
So is it IDEC who took you to Palm Ridge?
It's IDEC, it's Richard Chabalala, it's Temani Vinang, it's Soko, and the rest, the rogue.
The rogue unit which we spoke about.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you, Chair.
Okay. Honorable Kolabanat.
I thank you, Chairperson. Good evening. In this committee, I asked ex-IPID member Mr. Nkabinde, who you referred to earlier, had been a senior investigator at the IPID. And on the task team investigating you, he was on it as Mr. Phahlane. You're not a general, of course. I'm not sure why people are calling you that. That it had apparently come to light that, and I quote from the affidavit, in mid-March 2018, certain SAPS members, including General Mkhwanazi and you, had allegedly approached members of the IPID task team and offered them promotions to brigadier within crime intelligence in exchange for giving false statements implicating McBride and other senior IPID members involved in the investigation against you. Your response to that?
First, you, honorable member, you may want not to peddle this
Please drag your mic towards your mouth.
Sorry. Secondly, I, in my life, have never been in a meeting with General Mkhwanazi and any of the IPID people. Never.
Okay.
Whoever is feeding that information, they must pay their school fees back.
Okay. I'm getting information out of what was presented to this committee in affidavits. I'm not fabricating it. And I'm not peddling anything, I'm asking you questions, which I think is my job here.
You have been peddling quite a lot.
I've asked you one question, sir.
All right.
Now, Mr. Nkabinde was allegedly convinced by Lieutenant General Mkhwanazi to give a Section 204 statement against Mr. McBride as head of the IPID at that stage in order to try and destroy the case against you. That's the claim. And it's claimed that you were involved here.
Honorable Kuala Barnett, please pause. Honorable Klopper.
Sorry, Chairperson. The witnesses said that the Honourable Kuala Barnett is peddling information. And we requested he withdraw that statement. She's peddling nothing. She had asked one question.
General Phahlane,
I withdraw.
You accuse Honorable Barnett of peddling information.
I withdraw, Honourable Member.
Thank you. Please, let's proceed. Please, let's refrain General Phahlane to make such kind of sentiments.
My questions are based on evidence that we've had.
We must wait, Honorable Kuala Barnett. We must, at all times, even if we hold strong views against any member, but we must always maintain the decorum and the respect. Even at the time when we disagree with what they may be putting in front of you. Please, let's proceed on.
Thank you. It's claimed that you were involved there. You deny that. From my perspective as a very, very long-serving member of the Police Portfolio Committee, and certainly on when you were the Acting National Police Commissioner, I put it to you that, in fact, that's typical SAP's behavior, to attack the very people who put forward accusations, be it to whoever it's aimed at, to try and scuttle the investigations. Your thoughts on that?
Thanks, Chair. The 204 statement of Nkabinde, it's a fact. He testified about it here. It is also on record. In actual fact, parts of it, it is in the docket. So I don't do investigations. That investigation was conducted by General Mabula, and General Mkhwanazi had nothing to do with a 204 statement. It flows from the investigation conducted by General Mabula. And yes, Nkabinde is a 204 witness in Camel Drift Case 12 of 1/2017 that has been gathering dust in the IPID and the NPA environment.
Okay. It's interesting to me that your arrest, along with several crime intelligence members, including 2 major generals, arrested over that 54 million tender fraud, and the investigative directorate did that arrest and those arrests. That was in 2022, and the tender back in 2016. And again, the company iView was allegedly behind that. A Durban businessman, one Ibanathan Kistia, I think that's how you would pronounce it, who was also investigated in relation with the 45 million rand procurement of the grabber prior to the ANC's elective conference at Nasrec in 2017. Do you have a relationship with this man? Do you know him?
I don't even know him. I started knowing him the day he was brought to court, or the day I was at Brook Lane Police Station. Okay. Secondly, it's the same case matter that I testified about earlier on software.
Yes.
Which software was used successfully to gather intelligence that enabled us to effectively police the fees must fall, and that made us effectively to police the Vuani community, and we were able to allow those people to go and vote. And I do not regret a minute that I signed the deviation.
That's fine.
And I don't know where the 54 million is coming from.
Okay, all of that. The claim is that was all paid for, but nothing was delivered. You're saying it was paid for and it was delivered. Unfortunately, we don't have investigators here, so we're reliant on the outcomes of various court cases, etc. Now, another system...
Honourable Member,
if I can just finish first, Chair.
Okay.
Another system, the data list that you referred to earlier, cost 21 million, also from the same person, iView, the company iView, to encrypt phone calls. Now, of course, at that time, you were under investigation, I think, in the blue light matter. Again, payment was made, but no goods delivered. Now, that resulted, I think, in your arrest again. There was an 86 million rand issue. Again, it was Mr. Kistia who seemed to be the common factor. So again, did you not know him, although his company was the one supplying or attempting to supply or being paid for, shall we say, and not supplying goods to the SAPs?
Honourable Member, you are incorrect. I was not under investigation for the blue lights. The blue lights is an afterthought. When I appeared before the Portfolio Committee where you were present, the 16th of May 2017, that was already in place, that equipment. By the way, software, you don't deliver it in boxes.
Really? Who knew?
You don't deliver software in boxes. Software is loaded on computers. It's system related.
I am aware of that, sir. Please don't.
Honourable Member, am I allowed to answer that question?
Honourable Kolabanat, what question was that?
He went into explaining to me how software is delivered, which I know. So I'm just saying I'm aware of this. You don't have to go into the ins and outs of how software is delivered because it's not delivered in a box. I think he thinks that I believe it is.
Yeah, I think as much as we must be cognizant of time, General Phahlane, but I think also you'll recall that there would have been a complaint of us asking a broad question and not allowing witnesses to express themselves properly. So I think it is important that we allow him to respond properly and satisfactorily, but as you are going to guide him when you, I think you can be able to communicate with each other.
I did try.
We don't have to intervene every now and then. Thank you.
Thanks, Chair. I start. The software and ComSec has got nothing to do with blue lights. Software and ComSec were procured by Crime Intelligence December 2016, and it was for a specific purpose. And the allegations that it was never delivered are baseless. Because if they were never delivered, how was it going to be possible to use the same software to gather intelligence that allowed us to successfully police the Fees Must Fall? How possible was it that it could have allowed us to successfully police Vuwani? Delivery took place. On the ComSec, it has absolutely nothing to do with my protection. If you look, that ComSec was procured by CI for CI people. It so happens that part of the people that were amongst whom it was distributed were the divisional commissioners and some of the provincial commissioners. So there is no truth in the baseless allegations that it was meant to protect me. From what?
Okay. We've been into and had reference to items that went missing from the forensic laboratory while you were the head thereof, reference to the cocaine and the rhino horn, etc. Now, POPCU agreed with the report that came out. You say POPCU are part of some cabal that's against you. So I think I should just move on there. Look, it's been claimed in this committee that you used your acting national commissioner position to launch a counter-investigation in terms of the IPID, bringing in a team from Northwest who attempted but failed to provide a security breach. What's your response to that?
It's a very funny question, Honourable Chair. When police establish a team, the divisional commissioner or the acting divisional commissioner of crime intelligence sanctions a threat assessment. The threat assessment confirms that there is a threat on my life and that of my family. And it even further say there is criminality. Now, the acting divisional commissioner of crime intelligence approaches the Provincial Commissioner of Northwest to designate officers to go and do an investigation on criminality, which investigation culminates in the opening of Camille Drift case 12/1/2017. And people are arrested, and the case gets struck off the roll when they are about to add suspects. We now know that that docket is gathering dust. Now, you have a Phahlane task team that was comprised of people from IPID coming from Limpopo, KwaZulu-Natal, Eastern Cape, Free State, Gauteng, all over the country. They are well enough to be constituted as a task team. In this report, I'm making again visible a project Cyborg, which was put together, comprised of Sithole, McBride, Matakata, who were to focus on me. How much money can the state afford in focusing on an individual on matters that you have got here judgments of the FDA, 2, and I've given you the 3rd one, where the very same things that they were alleging, they are found wanting. They are now to pay FDA 1.4 billion for that. But a task team of 4 people coming from Northwest, which did a job not appointed by me, even Judge Tuchten. There is a judgment here. Judge Tuchten would have said, the reason I'm saying these people must be removed is to make sure that people are not investigating each other. There is no judgment in that judge from the judge who say Phahlane appointed the task team.
Could I just ask you to go back a minute? You said there was a case in court and that it was pulled. Are you suggesting that the court is corrupt, or what suggestion are you making there? You said the court is now, the case is just lying there, but it was in court and you said it was pulled. Who by?
Honorable Member, I know I'm to answer questions here, but...
Sorry, you said it. I was just doing a follow-up.
No, I've never spoke about the court which is corrupt. I said there is Camille Drift case 12/1/2017, which repeatedly we have been talking about. Even Kabinde was here.
Yes.
That is gathering dust.
Earlier you said there was a case that went to court against these people.
Oh, that's exactly the case I'm talking about.
So who pulled it? Is it the court or is it the SAPS? Who pulled it away from the court? You said it's now just lying there.
Sorry, Chair. I don't understand what is pulled, but I said the case was struck off the roll at the point where additional suspects were to be added.
Okay.
Pulled, I don't know where it comes from.
All right. Taken off the court roll. Apologies for using the wrong phrase. I'm very interested in Lieutenant General Adeline Shezi, who I really thought at one stage might end up being the National Police Commissioner. She's also been dismissed from the SAP, so she's Ms. Shezi now, of course. She was arrested along with her nephew, sister, and a Chepo Causa, arrested for fraud, corruption, and money laundering in relation to the Technology Management Division under Forensics, which you were running. When she used a service provider and a family member to assist her to renovate her own property and to score further SAP's contracts. Now, she, of course, you work very closely together in the Forensics Division. Did you know what she and her family were up to?
I don't have to know what she's up to with her family. I know and respect her as a colleague, and I have played a part in her development.
Yes.
When I arrived in forensic services, she was a colonel.
Yes, I know.
Competent, very competent. So as to the family affairs, they are really beyond
it's not
my
a family affair, sir. It's fraud and corruption within the SAPs.
No, but
which
Chair,
was happening under you.
I was asked about family affairs, and you got it wrong, Honourable Member, because when that matter happened, when that allegation surfaced, I was an acting national commissioner.
Yes.
And she was in Technology Management Services.
Yes.
So what did it have to do with me?
I didn't say it had anything to do with you. I'm not accusing you of anything. I'm asking your opinion on the fact that a very prominent person of the SAPS who used her entire family corruptly, used SAPS money corruptly, got SAPS tenders corruptly, and they've all been arrested. I wondered if you knew anything about her corrupt activities when you were the acting National Police Commissioner, because you had been so close.
I'm not here to come and give opinions. I'm here to testify and give evidence. And I unfortunately have got nothing to offer in as far as General Shezi's family affairs are concerned. And the honorable member even gets it wrong, because this, what she is referring to, even happened beyond my tenure as an acting national commissioner.
It would have
when I
happened
was
while
at
you
home.
were in service, sir, and she worked very closely with you. It's not a family matter. Her entire family was arrested for corruption.
Yeah, I
using the
think,
SAPS.
sorry, Honorable
I'm not going to say
I think the overarching question is that were you aware at the time when you were the acting national commissioner? I think that's the part that
Exactly. Thank you.
warrants an answer.
But
were you aware of the alleged corrupt activities when you were the acting national commissioner?
Am I allowed to answer in Sesotho?
Do we have interpretation services here?
No.
We don't. Can you proceed as you were doing, please?
All right. I'm going to answer in my other mother tongue, Afrikaans. Ek was nie bewus nie.
Okay.
Omdat dit nie deur my tydperk gebeur het nie.
What does that mean? Okay. That's fine.
Okay, can you delegate Honorable Matthys to translate for us? I think the witness has left me as well now.
Shame, I don't speak Afrikaans. I can just about speak English. So you're asking for miracles here.
All right, let me just do honorable chair.
You know who can, there's honorable souls here. Khaled's life matter.
Chairperson, I will not indulge in unfairness. When I request translation, I am denied. So I refuse.
Well, will you just do it, please?
It looks like we have no one to rescue us. Okay, proceed, Honorable Phahlane.
Honorable Chair, let me just sort it out.
Okay.
It never, the allegation did not happen during any of the time frames that I was in office, whether as a divisional commissioner or as an acting national commissioner. It happened beyond. While I know and heard about it and I engaged, somewhere earlier I did say, General Shezi is being accused to have received money from a service provider for the renovation of his house. Now I hear it's the sister's house. But I said in my testimony that what I do know is that General Shezi borrowed money through somebody. The details thereof do not belong here. But it did not happen during my tenure. And by the way, I can't be blamed for knowing General Shezi. I'm very proud to have associated with her. She's one of the greatest.
Honorable Kola Barnard, unfortunately, your time
thank you.
is gone. And your time must out. Honorable Matthys.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, you've got a visitor, Honourable Member of Parliament, that you haven't acknowledged. My whole Treasurer General.
Apologies, and thank you for that protest
pay for my
action.
flights to come here.
And
if
thank you for
don't
that protest
acknowledge
action. Honorable Mautwe, you are welcome and greetings. We have not had a good day today, but we are surging on. You can proceed, Honorable Matthys.
Thank you, Chair. Let's just, General Phahlane, let's start with General Shezi. So you're saying, so the action against her and her family of her being arrested didn't happen while you were National Commissioner, but the actual activities, did they also not happen? All what she's been charged for and what they've been arrested for, did it happen while you were National Commissioner or when you were in forensic services?
As far as I'm concerned, Honourable Member, I was not aware of any such.
No, you're not answering my question.
Okay.
Did it happen? What the actual acts what she and her family have been charged and arrested for. It happened during a period, right? The charging and the arrest happened way later. So they charged for an act that happened on a particular day or during a particular period. Were you in charge of forensic services or the acting national commissioner when that took place?
Without specific dates, I will not be able to, I don't want to say it definitely did not happen because I was not aware of it.
Or you haven't followed anything about the arrest?
Sorry?
You haven't followed any of it
Only
about her
after.
arrest and all the charges? I'm
Only
just saying, because you said you're very proud of someone whose entire family has been charged for corruption, and you're saying you are proud to have known her, and you're still proud to have known her.
No. That's not what I said. I
Okay,
said,
tell me what you said again.
I'm
because
saying-
No, yes?
I contributed in the development of General
I'm not
Shezi.
talking about, you said you are proud to
Yeah,
have
but
known
I'm getting there. If you can allow me to get there. I started knowing General Shezi when I got to Forensic Services. She's a very competent woman. And I've got no doubt that I am proud of what she had achieved, what she's capable of. As to the details of what is being alleged, I unfortunately was not aware, and I don't have the details. The only thing that I know is that there is an allegation to say she was paid money from a service provider to, for the renovations of a house. That's all I know. The finer details I don't know, and I was not aware of.
Hey, it's a very sad day when a former acting national commissioner can sit here when we have an entire family that has been arrested, that is in jail for the level of corruption that they committed, and you are singing their praises on their competency and corruption. But let's park that. I'm just saying it's a very sad day.
No, but Honorable Member, we must correct. General Shezi is not in jail.
The entire family.
They are not in jail.
Corruption. But they've been charged, criminally charged and arrested.
But I thought that our constitution say you are innocent until proven guilty. She's still undergoing court.
Okay, let's even leave it there. I think we should just park it because you're just digging yourself more in the hole. They are criminally charged. They might be out on bail, but I'm saying for you, who was once a former acting commissioner of this country, to talk the way you have, you should have just submarined on that and let it go. Because we were not asking about her competency. I didn't ask about her competency. Let's talk, Lieutenant General, about the issue of you being suspended, right? How is it possible that an entire president did not know that his minister was suspending you? I mean, it's so bizarre because it was everywhere.
I don't know. All I know is that I was asked to step aside by the minister. Whether the president knew or not, I don't know. I don't have a document today which is saying to me, you are suspended by the president.
Okay, but I think just logically, Lieutenant General, if our minister comes, it means that he has had some sort of conversation and it was agreed to. It's not possible that President Zuma did not know that you were going to be. Are you saying that he should have come personally and told you?
No, Honorable Member.
What were you expecting from President Zuma?
Even if it was not personal, even if he accordingly delegated and gave the minister the letter, I will not be asking. So I'm not going to make assumptions. What I'm saying, which is a fact, is that I was asked to step aside by a minister of police. And secondly, I have got no documentation to that effect. Thirdly, no prescripts, at least that I know of, provide for step aside.
Okay.
The prescripts provide for suspension, which suspension could be effected by the National Commissioner. Not that the President can't effect the suspension, but I'm talking reality here.
So you just wanted a letter from the President because it's not possible that the minister could have been tasked to do so. So you're saying you didn't protest on the matter when you met the then Minister of Police, right? So there was no written objection. You didn't do any objection to when there was that discussion, and then they agreed that you are going to be suspended. Do you have any records that you objected to the suspension?
I'm on record as having said I have never objected. I never challenged. I never challenged that, and I went home.
Okay. So do you think by not doing or submitting, even sending a letter to the president in writing during that time to say that you have not issued a letter, I'm getting a letter, the minister is saying that even if he didn't respond, did you think that was something that you should have done?
In hindsight, no. In the first place, I never applied for the president to appoint me.
But you wanted him to release you, right?
Not me. The law says he must release me.
Right, so I'm saying that, yes. So when that didn't happen and you were not satisfied, Lieutenant General, did you do anything in writing to reach out, even if he didn't respond? There's no way you wouldn't have his email to say that I'm being told by the minister, I want to put it on record that I do not have anything in writing from you to release me from this position.
For your own benefit, Honorable Member, I don't have President Zuma's cell number, landline, email, or address.
So our whole acting national commissioner could not get that information. I'm just saying.
But you are saying I did not have, and I'm confirming that I did not have.
That's what I'm saying. So
and there is no reason.
Leave you personally.
No.
But you were an acting national commissioner that could not, I can even get, an ordinary citizen can get an email address to send an email to the president. You didn't have capacity.
I've got much more capacity. I'm much more capable. I was able to function independently. And if there was something that was to go to the president, it would have went through the minister, which is part of our protocol. So I really don't need a president's numbers and so on.
Okay, we didn't ask if you needed it, but so you also didn't send a letter to the minister to say, can you please let the president know that he is the one that needs to send me the letter to say that I'm suspended? Did you have any correspondence or anything like that if you communicated with the minister?
Honorable Member, I'm not a beggar. I was sitting
I'm not asking if you
no,
beggar.
but
You
I'm
went
trying to answer your
court.
question. I am sitting with the minister who is saying, go home. And I say, who do I hand over to? He said, no, don't worry, go home. And that's exactly what I did.
So why did you go to court after then if you were... Why did you go to court after when you were suspended? Why did you go to court?
But the court process is challenging a different thing. And that's why that judgment...
You weren't challenging your suspension as being unlawful?
No.
What were you challenging?
Dismissal. Unfair dismissal.
Which was the result of your suspension, right?
But you can be suspended, you can return to service. It doesn't necessarily mean that when you are suspended, you'll be dismissed. And the focus there was on the unfair dismissal.
Okay. So you were suspended. You were suspended for full pay for 3 years, right? There was no disciplinary process that happened, and that only happened in 2020. So you were quite happy. Okay, let's go to this point. While you were suspended for those 3 years, did you write to anybody to say, when am I going to a disciplinary process?
Yeah, we are there. Now, I'm going to try and explain again. The suspension had nothing to do with the...
I get that. I'm asking
No,
a
you
different
don't
question.
get it, because there's something that I need to bring to your attention.
Okay.
The suspension had nothing to do with the 2020 charge, which relates to the 360.
Okay.
The suspension had to do, amongst others, with the CPN report, issues that were raised in the CPN report. It is there where Advocate Terry Mutau SC was appointed to preside over. While we were still waiting for that process, then comes 2020, July the 6th, a notice of an investigation that was not even done. So these are separate things. Okay. And there is no, conclude, there is no letter of me going somewhere to complain. The only investigation that you'll find is with the public protector, which is looking at those issues.
Okay, we're going to get to the public protector. So we are agreeing that you were suspended, and you were not suspended by the president as legally you're saying that you should have. You accepted it because you did not want to be a beggar, right? You were sat at home for 3 years with no process that happened, no disciplinary process, something just resurfaced again in 2020, right? It's not your fault that they suspended you on full pay. I'm just saying, but that was the situation. It wasn't.
No, Honorable Member, I'm trying to explain. I say, in the 3 years, when the 60-day was lapsing, remember? You have got the first, so-called step aside. You have got the 8th, where suspension is now confirmed. In that process comes in the disciplinary process that was chaired by Advocate Terry Mutau. That was done or initiated before the first 60 days lapsed. So it was proceeding. The 90 days lapsed of provided for the suspension. In that, as the process unfolded, there was a court challenge on the authority to charge. Then there was an outcome. While the outcome was delivered, and we are saying, at that point, I think the proceedings were postponed, Synodine. Synodine. Now, while waiting for the reactivation of that process, voila, comes a notice of this expeditious process. Which process is the one that is being challenged, which ended up at Bargaining Council, Labour Court, Labour Appeals Court. It is now in the Constitutional Court.
But overall, that whole period, it was 3 years.
Which whole period?
The 3 years of your suspension took place for 3 years.
Yes.
Okay, that's what I was saying. There was a whole lot of processes that happened, but for 3 years you were suspended until 2020.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay, let's park that. You were appointed the Divisional Commissioner in 2010. What was more or less the national forensic backlog at that time?
No, I was not appointed the Divisional Commissioner in 2010.
Not National Commissioner, Divisional Commissioner, I beg your pardon, for forensic
No, even
services.
that, I was not appointed the Divisional Commissioner in 2010.
Which
I was
year?
appointed the Divisional Commissioner in 2007 as the Divisional Commissioner Personnel Services.
Oh, okay.
And then,
What were the figures when you entered and when you left office? Do you know more or less?
no, I don't want to give you a guess because there is a detailed report here relating to that. And I think it's a very, it's in my affidavit. It's a very important question, Honorable Member, and I have detail in this affidavit.
You gave the figures of when you started, what was the backlog in forensic services when you joined and when you entered. Okay,
yes,
we'll note that.
I mean, I'm trying to look for it because
No, it's fine. Our evidence leaders will note that.
I can't just think of the figures, but I can tell you that the figures, when I arrived, they were very high.
Okay.
I left with figures, I think, overall, I'm not only talking DNA, I think it was under 6,000, but that figure has since escalated. over a period.
And then what was in the procurement for the 360-degree camera system? Was that part of the documented forensic turnaround strategy?
Just come again.
So the procurement for these cameras, the 360-degree cameras, was it part of a turnaround strategy?
Correct. That was funded for by the CJS.
Okay. And do we have a copy, or do you have a copy of where the strategy was recorded?
It will be with subs. If you go to forensic services, it should be there.
Okay, so our evidence leaders will note that. So let's talk about Itemba, that dispute. Were there any prior findings against forensic services under your leadership before? So before the dispute regarding Itemba Forensic Group, were there any prior audit findings against forensic services under your leadership?
Well, I can't say they were not, because you have internal audit that continued to audit. You have the AG, but we have never had anything of this magnitude.
Okay, so they were.
And by the way, that finding relating to this 360, it's actually not a forensic services finding.
Okay.
It's a supply chain management finding.
Okay, so but there were findings under your leadership. Let's talk about again on the 360 camera.
Sorry, Honourable Member, I was trying to look for this. I just wanted to mention to you, you will see page 109 in terms of that the backlog issues.
Okay.
I think there is a whole report which is contained in there.
Okay.
From 109 until 115.
No problem. Let's go back to the Itemba, right? What exactly was your designation when it was advertised and awarded?
When it was
The tender,
advertised?
yeah, the 360-degree pattern.
When it was advertised, I was in forensic services from 2010, and I think it was advertised in 2013. So I was the Divisional Commissioner of Forensic Services.
When it was advertised?
When it was advertised,
And
yeah.
awarded, okay. Then you say here, I think that you wrote to the supply chain management on the 22nd of October, indicating that Itemba offer was non-compliant, right?
Yes.
Who briefed you that the complaint was non-compliant?
Who briefed me?
Yeah. Who briefed you that Itemba's was non-compliant?
The experts in forensic services, the head of crime scene management, who was Brigadier Diko. Brigadier Diko.
Okay, how did that come about? So did you convene them?
Let me first give the names.
Okay, I'm going to come back to you.
Yeah.
Let's just talk about how did that come around? Did you go to them or they came to you?
I am the Divisional Commissioner of Forensic Services. I received a complaint from supply chain management.
Okay.
That complaint, I write it out to the head, criminal record and crime scene management.
So let me just get it clear. So the supply chain management wrote to you to complain about this, saying that it was non-compliant?
No. The service provider, there were two service providers. The competing service provider, FDA. On the 22nd of August, after supply chain management awarded the contract on the 28th of July, FDA writes to supply chain management complaining about non-compliance. The Divisional Commissioner Supply Chain Management, because we are the end user, these were the cameras that were required by us. He then sends that complaint to me and say, we have this complaint, can you look into it? That's when I put the experts together, and the experts come back and say, indeed, what is awarded are cameras that we are not going to be able to use. It is on that basis that I respond to supply chain management.
Okay, and then you were going to give me the name of who, so you didn't have an independent technical team, you used the internal technical team to confirm that it was non-compliant. You didn't get an independent.
But it is us who are supply chain management, despite our No, despite our recommendation that we as supply chain management get an independent assessor who was going to do that.
Did you get one?
To date, it's not done.
Oh, okay. Did you ever meet anybody independently, socially from FDA or from ITEMBA? Ever? Outside, informally?
What is informally? I have met,
Not officially in offices. And have you or your family, anybody benefited directly or indirectly from either ITEMBA
No.
or nothing?
Nothing.
Okay. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you so much, Honourable Matis, Honourable Sols.
General Phahlane, good evening.
Good evening, sir.
Just bring me on the. Huh? Oh, you want to move? Okay. Just bring me up to speed in terms of the labor matter. My reading of the two judges that heard your matter, both of them, they disagreed, although they gave the same conclusion. And they upheld the appeal. The one felt that the labor court did not have jurisdiction. The other judge felt that he's going to strictly deal with it based on the Labor Relations Act on unfair dismissal. The other one felt that what should be dealt with is the unlawfulness of the removal. Now that you're going to the Constitutional Court, what is the legal question this time? Unfair dismissal? Or you're asking the Constitutional Court to test unlawfulness for constitutionality?
Our argument is still premised on unfair dismissal, because we are simply saying to the Constitutional Court, this matter was not adjudicated fairly. Having said so, we still raise, in our papers, I think we still agree with the minority judgment, which is Judge Tokota, in as far as the unlawfulness is concerned. Because the unlawful dismissal, he is premising it on, the lack of authority by the functionaries who perform certain functions.
Okay. You testified that if you had to decide on whether or not to do the deviation today on the procurement of the software, you will do the deviation again. Why would you do it again, General?
Honorable Member, I will do it again because before me was never a procurement application. In other words, I did not know who were the companies or the bidders that responded. I had nothing to do with that. I did not even know the directors of those. I was approached with, we are in the process of doing this procurement. And the procurement is about software, it's about ComSec. And that we now are not able to finalize our procurement because we are bound by the limits of their authority, in other words, 1 million. So they simply say, having motivated and told me what they are procuring, without having to say from whom they procure. They say, can you then allow us to exceed that threshold? And for that purposes, I said yes. Why? Because this is what is required to deal with an agent and burning matter of the fees must fall. It may have been approved in December, but we know, we had intelligence that when the students comes back in January, that was going to be an issue. And our readiness was very important.
There's two issues there. What does the Act require you to do before approving a deviation for an emergency procurement? What does the Act require an accounting officer to do?
The emergency was not a factor in this case because that provision was allowed by the policy which said they are allowed. Now I'm talking about the Secret Services account policy. I'm not talking about the Public Finance Management Act or the National Treasury. I'm talking about the Secret Services account policy. Allowed them to do that. So that was a non-issue for me. All what the law required from me is apply your mind to the facts before you, whether there is justification for them to exceed the threshold or not. That's all what I was seized with.
No, sir. You were seized with a deviation that cost the taxpayer over 30 billion rand. That requires you to act according to the Act. The policy does not become priority over the law that governs how public funds should be used. So you are wrong in saying that all you had to do as an accounting officer is listen to them when they say, we need to deviate, and you did not interrogate and study what was before you, including who the companies were, etc. You are required to do due diligence. That's what it means to apply your mind. Do you agree?
I don't agree because maybe I don't understand when you talk about due diligence. What due diligence?
You said apply your mind. So let's rather use your word then. What does it mean to then apply your mind? Before you allow over 30 million from the public office.
But I was not considering over 30 million. I was considering whether they can be allowed to exceed 1 million.
And they exceeded it by how many million?
Which is what has been approved. There was no limit.
Which is how much?
Which is how much?
How much was it exceeded ultimately above 1 million?
Well, they spent over 30 million,
yeah,
but
exactly.
I have approved a deviation from 1 million.
And that deviation caused them to spend 30 million.
Which was used because it
before we go for what it's used, before we go for what it's used, you are saying the reason why you approved it because you just approved so that they must use more than 1 million.
No, that's not what I said.
What did you say, General?
I say, you asked me the question, what was before you? What did you consider?
Indeed.
And I'm saying to you, Honorable Member, I did not consider the procurement application, the procurement process initiated.
That's the point I'm saying to you. And the fact that you didn't apply your mind to how much it will cost the public but when you sign, that in itself, you are saying to us,
no.
When it came to you, You just looked at a deviation of 1 million plus. You didn't apply your mind to how much above 1 million it would be. If I understand you correctly or incorrectly, please correct me, General.
Incorrectly, Honorable Member.
Please correct me.
Because we are not on the same page. Because
help me.
You see, if I was considering that procurement,
yes,
I'll be sitting in a worse situation now, because that would have been construed to be interference with the procurement process.
No, that's not true.
Well, if you are not happy with that answer,
No, it's not
I can't
me.
help you.
It's the law, it's not me.
No, the law is happy with me. It
The
is
law-
those that do not understand me that are not happy.
Okay, let me rephrase the question. Should you have known and interrogated how much it will cost ultimately?
No.
So the law does not require you to ask, when we deviate, how much will this cost the public coffers?
It is the business of those that are considering, who are evaluating the procurement, the bid evaluation committee and the BAC. That is their business.
But
I'm
when
not
you-
going to interfere at that level.
When you approve a deviation, you are legally allowing them not to consider that. They coming to you for a deviation so that they can go out on procurement outside of those processes. You approved it and you didn't even know it's going to cost 30 million. That is irresponsible from an accounting officer.
No, I disagree.
That's okay. For the record, you disagree. The law requires you to do that.
Not the law that I was applying here. If you familiarize yourself with the law,
Please
in respect
familiarize
of
me.
the
Which
SS,
law did you use to allow you?
The Secret Services
Read me
account.
the section.
Do you have? I know you don't have time, so
No,
but
I'll
I
give
can-
you time because you're educating me. Read me the section that says you
I'm
should
going to
not
start
consider.
from page 144, 145, 146, so that we are very clear. And on 330.2, in terms of part 2 of the Treasury regulations for the Department and Constitutional Institutions and Public Entities, May 2002, it is required of the accounting officer to appoint a chief financial officer to serve on the management team of the department. The general responsibility of the CFO is to assist the accounting officer in discharging the duties referred
Sorry,
to.
General, just go to deviation, the deviation.
No, but Chair, I cannot immediately go there.
You should. You used a particular law that allows you to not consider how much it will cost the public when you approve a deviation. I want to know which law is that.
The law is not a sentence. That's why I said.
I said section.
No,
I
you said law.
I said,
Honorable Chair.
I said, give me the section that allows you to do that. You can't find it. Do you know why you can't find it?
The Secret Services account policy.
Fine, no problem. Read me the section in the policy
I'm
that
not
allows you to
able
do what you've
find,
done.
That now here.
Please read it, sir.
No, Chair, if I was to read,
rather
I
let's
must
say-
go through this process.
Wait, rather let's say if you don't have it with you now, during break, because we're taking break after Honorable Sol, you can check the actual provision, then you will relay it with the chair when we come back. Thank you. You can proceed, Honorable Sol.
Let me just go here, Chair, and it's a part. It's in my affidavit 147, 330.7, Chapter 4 of the Secret Services Policy provides that at least 2 written quotations must be obtained and attached to the application form. All motivated applications, e.g., office equipment, computer equipment, technical equipment, and items which are normally used in and around a safe place or for a project, excluding applications for vehicles and cellular phones, must be accompanied by 2 comparative quotations from different distributors for the same product.
All right, so just on that section that you've read, although it doesn't speak about authorizing you to deviate without considering, but let's use your reasoning. There it says you have to consider 2 competitive service providers. You read it, not me.
So 2 competitive quotations from service providers.
Yes, that's what I said.
Yes.
Now, you had to do that. That's what you read. You said earlier, you signed without knowing who those 2 service providers are. Yet what you just read says, you have to know who. But let's talk about it. Let's talk about that. Who was the 2 service providers?
I don't know because it is not my duty.
It is your duty.
It is not, Honorable Chair.
Sir.
I have already explained
Okay,
here. I read one.
No
you stopped
problem.
me when I was going there. 330.1, where it is
General,
saying
the only reason why I stopped you is because you actually read to me about the 2 service providers. And I'm trying to show you that when you say you apply your mind, you cannot apply your mind and not have the details of what is involved. Now, the 2 service providers, seeing that you did not know, and because of your signature, 30 million was taken. The 2 service providers was iView and there was another one, Perfect Source. Because you don't know, this is what you've caused. There's supposed to be 2 competitors. Do you know that the one competitor, the one out of the 2, do you know that it was not an IT company, it was a recruiting company?
Chair, I did not know. I only know now. I did not have to know because I do not interfere in procurement. There was a committee.
That's not interfering. They're coming to you for deviation.
It is interference.
They're coming to you for deviation. You're going to allow them to follow through on a process that will cost the public coffers 30 million and you saying you're not supposed to know. Well, let me tell you what happened because you didn't know. Let me tell you what happened. What happened, sir, is out of the 2, one was not an IT company. It was not a company specializing in software. It was a recruitment company. And the person who bid for a 30 million, one of the service providers, was not the owner of the company. His wife was. Which automatically put iView in the stronger position. And iView got the tender because you say you didn't have to know. And let me tell you the law.
Which law?
The law, Regulation 16A8.3 of the National Treasury Regulations requires you to have the process to be fair, transparent, and open. And these 2 companies...
Sorry, Chair, just repeat the law.
Regulation 16, capital A, 8.3, National Treasury Regulations. You are required to give the same requirements to both bidders. And the fact that one of the bidders was not even a supplier of what you procured, and you kept them, that is illegal.
Well, Honorable Member, I can't help you. And
I don't need your help, General.
Sorry?
I don't need your help.
No, but I can't help you
I'm not,
be on the same page with me in terms of understanding.
I'm not seeking to be on the same page with you, General.
Okay, me too. I don't seek to be on the same page with
Clearly,
you. Clearly, I implement the law. And the law...
Which one?
Paragraph 3.31, 3314 and it is here on my affidavit.
Read it.
And allow me to finish reading that, because you are reading the law that is not applicable here.
Wow.
I accordingly approve the application for deviation annexed as JKP 60 before me, in compliance with the provisions of paragraph 16A, capital A, point 6.4 of the Treasury Regulations and Policy Prescript, which states as follows: if in a specific case it is impractical to invite competitive bids, the accounting officer or accounting authority may procure the required goods or services by other means, provided that the reasons for deviating from inviting competitive bids must be recorded and approved by the accounting officer or accounting authority. Now, after consideration of the application and facts prevailing at the time, I granted approval for deviation with this endorsement, subject to compliance with the related prescripts, no deviations allowed. What does that mean? The only thing that comes to me is to say we are limited to 1 million. Can you please consider the deviation, and they motivate? I approve the deviation. It goes back to the committee, which means at that point where I'm approving the deviation, there is no approval granted yet on the procurement process, because it is still going to be complied with in terms of the prescripts. And that's why I don't have to be there. Here is the law that I'm following. Do you know, to be pushed to go and do things that the law doesn't allow me,
General
I will never
Phahlane.
do it.
Unfortunately, your time is.
I need to just. I just need to close because the general.
Chair.
Wait.
At least allow him to read the script, at least, Chair. He can't conclude like that.
No, members, let's do this, Honorable Souls. Your time is up.
No, I just want to make a statement, Chair.
You can make a statement in 3 seconds.
There's no time for scripture. I'll do it for non-valor outside. General, the law that you've read is the law that I read for you, and the law that you said you didn't consider. And when you play back the tape, you will hear that you actually mentioned the National Treasury Regulations and said you didn't consider that, yet you quoted that. And that laws, I put it to you, will prove that you acted illegally. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Members, let's take a break. We are going to come back at 20 to 9. It's now 8:10. We're taking a 30 minutes break. We're going to come back. General Phahlane, at 20 to 9, you'll be seated there for the next honorable member. Thank you.
system has nothing to do with forensic services. It's actually applicable in the broader South African Police Service. It had to do with what do you call, like for example, with relating to firearms, track and trace, and so on, so broader subs. The contract that you can say amongst these was in the main, but not specifically solely for, because there was a decision to roll it out, is the property control and exhibit management system, which allowed the laboratories to track and trace and better manage the exhibits. So the contracts applicable were not solely or primarily for forensic services.
Okay. Now, thanks for the clarification, but they did have a huge monopoly, FDA, because they were the only company that could actually provide that system. Am I correct? That's why competitive bidding couldn't really occur, because they were the only ones that could provide the service.
No, I suspect the honourable member, some of the information at your disposal is not correct. Even here, and IPID, McBride and Sissoko, they were alleging that this is a green...
evergreen contract.
Evergreen contract.
Yeah.
These are not the only so-called evergreen contract in SAPS. The property control and management system was developed initially within the service, and then later on, the person who moved out, and that development happened when FDA was contracted with PCAM. So it's not a monopoly or an evergreen contract, as it was alleged.
Well, the court in their judgment in 2025 said that that's the reason the whole system, the national security, is dependent on that contract, and that's why the court ruled in favor of FDA. But the fact of the matter is, there was a lot of evidence in front of SCOPA with, for instance, members or officials from supply chain management going to Manchester United games on the ticket of Keating. Those type of things are not political interference. That's evidence. I want to go back to, you now explained what the effect of that SCOPA hearings were. But why do you say it was political interference?
Honourable Member, even that part is incorrect. There is in here, and I hope to get to it, I think it is important. There is here a letter signed by the same National Commissioner General Setole to SCOPA, where they were answering on those allegations, because initially that was the allegation to say members were funded by FDA to go abroad to watch Manchester United, and that they were bought T-shirts and so on. And in this report, I'll find it. Hopefully, the team is looking for it here. It was found that the SAPS itself paid for, authorized the trip and paid for the trip, and the members themselves paid for their own T-shirts. And that picture, which was shown by Tim, I think it's Honorable Tim Blores,
Yeah. From the DA, yeah.
That photo was actually doctored. There is a person missing in that particular picture, which was to portray what was being said. And that person, unfortunately, was involved in this IDEC and so on. It is not true.
Okay. So you are saying it was a huge manipulation of Parliament. Is that what you are alleging?
I'm not alleging, I'm confirming that it was, because it is even in the letter and the submission to the same scoper. I don't want to leave without getting that letter. Chair, once I lay my hands on it, I'm going to just make it reference to you. That's why we, amongst others, say, why did we go and risk the organization on 1.1 billion, which is even becoming more, while the facts were presented to Parliament? And I think I'm saying it somewhere in my affidavit when I'm talking about the, Project Cyborg.
Okay. But, Mr. Phahlane, you can't deny that a lot of corruption took place in subs, are taking place, but took place before your tenure, but also during your tenure. You can't deny that. There's a lot of corruption in subs.
I will deny, unless you show me specifics. I will definitely deny. And I'm denying because even today, you see, when I was made to go and sit home, step aside, investigations were conducted in that forensic services environment. This FDA, Atemba, and so on were all investigated. There is not a single one of those cases before court because it was found that those allegations are baseless.
It would be very interesting if you are so squeaky clean, but I commend you for that if that's true, because I think what we've gathered from in this time in this ad hoc committee is that there's a lot of rot and a lot of misappropriation and a lot of fraud and corruption in subs on all levels. And you were the accounting officer for 2 years, where even if you were not directly involved in any corruption, corruption took place on your watch. Do you deny that?
I deny.
So in those 2 years, there were no corruption in subs?
No, I won't say there was no corruption, but I'm advising that let the facts be made visible. You have cases currently in court. You, for example, have, and I know on the list you were, as honorable members, debating whether you should have, is it Krishni Chetty as a witness. Now, you have got cases, for example, in supply chain management, where over 50 people, but in total, if we include the companies, 70 something, are before court for the marking of the police vehicles. Now, honorable member, even if I was not an investigating officer, I'm just sitting. How is 50 or 70 people going to collaborate? They're all aunties who are going on pension.
I'll have to stop you. I'm running out of time. Earlier today, you were referred to the forensic reports by the evidence leader, and you took issue that it was placed in front of you.
Yeah.
But I just want to get clarity. Have you never had sight of those forensic reports?
In the report themselves, honorable member, there is a Mr. Nhlanhla who was conducting those investigations. Who is saying there?
So you have seen the reports before?
I've never seen them before.
You've never
He's saying there, I did not have a meeting with General Phahlane. I never interviewed him. So it is afterwards that I was hearing these reports. And yes, I looked at them, but not with thorough scrutiny, because they really have got nothing to do with me, those particular reports.
Okay. Then you earlier said that when the Honourable Souls questioned you that you don't interfere in bidding and in procurement.
Of course.
Very effectively. But with the with the FDA issue, when the Temba contract bid was awarded, you wrote a letter to the, as divisional commissioner, to the bid committee head, or the divisional commissioner SCM, saying that it should be re-evaluated. Isn't that interference?
Sorry, honourable member, what did I say?
You wrote, and this is in the in your annexure JKP 17A on page 1008, 1008, paragraph 5.3. You wrote a letter on the 22nd of October 2024, and you requested that the bid be re-evaluated. Is that not interference?
Sorry, honourable member, you said 1008? 1008?
Of the annexures.
Yeah, I'm in 1008. Where is that?
5.3.
I actually would want to applaud the honourable member for going to this. If you look at this document, it's the AG, Auditor General.
Correct.
Now, the Auditor General is saying, subsequent to the award, the department received a complaint from another bidder, dated 22 August 2014, indicating that the awarded bidder did not meet the specifications. Now, that's FTA.
Correct.
Now, supply chain management sends this complaint to me. I did not ask them. They sent it to me because we are the end user. Now, in a letter dated 22 October 2014 from Divisional Commissioner Forensic Services, which is me, to supply chain management, it was recommended that the contract issued to the supplier be withdrawn. There is no re-evaluation.
Yeah, if you read, but we don't have time. If you continue the paragraph, you'll see that it's then recommended that the bid be re-evaluated.
No, but that cannot be attributed to me. It is the Divisional Commissioner, Supply Chain Management, who writes to the BEC, and that process is illegal. It's provided nowhere.
The process. Now, the question is, if you could do this here when you had a complaint that there was not compliance to the specifications, why could you not have done it with the other bid?
Which bid?
When you were the acting commissioner, when you approved the deviation. Why could you not have then stepped in and ensured that there is compliance?
No.
Because there you say you can't interfere, but here you interfere.
Honourable member, I'm not. These are two separate matters.
It's two separate matters.
Maybe I must be allowed to answer the question.
We don't have time for long answers.
No, there's no long answer, but you are not going to attribute something which is incorrect to me and you expect me to accept it. I'm saying, in this case, a complaint comes to me.
Exactly.
The complaints say this thing is not compliant. I send it to the expert. The experts say it is not complying. I write back with the recommendations of the expert and say, go into a process because it's provided for by the general conditions of contract, clause 2.7, which say they can go into a process. I never asked for reevaluation. Now, in that other contract, you are talking about deviation. There was no procurement sitting in front of me. It's deviation and application for deviation.
But the National Treasury Regulation says that the accounting officer should then ensure and do what it should do to ensure that there is, in such circumstances, no malfeasance. That's what the regulation says. But you say you can't interfere. But here you get a complaint and you say withdraw the contract and act on this.
Honourable member, unfortunately I can't help if I'm trying to explain something that you don't accept. I'm saying I'll do it tomorrow again. If there is a contract which is non-compliant, it must be dealt with in terms of contract management. Those responsible must embark on that process, including independent assessment. There is nowhere in the same Treasury regulations where it provides for reconvening the bid evaluation committee. There is no such, and it happened here. Now there I was considering deviation, not procurement. These are two separate things.
It's really, really not. But thank you, Chairperson. I think my time has expired. Let me just make one last comment. And that is now, you introduced Afrikaans. Let me say this in Afrikaans. Dis baie gevaarlik as 'n mens arrogansie jou intelligensie oorskry. Thank you, Chair.
That is baie arrogant.
Gevaarlik.
Ek dink so.
Gevaarlik. Gevaarlik is koetsierlik.
Gevaarlik. Moet ek antwoord?
Gevaarlik is dangerous.
Kan ek kommentaar lewer?
Is koetsierlik in Northern Sotho.
Ja, so. Ek gaan nie, meneer. Buitekant sal ek praat.
Yeah. Honorable James.
Thank you so much, Chair. It feels like we've been in a CCMA hearing all day today. Do you agree with me, sir?
I agree.
Yeah. Let's get back to the matters pertaining to the Ad Hoc Committee.
Yeah.
Okay. Mr. Phahlane, Mr. McBride alleged before this committee that you received kickbacks from service providers contracted to SAPS. So today I'd just like to seek some clarity. You heard that, right?
I did.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Those. You know why we actually brought you here? Because when they said they were plotting against a general, we thought, no ways, we have to hear from you.
Mm-hmm.
And we thought that you were unfairly treated.
Yeah.
That's why you came here today.
Mm-hmm.
But now we've seen a different side. But
Mm-hmm.
anyway, while serving in SAPS, did you at any stage have direct or indirect contact with any SAPS service provider outside formal procurement, contractual or operational processes?
The only service provider I had outside contractual will be criminalistic or crime, crime tech. When I sourced the services from that contractor of an interior designer, it is from that service provider or through that service provider that I procured the music system.
Okay. At any point, did you receive any financial benefit, gift, service of any kind from a service provider contracted to SAPS? Did you get anything out of it?
No.
Nothing?
No.
Okay. You spoke earlier on about visiting Crime Tech. You just confirmed again a SAP service provider, and that it later transpired that that employer that you mentioned right now of that company assisted in the installation of a very expensive sound system at your residence. You've confirmed that. You've said that, right?
That I confirm.
And that is okay. That is okay for a general to then, take services from a service provider. It's okay. It's allowed at your level.
Honourable Member, if this was using state funds, if I was drawing kickbacks, or if the service provider was doing me favors that I'm not paying for, it will be completely wrong. But I contracted that service provider as an interior designer. And because
you see absolutely nothing wrong with that.
Because it has got, this service provider has never rendered services to the South African Police Service as an interior designer.
But it's a service provider, irrespective of what they do. The fact of the matter is it's a service provider.
But service providers are human beings, and they do business in other areas, in private. So I really, if it is maybe a lapse on my part, I'll admit. But at the time, I did not see anything wrong because I paid for the services that I required.
Okay, sir, so help me out here. Are you aware of the forensic report conducted by CPN?
I'm fully aware.
Right? Which found that SAPS, and in particular the Forensic Services Division, which you led at the time, right? Now you said there's nothing wrong, right? So I want to show you. That same company that was rendering services in terms of interior decorating and installing sound systems, right, was overpaid by nearly 500,000.
I'm yet to see that, Honourable Member.
I've got the report here.
Yeah, I'm yet, I'm
So
yet
that
to see
same
that.
company that you just said there's nothing wrong, that same company, after you utilized their services, they were overpaid by 500,000 rand. You've got.
I don't think so.
Does that not strike you as questionable?
No.
Doesn't.
No. If they were overpaid for services that were not rendered, it is
You
wrong.
just said now you don't know, but I'm saying to you they were overpaid 500,000.
Honourable Member, first I'm saying I did not know of overpayment. But if there is overpayment, it will be wrong because no one, irrespective of who they are, irrespective of their proximity, can they be allowed to lay hands on state funds for services that are not rendered.
All right, let's go carry on here. How do you respond to the fact that the same forensic report found that over a period of 3 financial years, payments to Crime Tech, your interior decorator, right, increased by an alarming 134%. So they got work. So it's 500,000 rand overpayment, and now it's 134%
Increase in payments.
in payments.
But if the payments increased and services were rendered.
There's no NADI installation of your sound system.
Sorry?
These things are happening.
No, Honourable Member, there is, these things are separate. I'm saying, and I'm answering you, I'm saying, if there is, let's say, a huge, let's call it huge increase of the amount you are talking of.
So 134% increase in payments is not huge, sir.
But Honourable Member, I just said, if there is a huge increase, like you are talking of 100 and whatever percent, and there were no services rendered for that by that particular service provider, there will be something absolutely wrong. But if those services were rendered, were consumed by the South African Police Service, the products were delivered and they were utilized, which I know they were utilized because it is in that criminal record and crime scene management environment that we were able to reduce the backlogs. We were able to improve performance. We were able to make sure that police clearances are delivered within 6 days.
Do you also
it can be wrong.
recall, after all of this, do you also recall that an affidavit filed in Pretoria High Court in April 2017, which IPID investigators alleged that you were receiving bags of cash from service providers?
I still, even if they file that report, I still want proof and let that case go to court because there is no such.
So you
It's a
don't
wild allegation.
So Mr. Phahlane, you don't find it coincidental that you have this contact at a service provider. She installs, they install a radio system. Suddenly they have an overpayment of 500,000. They have an increase of payments of 134,000. And then an affidavit gets laid saying that you are collecting bags of cash. And you see absolutely nothing wrong with all these coincidences. Niks fout nie.
Honourable Member, I've answered and I'm going to go in the same sequence. I have never seen the overpayment of 500,000. I'm not aware of such. And I confirm that if there is overpayment, it is wrong. You can't overpay for services not rendered. 2, if you talk about 134% increase, if it is in line with the contract delivery and what has been delivered has been utilized, there cannot be anything wrong as long as there is compliance and that which was delivered was not for private use, but it was for use by the police, which I am convinced that those deliveries were for police work, and as a country we derived value out of the.
Mr. Phahlane, you know, in Afrikaans they say, jy kan dink wat jy wil, maar jy kan nie sê wat jy wil nie. This is one of those instances.
That is sure.
Yeah.
That is sure.
My last question, sir. This committee is probing patterns of criminal capture and corruption within SAPS, and you occupied some of the most senior and sensitive positions in this organization. Am I right?
Correct.
So with the persistent pattern in which senior officers, the last senior officer that has appeared before us, right, are repeatedly implicated in serious corruption allegations, yet consistently deny any wrongdoing. Everyone that has appeared before us, there's nothing wrong, has detached themselves from any wrongdoing, right? How do you explain and respond to the reality that corruption has become so entrenched within the leadership of SAPS that even you today face a mountain of allegations?
Honorable Member, anyone who is doing anything wrong or found to be doing anything wrong, whether it is me or any other senior manager, the law must take its course. What cannot be is that there are all these baseless allegations that are never supported by anything. I have faced, since 2009, allegations after allegations documented in my affidavit. They are yet to be proven. I am before court on 2 matters.
So I don't want to hear about those matters. All that I'm trying to point out here today is the fact that we have a crime tech forensic report and that there are many coincidences.
It's not a crime tech, it's CPN forensic report.
Yes, the CPN, sorry. Yes,
forensic
that highlights the service provider that you were involved with. I'm going to leave it there, sir.
No, Honorable Member.
No, sir, I don't need you to answer anything further. I just needed to point out that every person, every senior SAPS member that has appeared before this committee has distanced themselves from any wrongdoing, but are extremely close to service providers. 500,000 overpayment, 134% increase in payments, later on collecting bags of cash out of a vehicle. I leave it at that. Thank you.
It's a wild goose that you are chasing.
Here's the goose. The goose is in the form of a forensic report. He is a yellow goose, he saw. Thank you, sir.
No.
You want to comment?
I want to comment, Chair.
You are allowed.
Honorable Chair and Honorable Member, anyone who has got any evidence of wrongdoing on my part, I must be investigated. And if there is any wrongdoing on my part, I must be brought before court.
Just quickly, I still have time, sir. The very same report says that crime tech, right, never delivered services on several occasions. Earlier on, you said that this was value for money. And they were dealing...
I was seeing the evidence leader whispering to you, it can't be true. There are no goods which were never delivered. There were no such. And for your information, Chair, I sanctioned that report. I sanctioned that investigation. The letter which I've here directed to the National Commissioner then sanctioned that report. And I'm not aware of the things that are being spoken to. There are no findings to that regard. And I was never implicated by that report.
Okay. Thank you. Honorable Shongwe.
Thank you, Chair. Baba Phahlane, uyaphileka baba.
Kuyaphileka.
Akwande. Yeah, I will take from Lao, Honorable James Aibeke khona ukuthi we called you in here because we noticed ukuthi there was a plot. Indeed, I am starting to believe and see evidence of a plot. Can you kindly open on this one, this index book here? Nobody can see the bigger one. Page 1172.
1172. But I can't go on my own.
1172. Yeah, on your left. On your left, there is, okay, after 2, can I start the process?
Yes, I'm on 1172.
There's, on your left there, when you go down, there is a text there by USJT that says, okay, after 2. So I can start the process. Can you see that one? On the WhatsApps. I'm reading on the WhatsApps.
Which okay is it?
Okay, it starts with Mokotedi told John Rabi. Do you see the first one on top?
1172, sorry.
1702, page 1171.
471.
Oh, I'm on 17, okay.
Can you see that? Okay, after 2, so I can start the process.
Oh, yeah.
We can get the media to request his attendance.
Yes.
The next text says his next interview, and then I'll read as fast as I can. Talk to your guy about doing it. Let's do our first and record it, right?
Yes.
Who and who are talking here?
It's Robert McBride and Sarah Jane Trent.
And then on page 1172, text number 1, 2, 3, 4. Can you read it?
1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, also look at what he said on 702 and elsewhere.
Yeah, no. Where are you? Page 1172 on top?
1172.
Yes, there's text 1. Okay, the first text says to confirm everything is above board.
Oh, yeah, the second one say, okay, perfect. Will it be a presser? And then okay
I
again.
want that one.
You want me to read the okay,
one, yeah.
Okay. Will you confirm for Friday at the Polygraph Institute in Centurion? Better at their offices, and we can get a news camera to record it. This is news reporting live from the Polygraph Institute days after McBride challenges Mkhwanazi.
Okay, can you jump to page 1191? 1191.
1191. Yes, I'm there, Honorable Member.
I noticed Uguti, this was a plot to get Mkhwanazi to be done a polygraph, ne? And ANCA was involved there. And it's this SJT says, Paul must write questions for me and Mkhwanazi. Don't forget to tell Paul to write questions for me and Mkhwanazi.
Which line are we on?
1191. Okay, I'll show you now. On the left, it's text number 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. Hello, Mr. McBride. Andres Chameleon. Cornelson. Yeah.
Yes.
Can you read that one for me?
Hello, Mr. McBride. Andres Corneliusen from ENCA News Channel. We want to arrange times and dates for the polygraph on TV. Can you please confirm that you are still willing to take part in it? Regards, Andres.
Read the last one, the last text there.
Make it clear that it is the polygrapher who will ask the questions.
Who's saying that? To who?
This is McBride. He's communicating with Sarah Jane Trent.
In your understanding, what are they plotting here?
This was a polygraph test which McBride had agreed to, or they said they want. This follows that meeting, the famous meeting at the Krecher House. So once General Mkhwanazi opened a case and so on, this unfolded. So they wanted him and McBride to go for a polygraph test. Now, this polygraph test was arranged by Paul O'Sullivan and Sarah Jane Trent. They designated the person who was going to do the polygraph test. Payment was made by them. Questions were said by Paul O'Sullivan. McBride participated in this polygraph test, which allegedly he passed with flying colors.
Was it that? Because in here, the text says, ask Paul to write questions for me and for Mkhwanazi. So
Yes.
does it mean McBride was given the questions before and then he practiced them?
He had the questions and answers, and that's why he went and passed the polygraph test with flying colors. Mkhwanazi withdrew, did not participate in that process.
Was it on TV, on ENCA?
Sorry,
Was it on
Honorable
TV, on ENCA?
Yes.
Yakhumbula ukuthi Mr. Nkabinde said in one of the meetings they had, there was 2 DA members there and ENCA members. Would I be wrong if I think the plot here is still in line with that?
I can't remember mention of ENCA members. He said they were
A journalist.
There was a journalist and
From where?
two DA, and he mentioned
AfriForum.
AfriForum, and then with the
A
journalist,
journalist.
he said journalist. Yeah.
Would you suspect that they were from ENCA?
Hey, no, I can't.
Okay.
I can't say so.
Let's go back to page 1172.
1172.
We're still on the WhatsApp now.
Yes, I'm there.
On the right hand side. Remember the first one you read, it said, okay, I will confirm Friday at the polygraph institution, right?
Yes.
When you go further down from that one, it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5 from that. Looks like polygraphy can be done on Monday. Can you read that one for me?
Looks like polygraph can be done Monday or Tuesday. The guy is going to get it up so that no one can question it. All above board, etc. And that's Sergeant Trent.
You understanding?
Well, in other words, it will be done to perfection, and it will be concealed in such a way that it is being seen as genuine.
All right, let's leave that one. Usara Jane Trenlo, what was she? Where was she employed?
By Paul O'Sullivan.
Was she part of the IPID or something?
Well, she remains an honorary member of IPID together with Paul O'Sullivan because they've been going around with IPID investigators. She has been drafting affidavits. She has been drafting applications for 205s. She has been interviewing witnesses together with Paul O'Sullivan, in addition to her other extramural activities as a girlfriend to both.
Does she have the authority to handle such document? Was she employed by SAPS?
Sorry?
Was she employed by IPID or was just an honorary?
No. She's employed.
By Paul.
She was employed by Paul, but we now know that IPID was managed by McBride through Paul O'Sullivan.
Just to be clear, she was not getting salary from the state.
No, she's not getting a salary.
Which
from
means
the
she had no right to have information about members of the state.
Not at all.
Let's go to page 1139.
And 39.
And please read from the top for me.
$1,139. Sorry, I'm on
1139, page 1139.
I'm there, Chair.
While we are looking, Sarah Jane Treadlo bekajola nobani? Bekajola no Mandla or no McBride? Because la babizana love and they're planning for amabhodlela bayolala khona endlini bese no Mandla bekajola nobani?
With both. McBride and Mandla, the late Mandla.
And Mandla and McBride bebasebenza boyi-2 abangani futhi.
Correct.
So ihlanganisa beku Sarah Jane. Asidlule lapho. Ngicela ungifundele from on the left page from the top.
There is a part, I know Honorable James went through something. It may be that she was very diplomatic. 1236.
1239 page.
You wanna bang.
Sorry, it's one. No, I'm wrong. 1139, that's the page. 1139. Can read from the top. How is it going?
Yeah, there it is on 1236. I'm just confirming what you were saying.
1236.
And the Honorable James said it, although she read it selectively.
If you can even go further back.
No, Pretoria, we want to bang. Can you please stop using that? And then there is 1236.
1236. 1236. Are we
Yeah, they on 1236 it starts, hi sexy, hi babe. What you up to? About to go to bed.
You? It's you.
Still on road. Be safe.
No,
Rest
I'll
will
read
try.
the other part. You read the other one. Rest. Then you read the will try.
No, there is. Yeah, we'll try.
Hey, Bapis Lavand.
Yeah, there's quite a lot.
There's a Pau Chika Wawa. What does it mean, Honorable James? What is Pau Chika
On
Wawa?
1235.
1235, yeah.
Go 1235 from the top.
Tired and one up.
We mustn't waste time sparing. She have dinner and sex by 2100 hours, sleep at 2200 hours. Of course, I did got banged. Balls are blue, whatever that means.
Was this soccer balls? Okay, let's go back to 1139.
Shongwe and Phahlane, what are you doing?
We are reading what is here.
Eh?
We are reading what is here on the evidence.
Or is
you can
evidence?
read, you can go on the page. Because what I'm trying to get here is that there was a
One-
plot according to this text, Chair, if you check them.
No, but there is something, Honorable Member, which I thought you will get to, and I'm aggrieved with Honorable James not reading it because he had it. 1241. Breaking life. IP to raid acting police chief's home. And then there is a question. It's an ENCA breaking news. Who leaked this? Sorry, News 24. Who leaked this? At the bottom, from the bottom, me. That's Robert McBride.
Page, what is this?
It's 1241.
1241. And where exactly? Because I'm on a different one here.
Now I'm going to point from the bottom. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. From the bottom.
The breaking news
That
live
is
IP.
who leaked. And then if you go down, you pass who leaked this.
Yeah.
And then you'll see there's a question. Hi there. Good morning. Hi.
What's up?
What's up?
Me.
And then me.
You are awake?
This me, he's answering who leaked this.
Yes.
It's
Yes,
him who's saying so.
Right, before we go to that, I want us to go back to 1139. It's very important because it links with this one. Mine is what, 1242. Let's go to 1139.
1139.
Yes. Paul, I want to understand Uto McBride took the whole minister's ID number and gave it to Sarah Jane Trent. And I want to understand why, what was the reason for that? If this was not plotting, what was happening here? Why would Sarah Jane Trent have the minister's ID number? The first page on 1139, it says, hi, How is it going? It's all inquiry, CATS, Colonel Andre, Netling, something like that. Then when you further go down, it says, anything I can do. I saw that Nhlanhla is trying to get rid of me again. Do you see that one?
Yes, and then the next one say, let him try.
Let him try.
And then
who's saying that? Let him try.
That's Sarah Jane Trent, and she follows it by asking, you have an ID number or cell number?
Of who?
And then that's of the minister, and that one is off. Then he said Nhleko. That's Robert McBride.
So we have it on record that Robert McBride gave ID numbers of the whole minister to a civilian.
Yes, because date is here, and then send quickly. Then try this ID. He sends an ID number. Okay, cool, and then it carries on.
Okay, before my time finish, I want us to tick certain boxes because I only have 3 minutes now. McBride is the one that said you had a sound, a time where a supplier. So that was said by Paul O'Sullivan and McBride. Were they telling the truth or they lied? Do you have a slip? Sound?
Do I have?
Do you have a receipt? Do you have proof of payment for the sound?
I've proven, I've got the receipt, I've got communication to my bank,
Okay,
I've got the
let's
bank
take
statement which they retrieved. It is in this
So
file.
they lied.
I was hearing the Honorable Chair saying we must avoid saying lie. Maybe, I don't know, they did not tell the truth. Or they were
on the case, and then they said to Tenny Moto, were they lying? Or they
were not telling the truth because those vehicles were not even my vehicles. Those vehicles were vehicles belonging to the dealership, which were a sponsor to a project that we were running, and those vehicles were subsequently returned to the dealer after the lapse of the agreement period, which was 18 months.
Okay. No, tick, Bakamba Manga. I worked at Benoni Mechanical College, where we used to fit blue lights as well, in the SAPS. One thing I've noticed is that e-motors are magic, they don't have blue light. They don't have blue lights on top. The 1,000 cars that were paraded in Midrand, did you see them on the freeway?
I saw the pictures, yes.
Is this the same reason that the case you were charged with the blue light is stopping e-motors are managed to get blue lights because there's a case there?
I am charged in a process that has to do with Gauteng and supply chain management that I've got nothing to do with. What I have approved was the specifications to establish a national contract for the police to procure blue lights. And to date, that contract, those specifications, a bid was never published and awarded. It is for that reason that millions and millions are being spent on equipping the vehicles with substandard blue lights. You will see the lights that the cars are driving around with. They are
they don't
defective.
Have blue lights. Some of them don't have.
The majority of the vehicles don't have those blue lights.
Why is that?
I used to be the accounting officer. I'm not one now, so I can't answer that question. They can do better by publishing a bid, whichever specifications they go and use, as long as it is specifications that are compliant, which will make the police procure better quality blue lights, which blue lights must not be obtainable by any member of the public, which is why you have got bogus police vehicles, because the lights they are using now, you can buy it anywhere.
So those lights that were supplied by the other company, you mean they were specifically for one customer, which is SAPS, not just anybody who can get them?
Firstly, the quality is very high. That is why the presidential vehicles as well as protection services carry those lights. And those lights are not obtainable around the corner. They get they are high end, and not that each vehicle were to get high end, because when you look at the approval granted, you have all kinds of light, including for the concealed ones, which are in the grill.
Okay, my last question. Please explain this to me in simple terms, as thoroughly as you can. How would a supplier come to you as SAPS and say, people, you've overpaid me with so much? And then that person now, after saying that, gets to be arrested for being overpaid. I don't understand, because SAPS is not the one that picked up Uguti. They made an error or overpaid. But this person comes as a business owner and say, let me be honest and tell you guys you've overpaid me. I just want to understand, why was that now a case? Why was it called corrupt?
It's targeting. Targeting, that is the only black-owned company supplying lights. Two, if the supplier overpaid, why did those who received money and captured the invoices, why are they not arrested? You only arrest the supplier, you arrest the staff in the supplier's office, but none of the police people in supply chain management or in Gauteng province are being arrested who process the transactions. I cannot explain why it would have happened, other than to say this is targeted, and it's one of those we say is the work of the rogue unit.
The one thing
we can stop speaking.
Okay.
Thank you so much, Honorable Shong. Advocate Anansa.
Members, General Phahlane, you once the most senior position in the South African Police Service as the Acting National Commissioner. What would be the procedure when a person is arrested and detained with a device? Can that device be taken from such a person who is now a suspect without that person's consent? And moreover, can the device be taken from that person / suspect and the data on that person's device be downloaded without a warrant or without his or her consent?
Honorable Chair, I choose not to answer that question in detail because I happen to be a complainant in that case. Those who did the investigation and the prosecutor that dealt with the matter are better placed to answer it. So I am conflicted. I'm not going to go into that matter. Safe to say, there is nothing unlawful. Anyone who's arrested, his or her belongings are taken from that person. If that person is going to be detained in the cells, whether it is your belt, your tie, your shoelaces, whether you've got the cell phone, money, it gets removed from the person, and we don't need consent. That gets deposited into a prisoner's property register, SAP 22. So you don't need anyone's permission. I'll end there. As to the investigation will carry. I happen to have been arrested by the same IDEC rogue unit, and they wanted my phone.
Can I do what some of the honourable members also do? Please, I've asked you a question. You said you've been in a similar situation and you do not want to respond. Please, with respect, I don't want some long-winded answer, because the response from you is absolutely shocking, coming from a senior police officer. We all know when you get into
You
a
can
police
tone
station
down a little
or
bit so
into-
that me and you are engaging on the level where
Please,
I can hear.
I've got the microphone. When you are arrested and detained in a police station, yes, especially your shoelaces, so that you can't be accused of hanging yourself the next morning, or any other clothing or whatever will be taken, and it will be put in a register, but you will sign for it, so that you know it's your shoes, it's your shoelaces, and it's your cell phone the next day. But you cannot take a person's cell phone, open it, and download the information on that person's phone. And I'm saying this because there's two examples, and I'm not pulling it out of my head. Right here before us, Minister Mkhwanazi, they came to his place. We were staying in Pretoria. They wanted his cell phone. Mr. Nhlanhla, all this data that's been downloaded, including the messages that I read back to you from Brigadier Macheng and the interaction with Mr. Nhlanhla, came from his phone, but there is a document that General Khomotso placed before this Honourable Committee and the Nhlanhla to show he had consented. They can download it from his phone. Now, the question is this. These WhatsApp messages, which you read with great glee between Trent and McBride, where did you get that from?
Honourable
Did you
Chair.
get the permission of Ms. Trent and Mr. McBride for these messages to be placed before this Honourable Committee?
Honourable Chair, I don't know where the other part of the response which is attributed to me comes from. When someone is arrested, you take the properties, the belongings on that person. They go into an SAP 22. You don't need the permission. All what you need is acknowledgement that these are the things that you have taken from me. They go into the police custody, into the safe. And I said, and I'm not going to change, anything else that has to do with investigation, because you used this as an example, anything that relates to the investigation, including the downloading, I say that question is better answered by the investigating officers of the matter. Because while we are taking a long turn about Minister Mkhwanazi was not arrested, General Sivia was not arrested. It was a warrant, a search and seizure warrant, which was at play. That is not applicable in the case where the arrest is made. Kat Nhlanhla, they went and searched the prison cells. A cell phone was found in his possession. It's not because of a search warrant coming from somewhere, but Chair, the people who are better placed to deal with the situation that is being outlined, because I'm conflicted, I'm not going to be talking to. In respect
General Phahlane, I asked you, where did you get this information from? These WhatsApps that you put in your document, which has now been referred to by Honourable Shongwe, where did you get it from? Did you get the permission?
I got them from where you got those text messages that you were sharing with me.
The text messages I shared with you, I told you where they come from. It comes from Kat Nhlanhla's telephone and the data on his phone, which was downloaded and retrieved by General Khomotso and his team with his consent. It was shown to all of us. That is why we could refer to it. Can you give me the same assurance that you got the consent.
I'm not going to give assurance. I'm going to confirm that I got them in the same way that you got those WhatsApp messages. And there were people investigating this case that people were able to build it into a docket. It's part of the docket, and you will have the privilege of talking to the the prosecutor who's coming here. And those questions, I'm going to leave them there.
Now, I put it to you, and if that is your response, this was unlawfully obtained?
Can we get Honorable Nombal?
Chair, I thought you will intervene, but I think the evidence leader is abusing the platform. And he's not only abusing the platform, he's also abusing us as members of this committee. One, he is now prosecuting the witness. He is not leading evidence. Number two, they had an opportunity because he consulted with the witness. This is not an ambush. He knows these documents because they were brought to him before today's proceedings. So if he has questions over the authenticity of these documents, he was supposed to raise those questions during consultation, not here. Now, he waits for all of us to ask questions, and when we're done, he brings in new issues. He is abusing, and the tone, Chair, is unwarranted. Because he's now shouting at the witness. He must maintain a professional standard at all times, because he is trained to do so. It can be justifiable with us because we are politicians. But he is a senior counsel. The manner in which he is addressing the witness is uncalled for, and it must be condemned with the contempt it deserves. So, Chair, I'm calling a point of order on the evidence leader. What he is doing is completely out of order.
Can I hear Honorable Shongwe?
Chair, ngicela ukuthi usisize la. It is my understanding that, Chair, if you check this document, it has about 1,314 pages, this one. And the other one about 600, the same as the other one. Does Mr. Arends are trying to tell us ukuthi we read all these documents that we always get from them and authorized to get them from, to get these documents from them. And I think he's here for one reason, that if we get the statement, we get a statement signed, an affidavit, and all the annexures from the SC. Is he telling ukuthi usifake enkingeni nathi sesenkingeni for ukuthi siphathe ama-SMS ama-WhatsApp angekho emthethweni ngenxa yakhe? I think that one we should see manje, because if we are now in trouble ukuthi siphethe ama-WhatsApp angekho emthethweni, ubani wavumela utheza lakithi? Because every document we get from him. So I don't understand this, Chair. Can we fix that, please? Can I get clarity as well?
Honorable Matthews.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. We've been sitting here hoping that you would intervene. So, number one, the first thing that our evidence leader, senior counsel, said when he started was that as the members of Parliament have been doing, he's not a member of Parliament. He's our evidence leader, and he's supposed to lead evidence. Number one. Again, we just spoke about this earlier, Chair. Again, the hostility in his voice on this is not neutral. And this is exactly what he did, the same thing when Honorable James brought these messages in here. And then to echo the same point, is that we can't be getting documents here that haven't gone through the screen and then to be questioning the witness here how he got the documents. They were distributed. We found them here on our table. We've been going in and out here. So we have evidence leaders that are not, the documents that we shared from Home Affairs, we were very clear that we got that through a whistleblower. There's some very private information in there and it mustn't be circulated publicly. So, Chair, you have to lead and you have to, we can't always be intervening on this. And perhaps the evidence leader right now, the senior counsel, he must rest because he's even bringing us into disrepute over here now. It's not fair on the witness. We are members of Parliament. How we engage him should be very different on how he does it. Thank you, Chair.
Honorable Skosan.
Thank you, Chair. I think I anchor, my colleagues, other honourable members, because This is for the second time. When Honorable James gave us information, the same question was asked. But today is even different. We were given this document by our team, for God's sake. Now, if we have to interrogate the witness before us, we look stupid, to say where did this thing comes from. I think the evidence leader and his team, the legal team, were supposed to ask him then, not here. Now we have this in front of us. It's not fair, Chair. Please.
Advocate Arens.
Honourable Chair, the document that before you, including these WhatsApp messages, were additional documents that were annexed by General Phahlane to his supplementary affidavit. They do not come from us. In the first place, when this matter has been dealt with respect in this honourable committee, when these WhatsApps, or some of them, were first introduced by Honourable James and Mr. McBride was giving evidence. You may recall that I had indicated at the end of that exchange, because we are not allowed as evidence leaders to object, at the end of that exchange, I indicated to you that this was an unfair ambush on the witness, and that the witness, in this case Mr. McBride, should request from Honourable James where she got these documents from, get copies of it, and get legal advice on the lawfulness or otherwise of it being introduced, even under circumstances of parliamentary privilege. Now, again, because of our time constraint, I didn't have the opportunity of raising it earlier with General Phahlane, and this is the first opportunity I have to do so. I will leave it there. I think I have made the point that General Phahlane is party to unlawful conduct, and by actually making these WhatsApps available outside of Parliament. They've been made available outside of this forum. So I will leave it there. I've made the submission. General Phahlane has responded to it. I'll move on to my next question.
Yeah, I think what we...
Chair, just one more thing, please. The evidence leader, Chair, cannot say that he only got notice. This thing was here when we walked in here, when he was doing it in the beginning.
Let me speak, Honourable Member. Number one, the point of order that members have raised is sustained. I do not think that the witness is being fairly treated. Especially that, and the honourable members are right, that during the consultation process, and when the supplementary affidavit was made, is submitted to yourselves as evidence leaders, and maybe even before the proceedings started, the members could have been warned, or the witness could have been reminded that there is this annexures that you have presented before us. There is no way, as the legal team, we can hide them away from members, because you submitted them to us, but we will go and inform the members and also remind you that there are question marks on how the information would have been obtained. But in these proceedings, there are witnesses who have come before us and have said it before us in these proceedings that they have information. I remember, I can't remember if it was was the first meeting or the second appearance of Mr. Paul O'Sullivan. He says, I have capacity to detect that the statement that General Mkhwanazi read at the press conference was not generated from his gadget. And we haven't asked him whether such an exercise is lawful or unlawful. And many other witnesses would have come before us and made similar claims. I think honorable members are right, and SC, the hostility between you and General Phahlane must cease and must cease now. The reason why I'm saying this is because earlier on in the afternoon, he raised concerns about bias, and we made him to withdraw that statement. And we must not assume it inadvertently, because where I stand is that that statement is dead and buried. But if we continue to engage with him in a confrontational manner, or in a manner that generates animosity, we may end up reinforcing certain suspicions. If we can be as professional as possible, and like we have always emphasized that when we engage here, let's have a conversation. Let's not be adversarial or accusatorial. Let's engage in a way that it becomes a conversation between us. Thank you.
May I proceed, Honourable Chair? General Phahlane, do you accept that your dismissal is as a result of the alleged irregularities surrounding the award of the tender to Itemba? Do you accept that that is the basis for your dismissal?
Chair, I had my hand up unless I'm not allowed to raise the hand so that I can talk to an issue before I answer that question.
You want to say something before you respond?
Yes, Honourable Chair.
You are very much allowed.
And I'm going to this document, and maybe just to put the Honourable Chair and members at ease. When I came here for consultation with Council, we have told him that I have, in substantiating what Nkabinde was saying, I have even access to WhatsApp messages and documents emphasizing the point. That was during consultation between him and Advocate Mkhwanazi, and I was with my counsel. 2, it was in that meeting that I also sponsored my relationship with Nhlanhla. I told them up front that there is this thing and I know this person, and I explained the circumstances, how we met. Now, the first document, the WhatsApp messages, which is contained as part of my initial affidavit, they are on page, what is it? They are part of the bundle, it's annexure. 30. So, they were here when I was here. The only thing that happened now, because we did not include the McBride Sarah Jane WhatsApps, after Honorable James went into those, because there were issues that I wanted to flag, which I'm not allowed to do because I'm not allowed to go through my affidavit. I then included them as part of the supplementary affidavit. And I said that supplementary affidavit purely carries documents, including the documents that were responding to people who were here, Ramalepe, Ramulove, and Malachi. Those documents, this is responding to that. So, but to close it, Chair, that's why my response was, I got them through the same way that you got them. These are part of the records of our affidavit that served before the Zondo Commission of Inquiry. In my submission when I started, I said, just like General Mkhwanazi, we had submitted to the Zondo Commission of Inquiry affidavits. General Mabula, who was the lead investigator in this matter. Now, in this matter, I'm referring to the same matter where Sarah Jane Trent was arrested, where allegedly she was kidnapped. Now, it's very strange in our country that when you arrest someone of a certain complexion, it is kidnapping. But when we arrest everyone else, it's arrest. So, Sarah Jane Trent's cell phone was taken, and I'm using the word loosely taken, during her arrest. And the due processes were followed by the investigation team in terms of having information retrieved from that phone. Because it's a phone that was used for the commission of crime. And the crime we are talking to, case 12 of 1/2017. We still want to know what is happening to that particular docket. I was told I'm going to get answers, even by the evidence leaders. I still don't have. So this is where these SMSs, WhatsApp messages are. So, Chair, I can't help it. If they were in the Zondo Commission of Inquiry, if they are part of the supporting affidavit, I don't know why I must be fingered. But I take ownership for this, because in here I included the affidavit of General Mabula and Brigadier Ngube, who were the investigating officer in this particular matter. And this is part of the evidence. Just like I was talking about the Section 70 evidence, which is there. Similarly, this is evidence. And one day, when there is justice in our country, and that case is being brought back before the court, these are part of the evidence that will be led. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Chair. Just for the record, I deny that during consultations there is a transcript, and we'll find it, that General Phahlane alerted us to these WhatsApp messages between McBride and Sarah Trent. It was raised in the McBride evidence, and issues were raised about them at the time. As far as the supplementary affidavit is concerned, I would invite General Phahlane and or his legal team to make available to us his affidavit before the Zondo Commission of Inquiry, and to see whether these WhatsApp messages are indeed attached to that affidavit. I'd be most surprised if it was the case. The affidavit, the main affidavit, the 165-page affidavit, and the supplementary affidavit was entirely the work of General Phahlane and his legal team. We had no hand in it. But I want to record, because he's sitting here and I'm looking at him now, my colleague, Advocate Samanga, I said to him, because we debated this over many days, whether we should make a joint affidavit, because we were not satisfied or happy with a 165-page affidavit. At the end, we agreed, you put your affidavit before this committee, but I'm not bound, the evidence leaders are not bound by what's in the affidavit, and we will ask questions, especially raised by other witnesses. So I will also now leave it there, Honourable Chair. I asked a question, General Phahlane, that your dismissal arises from the Itemba tender.
Honourable Chair, I've answered that question many times, and I'm on record to say I'm not going to engage any further on it. It's a subject of the Constitutional Court process.
So I will also put it to you that it arises from the Itemba contract. And if we look at the forensic reports, which has been placed before this Honourable Committee, and that you have, it has absolutely nothing to do with either McBride or O'Sullivan or Trent. It has got to do with a tender that went wrong and that you were found ultimately to be responsible. And I'll move on to my next question.
Am I allowed to answer?
Honourable Skosan.
Chair, I'm going back again, Chair, because this document, which I think all the members, most of the members here have spoken about, was given to us and were not given by the witness. The witness gave it to the Secretariat. If these documents are illegal, they were not supposed to be given this document. It really is an indictment to us. This is an indictment to us. I mean, how can we have this? And then we are told it's this thing, perhaps there might be some issues about it. Then it means all the things we're questioning about there are illegal as well. It's not fair, Chair, that we are finding ourselves in this mud. Thank you, Chair.
Honourable Nomban.
No, Chair. Once again, I want to reprimand what the Senior Counsel is doing. You can't put a proposition to a witness and say, let me move to another question, without affording the witness an opportunity to reply. Because here we're not making statements. You put a proposition and allow the witness to respond, because it's not a statement, it's a proposition. No one is in possession of conclusive evidence here. Come here and make conclusive statements and say your dismissal was not as a result of influence of McBride and Paul O'Sullivan, and just pass to another question without affording the witness an opportunity to reply. Chairperson, I don't know how many times we must raise this, but the hostility must end. If really the Senior Counsel has emotional issues against the witness, he must withdraw and allow his colleagues to lead evidence, because he is not doing well. Senior Counsel, you are being emotional, unnecessarily so. And we're not going to allow that. This is our committee. We are not going to allow you to show this hostility to witnesses. We will never allow that to happen, not under our watch.
Honourable Chair, in all fairness, I did put to General Phahlane that his dismissal has entirely to do with the Itemba tender. He said his response was that the matter is now before the Constitutional Court and is not going to answer. And then I put to him, in a totally unemotional and neutral manner, that I put it to you that if it's got to do with the Itemba tender only, it has nothing to do with the 3 persons that are mentioned. There's absolutely no emotion in putting it to the witness, and he can respond. General Phahlane.
Thank you, Chair. I have at no point attributed my dismissal to Sarah Jane Trent, or what is it, Robert McBride, or Paul O'Sullivan. At no point. I'll really be glorifying them. So, lastly on that issue, I think I'm very clear on where I stand, having taken legal advice. Chair, this matter, which consumed so much of my time before the committee, where I was not allowed to traverse my affidavit, is before the Constitutional Court as we speak. I've already answered questions to that regard. Now, I'm going to just, in conclusion, read something which actually struck me, and maybe this thing comes too far, and I'm not going to say much. Here is a response that I get from senior counsel following submission of my supplementary affidavit, in which I only attach documents. He writes, "Thank you for the supplementary affidavit which we will forward to the committee for its attention. Please note that we will not be bound by this affidavit and will, in our discretion, ask additional questions and also supplement the evidence bundle with additional documents." And that's precisely what happened here. Chair, I came and I'm leaving without having been allowed to go through the affidavit that I had. The only time that I was able to go through the affidavit was when I was responding to questions raised based on documents and affidavits which are not part and parcel of my affidavit. But who am I? I'm just a witness. And I guess that's how it is. Thank you, Chair.
May I proceed, Chair? Thank you. General Phahlane, again, if we could just agree some pretty trite, factual submissions, it would help. There are two, and perhaps just to clarify for the Honourable Committee, we're talking about 2 Kameeldrift cases. There's the one complaint against O'Sullivan, Trent, and IPID when they visited your place, and the other one is the Kameeldrift case where they complained about Mbalula, the Northwest General, his task team. That matter was dealt with by Judge Tuckton, and you have annexed that judgment to your affidavit. Is that right? And the other case, the other Kameeldrift case, where you complain against O'Sullivan and Trent and IPID members, that's the matter you say you're still waiting to hear what's going to happen with that case.
You are incorrect.
Okay, so perhaps let me then finish, and then if I'm incorrect, the Kameeldrift case, the one involving the complaint against O'Sullivan and Trent and IPID members. That's the one that's now been pending for 7 years. That is the one which had been struck off the roll in terms of 352A or something like that of the Criminal Procedure Act, and was struck off the roll. Of course, it doesn't mean the case has gone away. It can still be revived. And we are getting Advocate Mashuga from the NPA here to explain to us what happened in the case, what is going to happen, and what perhaps are the next steps. We don't know. The other case of that Judge Tuckton dealt with is when an interdict was sought against the Northwest team to interdict them from arresting or taking what was described by the applicants, McBride, them as unlawfully harassing them and so on. And in that case, I can read it back to you if you want to. The judge recorded that you had in fact not participated in the case because you gave an undertaking that you will not be involved any further in the matter. And that's in the judgment.
Am I allowed to respond, Chair?
Yes, you can respond.
Yes, of course, General Phahlane.
It is incorrect to suggest there are two cases at Camildrift. General Mabula has no case registered by anyone against him at Camildrift. The Judge Tuchten's judgment